Morning. Oh, Clerk's not even here.
Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for November 12th. May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, Chair, let the record reflect all supervisors
Are this one working? Yes.
I'm sorry, in the board chambers.
Yep, there we go. Any additions or corrections from County Council?
No additions or corrections.
So we're going to call for closed session items 1A through C. Is there any public comment on the closed session items?
Very briefly, if I may. Members of the board, I'm Steve Summers. I'm a deputy district attorney. I've been a prosecutor for 26 years. I'm here to representing the Prosecutors Association, supporting our tentative agreement we've reached with the county. We'd like to thank the CAO, Ms. De La Rosa, for her support in getting here, Andreas Piper, Janine Paccioni, Ariana Hurtado. We think this is an important contract for us. One of the reasons I mentioned this is because we are currently down 22% in our attorney staff. The rest of our staff is filled. This contract will help us to address that. We hope that it will get us there quicker than later. Supervisor Alejo, we met years ago when I was prosecuting the King City police scandal. And Supervisor Alejo helped us by being an outreach to the community, by getting them to trust law enforcement, people who shouldn't, frankly, at that time. I mentioned that only, A, to thank you, but B, to point out that we had 2 attorneys assigned specifically to that investigation, full-time, myself and Doug Matheson. We couldn't do that now. We don't have the staff. That would be impossible. So we hope that this contract will help us get to a point where we can hire attorneys who can come here, still pay their student loans, and still be able to buy homes. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers? With that, we will close public comment, and we will call to order, we'll recess for closed session items and call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Roll call, please.
Yes, Chair, let the record reflect all supervisors are present in the board chambers.
Any additions or corrections from the clerk?
And no additions or corrections.
County Clerk. Sorry. County Council. Closed session items, we have 1A, and is there any public comment on this item? I see none, so we'll recess to closed session and return around 10:30 a.m. Good morning. We'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors here. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Chair, let the record reflect all supervisors are present in the board chambers.
Normally, we do the Pledge of Allegiance, but we're going to wait on that and to honor our veterans for a little bit later during the presentation. Do we have any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections.
Okay, thank you. That will move to ceremonial resolutions, of which we have a number of them here. Is there any public comment on the ceremonial resolutions? The board?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And, so I skipped the Spanish interpretation services here. Diego, I believe, is online. Would you please give that announcement, please? Thank you.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle antes de seguir adelante y favor no interrumpir mientras estoy interpretando. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And for the ceremonial resolutions, Supervisor Alejo, you
Yes.
have some honoring
Yes.
of our veterans.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today to honor Veterans Day, we pay tribute this morning to some amazing, outstanding veterans and veterans organizations here in Monterey County. But to start, we have welcomed the Salinas Fire Department Honor Guard who have joined us for the first time. And we will also have bagpipes play by Mr. Andrew Evans. If we can all rise for the presentation of colors. Today, singing our national anthem, we are honored to have Veronica Sanchez join us. And she is sister to one of our county employees, Monica Sanchez Hale.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Veronica Sanchez. We appreciate it. Beautifully sung. Next, we are honored to invite Betsy Mount to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. She is the granddaughter of one of our honored guests today, World War II veteran, Merchant Marine, John Edward Lawton. So invite Betsy Mount, if we could give her a microphone.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And we will allow our Salinas Fire Department honor guard to exit. Ready?
You want to proceed with the presentations? Go right ahead.
There it goes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. Monterey County is a county that has really paid tribute to our veterans year after year, month after month, not only during Memorial Day or during Veterans Day, but this community has really had some really outstanding events, including the Salinas Veterans Day Parade. Yesterday, the largest parade of its kind in Northern California. But today, we are very honored to have you be here to present these recognitions to 3 other local heroes and veterans organizations for their outstanding work, uplifting and recognizing the contributions and sacrifices of our veterans, their families, and our active military here in our county. So today, first of all, we want to invite Yadira Hobby, Hi Libby, and Rick Finney, who are part of our Salinas Hometown Heroes Banners program for their dedicated service to veterans here in the city of Salinas. If they could come on up. As some of you may have seen, around every Memorial Day and every Veterans Day, this is the organization that places these beautiful banners here on Main Street in Old Town Salinas. This resolution that we just approved reads so that folks who are not familiar with them, it says Salinas Hometown Heroes Banner Program was founded by the American Legion Riders, Chapter 31 members Hi Libby and Rick Finney, who were inspired by similar tributes seen across the country, their country rides. And Yadira Sandoval Hobby founded the Salinas Hometown Heroes Banner Program Committee. The Salinas Hometown Heroes Banner Program proudly honors all our brave veterans, past and present, and active duty service members, men and women, who were or are residents of the city of Salinas. This program helps bring awareness and educate our community about our local heroes who served our country and to never forget those who paid the ultimate sacrifice defending our nation's freedoms. The Salinas Hometown Heroes Banner Program receives generous support from volunteer local organizations, private individuals, corporate sponsors whose contributions are essential to keep this program going and at no cost to the families and veterans. So therefore, be it resolved that Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, honors Salinas Hometown Heroes Banner Program and commends them for their selfless hard work, dedication to honor and recognize the heroic military service of all our veterans and active duty service members of the city of Salinas. So with that, we want to present you with this resolution. Yadira, we give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. We're very honored. You mentioned what the program stands for. And this program started from an idea that Hi Libby, who couldn't join us today, and Rick Finney had from traveling around the country in their motorcycles, looking at going through all these small little towns and seeing how they honor their veterans. And they brought it back and said, why can't we do it? And 3 years later, from that idea, we've honored 375 local heroes. So, thank you.
I would just like to thank the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. It's certainly not something that Yadira or Hi or I expected or looked for. But I'd also like to thank all of you, members of the community, for the unbelievable, tremendous support that you've given us for this program. And I know from the families that have come up to us and thanked us for this program with their heroes up on the lampposts and pictures of them. It's a wonderful way to pay tribute to their service and sacrifice. So I thank all of you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And my late father, who was a Vietnam-era veteran, was one of those honorees last year, one of the banners on Main Street. Next, we want to recognize a very dedicated Vietnam-era veteran and a very dedicated leader today in our community in Salinas. This resolution is recognizing James Edward Silva for his distinguished service to veterans of the County of Monterey. If Jim Silva could come on up. Jim. You are seeing a true unsung hero for veterans in Monterey County and a decorated veteran. Let me read his part of his resolution here. It says, whereas James Edward Silva is a Vietnam veteran who enlisted in the United States Army in 1968 and separated in 1970. He was given orders to deploy to Vietnam, and he arrived on September 1st, 1968, and he was assigned to the 4th Battalion, 39th Infantry Company, A, 9th Infantry Division. He was serious operations in Vietnam, spent 1 week in Japan, another 3 weeks at Letterman Hospital in San Francisco. After being released from the hospital, he was sent to Fort Ord to complete the last 10 months of his 2-year draft duty. James Edward Silva was awarded 6 Bronze Star medals, 5 OLC, 4 Army Commendation medals, 3 OLC, Air Medal, Purple Heart, Good Conduct Medal, Combat Infantry Badge, Expert Rifle, and Expert Motor. James Edward Silva has been taking care of the Monterey County Vietnam Veterans Memorial for over the last 20 years. To honor his fallen comrades, every Memorial Day and Veterans Day, during the Monterey County Vietnam Veterans Memorial Ceremony, James Edward Silva displays a poster he created with the names of 78 men from Monterey County who were killed in the Vietnam War. James Edward Silva continues to serve his fellow veterans and takes pride in taking care of the Monterey County Vietnam Memorial for those who lost sons, brothers, cousins, friends, and those who served and paid the ultimate sacrifice to our nation. So therefore today, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, honors James Edward Silva and commends him for his selfless hard work and dedication to the Monterey County Vietnam Veterans Memorial and all veterans, active duty service members, and their families here in Monterey County. So with that, we want to present you with this resolution. Jim, thank you very much for being a true unsung hero, asking for nothing in return, and giving all your time in keeping that memorial a beautiful place here in our community for our veterans and their families.
I'm not much of a public speaker, but probably most of you are looking at the audience here. I don't recognize too many faces, and I'm out at the memorial probably 3 times a week, every week of the year. I'd like to see some of you come out there and look at it because it is not a place for people to feel sorry for the Vietnam War. It's a place to come out there. It's very peaceful, beautiful flowers. The place is just, like I said, it puts you in another world. And we have great respect for all those 78 names on the wall. I do it for my mom, for all the moms, dads, for all the family members that lost people in that war. That was a terrible war. Probably should have never happened, but it did. And all of us are still dealing with it till we leave this earth. Most of us are getting right there right now, including myself. But like I said, I just keep it going as far as I can. I'm getting fairly old now. It's getting hard for me to do it. If we got some people out there who'd like to come out there, just give me a call and we can go out there and talk about it. Because to keep a place, if you want it to look nice, you got to be out there almost 2 or 3 times a week. You can't be out there just on each event during the year. That doesn't work. So I thank you for recognizing me, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And everyone, we have a true partner here with the County of Monterey. I wanted to make sure we give them recognition. We're also very honored to have with us our Salinas Fire Chief, Samuel Clemick. If we could all give him a round of applause as well. Thank you, Chief, for being here. And to the Honor Guard for being here. I know you all are very busy, but to honor these veterans with your presence, it's really something special for these veterans and their families and the community. Last but not least, everyone, we are here to bestow an ultimate honor to one of our most decorated veterans from the greatest generation. I'm getting emotional even reading this. This man I met a few months ago when they were recognizing him here at the Fox Theater, and he had such a tremendous story and so much energy and so much spirit that he was a true inspiration. Said we have to bring him into these chambers here to honor him. This resolution is recognizing John Edward Lawton for his distinguished service as United States Merchant Marine during World War II and declaring November 5th, 2024 as John Edward Lawton Day in Monterey County. If we could have him come up. Ladies and gentlemen, John Edward Lawton was born on October 13th, 1921 in San Bernardino County to Frank and Estella May Lawton, and later relocated to Salinas, California, where he was raised and attended our local schools, including graduating from Salinas High School. In 1941, John Edward Lawton attended Salinas Junior College, now called Hartnell College, where he met his wife, Lorna Louise Cuber. In January 1942, he received his draft notice. It was number 441, and it was the second number drawn locally in Monterey County, and it made local headlines. In June of 1942, at the age of 20 years old, John Edward Lawton and his friend Jack Frusetto took a train to San Francisco down Market Street to look at all the offices of different branches of military to sign up for service. They ran into an office and said, "Join the Merchant Marines." A few weeks later, they were sent to basic training at Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay. John Edward Lawton and other crew members were deployed to Okinawa, Japan, aboard the SS Hobbs Victory ship carrying 6,000 tons of ammunition and arrived on April 6, 1945. On April 6, 1945, at 6:50 p.m., the SS Hobbs Victory ship was struck by kamikaze airplanes and sunk. He ended up in a lifeboat, saving several of his shipmates, but unfortunately, 11 of 99 crewmen were killed that day, and many others were injured. According to the National World War II Museum, between 1939 and 1945, more than 9,500 merchant mariners lost their lives, a higher proportion than those killed out of any military branch. Despite their service and sacrifice for decades, the Merchant Marines did not have any veteran status or benefits. A congressional act in 1988 made these unsung heroes eligible for benefits through the Department of Veteran Affairs, and in 2020, Congress passed the Merchant Mariners of World War II Congressional Gold Medal Act to recognize the merchant mariners for their courage and contributions during the war. It was in May of 2022, John Edward Lawton was finally honored with the Congressional Gold Medal in San Francisco for his courage and contributions. So John also represented the Merchant Mariners on a national stage. President Biden invited him and fellow World War II Merchant Marines to participate in Memorial Day activities, including laying a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier in Arlington National Cemetery. John Edward Lawton turned 103 years old just last October 13, 2024, and has been a long-standing advocate for the American Merchant Marine veterans. He enjoys spending time with his 3 grandchildren, Betsy, Allison, and Carl, and his great-grandchildren, Jayla, Jamie, Jalea, Lana, JJ, Clark, and Jack. I know all those names are important to him, so got to name all the grandkids. So therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors today, on behalf of all our residents, we honor John Edward Lawton and commend him for his heroism, sacrifice, and dedication. And we declare, actually today, November 12th, as John Edward Lawton Day in Monterey County. Our country's greatest is built on the foundation of his courage and service to our country. The Monterey County Board of Supervisors hereby salutes and honors his bravery and heroism, and we name this day in his honor. It's an honor that we rarely give, but today there's no better person that we can give it to than this amazing soldier, this amazing veteran, an amazing member of our community. If we could give a big round of applause, everyone.
To all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your audience here today, and I'm very much aware of having been born in California and still living in California, and I wish to continue living here as long as I can. And to all of you, I wish you a good life. Thank you.
Thank you to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, Color Guard, Fire Department, nurses, physicians, doctors. I'm also a nurse. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for honoring my grandfather today. It has been an honor to be his granddaughter, of course, because I get to live through him, through all this pomp and circumstance, and it's been an amazing journey. I'm his granddaughter, and he's 103, and we've done a lot of traveling throughout the world, meeting President Biden, going to the Arlington National Cemetery, being in a lot of parades, and just being honored, and all this has just been amazing, and it feeds his soul, and it makes him live longer. So thank you, everybody, for honoring him today. We truly appreciate you. Thank you very much, and thank you to the mayor and to the board. We appreciate it.
And we have one more recognition. Even though he was born in San Bernardino County, we consider you a native son of Salinas, of Monterey County, all the way. So I invited my good friend and my good colleague, Salinas Mayor Kimberly Craig, to also present a recognition on behalf of the city of Salinas. If we give Kimberly Craig a round of applause as well.
Thank you, and please be seated. I remember from church, it's important to make sure that the audience can sit at an appropriate time. You know, I'm only the mayor for a few more days, and so Veterans Day was a really special day for not only me, but for the residents of Salinas. Salinas loves, appreciates, and recognizes our veterans and the service and sacrifice that not only they, but their families have throughout their time serving and even afterwards. Mr. Lawton, I just want to say thank you so much for your advocacy and your strength in serving with the Merchant Marines. I'm going to go ahead and read the whereases because I think For 103 years old, you deserve every single word that is on this proclamation. Whereas John Edward Lawton was born October 13th, 1921 in San Bernardino County, and as a young child, his family moved to Salinas, California, where he was raised and attended local schools. Whereas in 1941, John Edward Lawton attended Salinas Junior College, now Hartnell College, and soon after, in January of 1942, as Supervisor Alejo mentioned, he received his draft notice number 441, the second number drawn locally in Monterey County. And whereas in June 1942, John Edward Lawton joined the Merchant Marines. A few weeks later, he was sent to basic training at Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay. Whereas John Edward Lawton and other crew members were deployed to Okinawa, Japan aboard the SS Hobbs Victory ship, carrying 6,000 tons of ammunition, and arrived on April 6, 1945. Whereas in May 1922, John Edward Lawton was honored with the Congressional Gold Medal in San Francisco for his courage, and on behalf of President Joe Biden, he was invited alongside 4 World War II Merchant Marines to participate in the Memorial Day activities in the laying of a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Arlington National Cemetery. And whereas John Edward Lawton turned 103 years old on October 13th, 2024, and has been a long-standing, fierce advocate of the American Merchant Marine Veterans Organization. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kimberly Craig, on behalf of the entire city of Salinas, commend and thank John Edward Lawton for his heroism, sacrifice, and dedication to our nation. The city of Salinas is thankful and humbled by his bravery and his dedicated service to our country. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, thank you for coming to honor our veterans, and we'll go to our next resolutions. Thank you.
We do have quite a few resolutions today. I have 4 to present. I know Supervisor Adams and Askew, you're doing one jointly, I believe, and Supervisor Lopez has one as well. The first one I have here is for Todd Keating, wherever he is. So Todd Keating began his career with the County Probation Office in 1991 and worked his way all up to the ranks to chief in 2019. And throughout his years with the probation department, Todd has demonstrated dedication to its mission, the rehabilitation and reintegration of adult and juvenile offenders into the local community, and the protection of the rights of victims of crime while serving and supporting the Monterey County Superior Court. Todd has served as chair of the Children's Council and the Community Restorative Justice Commission, the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, and the Community Corrections Partnership. Todd has been recognized for his commitment to preventing and diverting youth from the criminal justice from the criminal justice system to working with families in unification of restorative justice practices. And we really appreciate all that you've done over the years, Todd. So it's really an honor to give you this resolution, and in gratitude for your service to this county and to the people in here.
Thank you, Chair Church, members of the board, CAO De La Rosa, County Council Blitch. It really has been my honor and privilege to be a part of the county family, and but really my proudest achievement, I suppose, is just being a member of the probation department, several of whom are here right now, and I just want to thank everybody. You've made my career outstanding, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you.
So our next resolution is honoring National Family Caregivers Month. Nick Lato, or whoever is also here representing. It's a lot of people, so it's hard to pick out where oh, okay. There we go. So, as I mentioned, this is National Family Caregivers Month for November 2024. And the theme of National Family Caregivers Month this year is I Care, which refers to the caregiver's dedication to providing the best care possible to those who need it. There are nearly 6,000 in-home supportive services caregiver providers in the county of Monterey. And caregivers face significant challenges and sacrifices as they continuously demonstrate and ensure the health, safety, and well-being of their care recipients. The one thing that we know is that we are living in a society that is aging, and eventually we all need to have care. And these people are there when we really need it, at the end of life, when you're in difficult times, and we're really, really grateful for everything that you do, and a really, really essential service that is too often ignored. So with that, I want to present this resolution to you on behalf of Monterey County and people of Monterey County, and with much gratitude.
Thank you. So the in-home supportive services program is one that allows the aging and disabled population to live safely and with dignity in their own homes out of institutionalized care. It's a really important program. I've been a part of it for over 10 years now, and in that time I've seen our IHSS care recipient count go up several thousand to 6,800 now, and I've seen our IHSS provider count go double to over 6,100 now. And the work they do, that providers do, is really important. And that's reflected in the care they provide and in the feedback we get from IHSS recipients who express their gratitude. And besides accepting this resolution on behalf of all of the IHSS providers that we support, I'm also looking forward to the further resolution for our IHSS Provider of the Year, Maria Inez Diaz de Carlos. Thank you.
So that was a good introduction to the next one for our IHSS Provider of the Year, Maria Inez Diaz de Carlos. Maria, are you? Here we are. Very good. So as mentioned, there's 6,000 in-home supportive service providers in the County of Monterey, over, as Nick pointed out, more than that. Ms. Diaz de Carlos has been an IHSS care provider in the County of Monterey since 2003. Maria began by caring for a family member and was inspired by that first experience to extend her caregiving skills to strangers in need. Her career has been a model of what it means to serve as an IHSS caregiver. She demonstrates her dedication by working the maximum amount of hours, caring for 3 care recipients at a time, and they all attest that Maria is indispensable. Your dedication, your work is, again, as I mentioned earlier, is really essential and critical, and it's really a great honor to be able to give this to you for all that you do. Take yours? Okay. Well, take your picture. This is also California County's Clerk of the Board Week, November 18th to 22nd. So could we have Valerie come down here? How about the rest of your staff? Where are they at? Okay. Oh, here we are, over here. Why don't you guys come, everybody come over here. So for those of you who aren't a supervisor, let me just say the clerk of the board performs many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of citizens to open and accessible government, but they're also really essential for us to do our work, and I know all of my colleagues would attest to that. The duties of the clerks of the board are time-honored. Clerks have long pledged to maintain neutrality and impartiality in government. So, today we're going to recognize, in particular, the County of Monterey Clerks of the Board, Valerie Ralph, and her staff. Caitlin isn't here, but Caitlin Campos, Margarita Hernandez, Iracema Lopez, Vicente Ramirez, and Emmanuel Santos. And I really want to emphasize that I know my function, what I do, and what the rest of the board does here rests very much and depends upon the clerk of the board and what they can do for us, and they are doing an exceptional job. So I want to have pass and let you say a few words, but also we're going to want to have the board come down here for pictures as well.
Yes, thank you. We're very honored to receive this award. We thank the board and our CAO and our county council for recognizing us. We are a small office. However, we try to provide the best customer service to everybody, including our supervisors, as well as our external customers. And again, we do appreciate this recognition, so thank you.
That's the board down here.
right. Is Lenora with us? Come on over, Lenora. So we often say when we do resolutions at retirement, we talk about a lifetime of work. And I just want to share, as I read through this resolution a couple weeks ago when it was first sent over to me, it's literally my lifetime. You started in July of 85. I was born in October of 85. What also spoke to me in this resolution is where she did her service to our community. You all have heard me speak repeatedly about the needs in South County. And a lot of us talk about trying to get services there. But Lenora started there and never left. She committed her heart to making sure that every resident in this county received the service that they deserve. So as she achieved 39 years of service and heads into retirement, I want to read you a couple of these whereases because her commitment to our community shines in this incredible document, which is a resolution from our full board recognizing her at this point of her retirement. Lenora, it says here that you've served the people of Monterey County for 39 years, having been hired on July 11, 1985 in the Community Benefits Branch as an Eligibility Worker 1 in the King City office. You were promoted to Eligibility Worker 2 and 3, and then Eligibility Supervisor. As I read through this, there's so many acronyms about the incredible different departments and aspects of the different department needs that you stepped into, including the IT space, the help desk. But as I looked at this and looked at what your department wanted to say about you, was creating a smoothly run and highly functional and well-trained unit. You made sure to pass on your lessons and make sure the department ran extremely well. So today, as you retire, we thank you for your commitment and your follow-through and your service to our community. Thank you for being there for our communities and your service. I want to hand you the mic and see if you have any words to share.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure serving Monterey County, not just the department, but the whole county. I worked across the areas. There's one section that I did not touch on the resolution, or that it didn't touch on, and that was working for Management Council for over 10 years. I served in different capacities in the Management Council, and I see one of my, and I'd just like to say that it was a very nice, fun career that I had here. I started at 22. I didn't have a family. I was not married. So now I have all three. And it was a pleasure working for social services. I met so many people there that it's incredible, all of the work that they do to serve our community, and I was part of it, and I thank everyone.
A round of applause.
And I lost Martine. Okay, here we are. All right. And finally, I think this is our last presentation for resolutions today. Thanks for bearing with us, everyone.
It's the most important one.
I don't know about that, but I'm honored to have Martine Watkins, our senior local government affairs manager from Monterey Bay Aquarium, joining us today, as well as my colleague Mary Adams from District 5, which gets to host the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And we're adopting a resolution today commemorating the Monterey Bay Aquarium's 40th anniversary, which is wild because I remember going to like the grand opening of the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and I'm not that old. So I'll read a few of the whereas statements from this and then pass it over for some comments. But the Monterey Bay Aquarium has stood as a beacon of marine conservation and education since its founding on October 20th, 1984, when it welcomed more than 10,000 visitors on its opening day, marking an enthusiastic start to its mission of inspiring conservation of the ocean. And for 4 decades, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has been committed to inspiring conservation of the ocean through groundbreaking research, innovative public education, and advocacy for sustainable marine policies. The Monterey Bay Aquarium has played a crucial role in our local economy, attracting tourism to the Monterey County and enhancing the cultural and economic vitality of our region. The Monterey Bay Aquarium's dedication to sustainability has set the standard for institutions worldwide with initiatives that minimize environmental impact and promote conservation across all operations. I'm sure many of you have seen the seafood, what's the program called? The Sustainable Seafood Program when you're out eating at restaurants. That's another innovative program that the Monterey Bay Aquarium has started. So therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents throughout this county, congratulate the Monterey Bay Aquarium on celebrating 40 years of service to our community. Please take the time to visit this incredible local institution. And if you haven't heard, we have a new program that the aquarium has instituted, Museums for All. So for anyone in our community who has a SNAP benefit card, so that's a food stamp or SNAP benefit card, HealthFresh card, you're able to access entry into the Monterey Bay Aquarium at no charge. So we want to make sure that everyone knows about that. Super cool benefit for local residents, for anyone actually, and we want to make sure that everyone knows about that and has the ability to take your family, go check out all the incredible programs that are available right here in Monterey County at the aquarium.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for all the work that I know you do to keep the aquarium just right in the front. But I just wanted to make one quick comment, and that is that there is so much advancement being made in the fields of marine science and oceanography and ocean biology. And it's because of all of the children who have come through the aquarium for these past 40 years that were inspired by what they saw and what they learned, that are now the students and now the professors who are making such a great difference in the discovery of the world underneath the water. So thank you. Thank you for that. And policymakers, here we are. Thank you for that as well. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. I want to thank you, supervisors, for this recognition and for having us here this morning, or having me here this morning. On behalf of the Monterey Bay Aquarium, our founder, Julie Packard, it's really an honor to receive this resolution. We're so proud of the organization that we have and being part of the Monterey community and the county, and just listening today, knowing that we just play a role in so many things that make this community so vibrant. It's truly an honor, and thank you for the recognition of the past 40 years. I feel you. I remember when it opened as well, and we look forward to inspiring the conservation of the ocean for many more years to come. And we know a healthy and thriving ocean is a healthy planet for all. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're done with all the presentations now, so we'll move on to appointments. Is there any public comment? We have two appointments. Or any public comment on these two appointments?
Move approval.
Second. First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. That will move on to the consent calendar, which we have items 28 through 87. I'm going to want to comment on 43 and pull 44 for a separate vote. Is any other of my colleagues have any items on here that they would like to comment or pull? I see none. Do we have any public comment on items on the consent calendar? See nobody in chambers, nobody online. Okay. Then we'll bring it back here. I just want to point out on item 43, that later in the agenda today we're talking about some capital improvement projects, but came to my attention that item 43 is also speaking about $54 million being considered for a mental health rehab center at the former jail, and being considered ways of funding that is certificate of participation, but that would need to be done by 2027, and it's not really in our discussion today. but it seems like it would be something we need to consider as we look at all the capital improvement projects we're looking at in the next few years. And I just want to kind of point that out. The other item is I'm going to ask for a poll for a separate vote is on 44, and that is on the waste management contract. So I guess we can look at all the items except for 44. Do you have a comment, Supervisor? I was just going to make the motion. Okay, that'd be good. First.
On 43, to your point, just a question for our CAO, because I know our assistant CAO, Deb, was supposed to come back with some financing options for all the entire area. Is this separate, or is that presentation still going to come back to us?
That is part of what's scheduled this afternoon.
It is part of the afternoon presentation.
It is.
Yeah.
This will be in there?
It'll be the MHRC is part of it.
Okay, so this.
So MHRC is Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, and that is part of the discussion. So I don't know if we maybe delay the vote on that until the afternoon.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
They could go together.
That would make a lot more sense to do it that way. So we.
So I'll make the motion to move consent less 43 and 44, knowing that we still have to go to public.
Second.
Would that be to pull, pull 43 from there, and then 44 would be a vote? Okay, yes. All right, we have a first and second. Supervisor?
That was my second.
Oh, that was your second. Okay, you're the one who made the second. Thank you. All right, all those in favor of the consent calendar minus 43 and 44?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? There are no. It passes 5-0.
Then I'll give you a motion on 44.
All right, a second on 44, and as expressed, I'm going to be voting against this because I do not think we should be bypassing the competitive bidding process for the waste or management, contract. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor.
Just curious, I know that as part of the discussion on that question, we are engaging in dialogue, and I just want to make sure that you are actively in that dialogue and getting the concerns that you'd raised about the current contract addressed. I just want to make sure that to the degree that you're able to share, are you feeling like your concerns are being heard in the process as it's proceeding currently?
I'm not directly involved into those discussions, but I kind of know a little bit what's going on, and I believe that some of those concerns are being addressed on what needs to be in that contract. But this is actually right here. It's not the contract itself, but changing the county code so that we can bypass the competitive bidding, which is what my opposition is on this. Okay.
I can't ask you that question outside of this public meeting, so I was curious and wanted to make sure that the concerns that you brought up at our last public meeting were being heard by our county staff as the conversation continues.
I am hopeful,
like
but
they are being heard.
I'm hopeful, so
Okay.
we'll find out December 3rd or 4th.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I guess we're done. We put this to a vote then. All those in favor of item 44?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries 4-1. And let's see. We then move to general public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to address the board? You would have 2 minutes. Please come forward, anybody that wants to. I just ask that you hold things to 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and community members. My name is Chris Carrillo. I'm a family medicine doctor with the county since 2018, who was recently fired. I'm joined by other physicians, clinic staff, patients, and community members to protest the actions of the clinic services leadership, which includes my termination. My parents are from Mexico. I was the first one in my family to go to college. It has been my goal to take care of this community where I was raised, and doing so has been the most rewarding part of my career. When I see my patients, I see my family. On October 11th, I was walked out of Alisal Health Center like a criminal. Overnight, over 700 patients were without a primary care doctor. I didn't even get the chance to say goodbye to my patients. I was fired for speaking out, for advocating on behalf of our patients, to avoid cutting services for the most vulnerable, for promoting practices to recruit and retain healthcare providers, and for championing sustainable and high-quality care practices, including the return of our clinic manager who shared this vision and was our spiritual leader. At the Alisal Health Center, I would see 50 patients a week, and now every week 50 people are without a primary care doctor. I was also a part-time faculty member at the Natividad Family Medicine Residency where I did my training. They train excellent family doctors who are well suited for this community. It is both a shame and testament of the clinic leadership that we cannot recruit or retain graduates. What you will hear today are the voices of those who care deeply for this community, who work in a culture of fear, perpetuated by the clinic services leadership, and who still have the courage to speak out today. Our message is simple: enough is enough. Our patients deserve better. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandeep Gupta. I'm a family physician providing HIV and primary care services to the most vulnerable of this beautiful county. I'm very grateful for this county that has given me my professional career since I started in residency in 1995 at Natividad. Thank you all for your leadership. We're here on strike protesting the retaliatory termination of our colleague and fellow bargaining unit, Dr. Chris Carrillo. Specifically, we ask for his immediate reinstatement and a comprehensive, rapid investigation of retaliatory practices within the health department. You do not hear from us very much. We're caregivers, like others who are here today, and tend to put ourselves last. And honestly, many of us are scared of being fired because we're the only at-will employees in the entire county government. We're also frontline workers. What we do every day, we listen to our patients, we choose to believe them. The daily trauma that many experience, the tightrope many are on, wondering if they will fall, many have and are desperately trying to climb back. We have so many stories, and we are their advocate. If we don't advocate for them, no one else will, and Chris exemplifies this. The first time I met Dr. Carrillo, it was August 2020. I was just back on the Natividad faculty 16 years later, after a second career leading CDC country offices around the world. Chris was one of the new chief residents. He was leading the 30 residents as they risked their lives every day to try to save the lives of those with COVID. Chris told his story. He could not be more a product of the best of this community: impeccable integrity and hardworking values, parents who sacrificed in countless tangible and intangible ways that I will never be able to completely understand to help him give back to his community. He represents the best of us, and his retaliatory termination is so beyond the fail that it feels like a grenade has been thrown into the heart of our professional community. We will not back down. What is done to any of us is done to all of us. We take a required annual training saying that retaliation will not be tolerated. We wonder, is that true? The answer is in your hands, not just our fate, but the healing of our sacred work environment and our patients having the advocates that they deserve every day.
Good morning. My name is Dolores Peña. I am a family medicine physician at Alisal Health Center, the same clinic that Dr. Carrillo was terminated from. I'd like to use my 2 minutes today to give a voice to the people most affected by his termination, the patients. Nada más me mandaron un mensaje, pero no sabemos el motivo, la razón por lo que lo despidieron. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? Lo que quiero es que regresen a mi doctor Carrillo. They just sent me a message, but we don't know the reason why they fired him. What happened? What I want is my Dr. Carrillo to come back. Mis dos hijos perdieron su doctor de cabecera. Ahora no tienen doctor asignado. Por favor, regresen al doctor Carrillo. My 2 children lost their primary care physician. Now they do not have a doctor assigned to them. Please return, Dr. Carrillo. No tengo doctor de cabecera, solo soy paciente de la clínica. I do not have a primary care doctor. I am only a patient of the clinic. Estoy embarazada y el doctor Carrillo ya no trabaja en la clínica Alisal y quiero que regrese porque no tengo quien me atienda y el doctor es el único que me entiende y habla el español. I am pregnant and Dr. Carrillo no longer works at Alisal Clinic and I want him to come back because I have no one to take care of me and he is the only one who understands me and speaks Spanish. A mí me perjudicaron porque el doctor Carrillo me ayudaba mucho en mi enfermedad y es el doctor mejor que he tenido. Por favor, regresen al doctor Carrillo con todos sus pacientes. Y no soy la única que hace falta. Se los pedimos de corazón que vuelva a su clínica. They harmed me because Dr. Carrillo helped me a lot with my illness, and he is the best doctor I've ever had. Please return Dr. Carrillo with all his patients. I am not the only one who needs him. We ask from the bottom of our hearts, return him to this clinic. I here have a folder filled of complaints from patients. I hope that you read through every single one of them.
Hi, my name is Rick Fedek. I live in Salinas. I do not work for the clinic. I do not know Dr. Carrillo. But this is an issue of fairness. There are two things I want to bring to your attention. One is when Prunedale was rezoned, when North County was rezoned, and we have small cottages on small lots, and the decision was made that you have to have a much larger amount of land before you can do substantial change to your cottage, that hurt people. There was a government taking of some of their property rights. It's unfair. Then we have the Dr. Carrillo issue. It's the same thing. I see it as county staff, the county being unfair to people who are trying to make the system work. The people who live in Prunedale, Chairman Church, they're your voters. They're the tradesmen. They're the carpenters and lathers and so on that the construction industry needs. And we find that their children and grandchildren are leaving the county. We're losing our trades. We're losing the people who know how to do things because we're taking away from them their property rights, their ability to continue to grow or add a room onto a small cottage. It's not a water issue because we could open the Prunedale, I have 42 seconds left, I'm talking fast. We can open the Prunedale desal plant. It has all the permits, it has the funding. I don't know what's blocking that plant from opening, but it's in North County, and perhaps somebody can look into that. I'm willing to volunteer time to look into it to see why it hasn't happened yet. We can have all the water we need for North County. That's all I wanted to say. It's an issue of fairness. Please, when you make decisions, think about how it will be perceived to be fair or not fair. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jose Guerra. I represent Monterey community, and I'm here to say that we have many, many patients in my area that depend on this kind of care. For a institution, I'm going to call you an institution because that's what you are, to let this happen, to let a great, great doctor that I met 2 years ago that cares for a lot of elderly people, a lot of young people, he doesn't discriminate. He is invariant with everybody around him. And he is an angel. We need to stop doing tactics like this where supervisors have been there too long in their position and they don't know how to do their job. So when someone comes around with a great invention, experience, and care for people and lets them know, they get offended. Don't get offended. You're all paid. You know, it's your job. Don't get offended. But please do not use these tactics to get rid of people. That is wrong. And I hate to say it, but it's all in your hands. You need to do this. You guys need to be better than that. I met this gentleman 2 years ago. Great guy, influential, young, inspiring, a person that can make change in our community. We were down 68% in our county in doctors. We have no doctors available. But you're going to fire somebody because you got a little offended because he told you how to do your job or he made a recommendation you didn't like? You know, you guys should all be there supporting him. That is your job up here. You are the supervisor of the county. It is up to you to make this change, ladies and gentlemen. So stop being on the back burner and do something about it. Stop getting rid of great people. Make great people become better. Help them. You need to get rid of people that have been there too long that don't know what they're doing anymore. And that it's just this paycheck has been a system they've been through. So I thank you very much. And Mr. Alejo, hope to have a meeting with you soon, sir. Please give me a call. Jose Guerra. Montevideo, gracias. I got your number, sir. Answer it. Gracias.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Joshua Deutsch. I'm a family physician at Laurel Vista Clinic, a neighboring clinic to Dr. Carrillo's. Imagine that your doctor has a concern about patient care or patient safety, do you want your doctor to feel comfortable bringing that concern to the administration, or do you want your doctor to sit on that patient safety concern because they're afraid of being fired? That's the situation that me and all of Dr. Carrillo's colleagues here who went on strike today find ourselves in. There's supposed to be a team-based relationship, a cooperative relationship between providers and admin over making decisions. We both can't do our jobs without each other. We're supposed to work as a team. Certainly that there's conflict. There's times when providers want something and admin's not okay with it. We can both learn a lot from each other. But when administration takes a physician who is advocating for positive change, has bright ideas, who's trying to make things better, and tosses them out, that oversteps the line and has a chilling effect on all of our ability to participate in patient care throughout the clinic system. Everyone who knows Dr. Carrillo knows he's one of the best physicians in this area. His patients miss him. You're seeing a lot of testimony from his colleagues and patients alike. If Dr. Carrillo is not reinstated, the ability of all of us here to participate in making our clinics better, it goes away. They've really crossed the line. Unless this is corrected, not only will it have a damaging effect on patient care, but on our ability to recruit new physicians to the system. When you know that if you speak out, you get fired, that's not an environment that new providers are going to enter into. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning. My name is Ivan Marquez. I'm a pediatrician. I've been working at Laurel Pediatric Clinic for the past 2.5 years. I'm here today because, like many of my colleagues, I am concerned that Dr. Chris Carrillo was fired in retaliation for speaking out about managerial decisions that were negatively affecting the quality of care provided at our clinics. The decision to terminate Dr. Carrillo's contract without due process raises several ethical concerns. First, firing a doctor for speaking up in support of his patients is unjust. The message that this act of retaliation sends to all of the other providers is to be afraid to speak up in support of our patients. This work environment is not conducive to providing high-quality medical care. Second, Dr. Carrillo was walked off the job with little consideration for his 700 patients. Each one of those human beings, among the most vulnerable residents of our community, had their access to life-saving medical services limited by administrative decisions that did not take into account the clinical implications. Third, Dr. Carrillo is a prominent leader of the Unit U bargaining team, and he was fired in the middle of our first contract negotiation, in which at-will employment, ending at-will employment, is a top priority. His termination under these circumstances raises several concerns about the good faith of the county's negotiating team. We respectfully ask that the board consider reinstating Dr. Carrillo, and more importantly, to uphold the county's obligations to all of our patients and the care that they deserve. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Alison Garcia. I'm one of the pediatricians at Laurel Pediatrics in the Clinic Services Bureau. I'll keep my message brief. As doctors in this community, we work every day to ensure that our patients are our top priority, and what we are asking is that the health department leadership does the same and reinstate Dr. Carrillo. Thank you.
My name is Minerva Perez Lopez. I'm an associate program director of the Natividad Family Medicine Residency. But most importantly, I am the daughter of immigrant Mexican parents from Zacatecas who settled on the east side of Salinas. Go Trojans, Jose Guerra. Woo! My father was a man with a second-grade education who provided my brother and I by working in the fields for over 38 years like our patients. And along with my mother, always set the example of helping those in need and fighting for those who do not have a voice. As I chose my own path and was privileged to pursue a career in medicine, it is no accident that I gravitated towards family medicine. My mission has and always will be to work with communities in this county to help speak for those that don't have a voice. My history and commitment with Natividad is a long one. I was born at Natividad in a busy waiting room in a labor delivery unit because my mother was not able to communicate due to language barriers many, many years ago. After completing my education, I returned with my own young family, and for over 20 years, I have been fortunate to have trained, worked, and now trained the next generation of family physicians here at Natividad, which number over 150 doctors. Can you stand up if I've trained you? And this includes Dr. Chris Carrillo. Dr. Carrillo was an exemplary resident physician and trained here during COVID, one of the most difficult times for physicians, especially resident physicians. He was chosen among his fellow residents and faculty to serve as chief resident for exemplary medical care, leadership, and advocacy skills. When he decided to stay in our community, it brought me great joy that my goal to train and retrain residents who were mission aligned and shared the values of my parents. I'm going to continue.
No, I'm sorry. You have 2 minutes. We have to.
Okay.
There's a lot of people to speak, and I can't, if I let you go, then I have to let others. Thank you. Please have the next one.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Alejo y estoy aquí en representación mía, de mi hijo y de toda la comunidad, todos los pacientes que asistimos a la clínica Alisal, porque...
Good day, my name is Alejo and I'm here on behalf of my sons and those people that attend the Alisal Clinic.
Queremos pedirle a toda la mesa directiva, así como ustedes necesitaron de los votos para cada uno de ustedes de la comunidad, también queremos pedirle a ustedes que investiguen o lleguen a fondo de lo que está pasando en la clínica Alisal, porque yo y mi hijo nos quedamos...
I want to tell all the board of supervisors, that as you were elected representatives, that you look into all the board of the clinic. Adelante.
Nos quedamos sin doctor, pues entonces... El doctor es muy buen doctor, no solo lo digo yo, sino que cualquier paciente que ha asistido con él siempre va a tener cosas positivas de él.
We are without a doctor, a very good doctor, and all the patients that have been through have said well positive things about him.
Lo que está pasando con los manejadores o administradores es algo que está fuera de lo común. Por ejemplo, a mí me asignaron una enfermera patricional, algo que no es debido para mí.
As the managers were working out of the common practice, and they were assigning me nurses that were not for my needs.
Por eso queremos pedirle que tomen en cuenta la petición que cada uno de nosotros hacemos para que regresen esos doctores que son muy buenos doctores y no estemos ahorita padeciendo de doctores.
So we're pledging for you to ask to return the doctors back to their position because we are in need of doctors.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christina Zaro. I am a family physician and associate program director for the Natividad Family Medicine Residency Program. Our program produces 10 new family doctors each year who are trained to provide full scope, culturally competent care to the most complex and vulnerable patients. They learn these skills at Laurel Family Practice, which is a health department clinic. This makes them ideal candidates to continue their practice within the health department. Dr. Chris Carrillo was one such candidate. Faculty at our program were all so proud that he chose to stay and serve our patients at the Alisal Clinic. We knew that he was entering a system in which communication with management would be difficult, so we were proud of him when he chose to advocate for physicians instead of leaving in frustration like so many more before him. I am here to strongly protest the termination of employment for one of our most brilliant and caring colleagues. As faculty at the residency program, we work hard to retain our graduating residents. Dr. Carrillo spent the last 3 years serving our patient population. He was terminated in a most demeaning and disgraceful manner in front of his staff and patients. I am here to protest this example that was made of him when all that we can understand about the reason for his firing was only that he was requesting health department leadership listen to the physicians. Firing him in this way will most certainly dissuade any of the 30 current residents in our program from seeking a position with the health department, as not one of these new physicians desires to work for an organization which appears to so blatantly disregard our opinions and our need to advocate for compassionate, high-quality care for our patients. It is a shameful waste of a valuable resource. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesus Guerrero. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Carrillo. He was my doctor. I had 2 surgeries on my shoulders, and he was the only one that referred me to the right doctors to get my shoulders with surgery and fixed. The way I'm seeing is it's something going bad at the clinic. I'm going to go further to say the administration is taken over by Begonia, and she's harassing the nurses, doctors, and all that. The board of supervisors need to check that out because something's going on. Either they're letting her do all that stuff, and I heard the nurses that have had, a lot of encounters with her, and they're in a bad shape right now. But Dr. Carrillo is the only one that hears people, helps people, and it's taking the time to take care of the person, the clients, the people that go to the Alisal clinic. So that's it I'm gonna say.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair. My name is Gloria de la Rosa, and I'm here in support of Dr. Carrillo. I'm protesting. I am just very, very concerned about how the process happened and also about the residents of the Hebron Heights area, Laurel Heights. All these residents, they attend the Alisal Clinic and the other clinics that you have within the county. And I received a lot of phone calls on the firing of Dr. Carrillo and not being served right now. So you should be very concerned, like I am, and the rest of the public here, that our patients are not going to be served. But not only Dr. Carrillo, but what's going to happen with the rest of the doctors, residents that are here today in support. So I ask you, please make the right decision. Management needs to sit together with the physicians and come up with a solution. Please, our residents need health care. We cannot lose any more physicians. We are short of physicians, not only countywide, but nationally. So please listen to the physicians, the residents, your community that you serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Francisco Rodriguez with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We have over 80 affiliated unions representing over 36,000 members, some of them that are behind me and here in support of Dr. Carrillo. We have 4 very specific demands. Number 1, reinstate Dr. Carrillo for the many reasons that you have already heard. Number 2, provide voice in patient care so that our doctors, your doctors, can do a great job with their patients. Number 3, investigate the health department and their retaliatory and continuing intimidating practices. And number 4, remove at-will status for these doctors. We know and we expect this type of behavior from corporate anti-union people. You are not corporate. You are not anti-union. Please do the right thing and support our doctors. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Ariel Wagner. I'm a family medicine doctor at the Laurel Family Practice Clinic. I'm also a Salinas resident. I live here with my husband, my 3 children, and my parents. And I'm here today for Dr. Carrillo, but also, perhaps most importantly, I'm here for Dr. Carrillo's patients. As health department physicians, we are caring for the county's most vulnerable patients, especially those of Dr. Carrillo's patients that go to the Alisal Health Center on the east side of Salinas. I know every one of you knows that our county is in a healthcare crisis, and to me, that crisis has 2 pieces. 1 is access, and 2 is quality. Access because we know we do not have enough doctors, we do not have enough nurses, medical assistants, healthcare providers in general to meet the needs of the citizens of our county, and that's particularly true on the east side of Salinas. And the second part is that we don't have enough good doctors. When patients finally get an appointment, when they get through the door, the care that they receive is often inadequate. Here in Salinas, we don't just need any doctors, we need good doctors. And Dr. Carrillo, as you're hearing here today, is a good doctor. He is a really good doctor. He is smart, he is kind, he's empathetic, and he is fully committed to our patients. If Dr. Carrillo doesn't get reinstated, what happens? He might be fine. He'll be fine. He'll take great care of patients anywhere he goes. But our patients are the ones who suffer. Our patients are the ones that you're hearing from that aren't going to have access to care and that certainly don't have the great doctor that they had in Dr. Carrillo. I appreciate your support and thank you for your time.
My name is Dr. Charles Limbach. I worked as a physician in the health department clinics for 30 years, retired last December. I worked under 4 directors of health, 5 division chiefs, and probably a dozen or so clinic managers. I have never seen anything so overtly vicious. A fine young physician, well-trained, his career now in ruins. A major shift occurred in the management before my wife and I, Dr. Sarah Lyon, retired last December. Being familiar with these people, we could see trouble coming. We gave direct and detailed warnings to county HR on our exit interviews in February. Having selected Dr. Carrillo as my doctor, I had the occasion to return to this clinic in September for treatment. Things were clearly deteriorating, and I sent another written warning to HR. 3 weeks later, Dr. Carrillo was terminated. No reason given. The board should inquire why, after being warned months ago by senior clinic physicians with combined services of over 60 years, that the appropriate authorities did nothing. So here we are, 700 underserved patients from East Salinas now find themselves cut loose. Some are undoubtedly complex, lacking psychosocial support, and will get lost in the shuffle. Overworked clinicians are being forced to patch up the holes. Thousands of revenue dollars generated by Dr. Carrillo are lost. A strike now going on will cost thousands more. And the cherry on top, the county is paying thousands of dollars to lawyers who have said about splitting hairs about the legality of a strike and concocting alibis for the health director and her hand-picked staff, when it's obvious from a mile away this whole thing, why we're all here today, is nothing but an ego-driven vendetta. Putting innocents in harm's way while wasting everyone's time and money to justify indefensible actions needs to just stop. This is a stain on county clinic. This is a stain on the health department. This is a stain on county governments in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Benitez. I work for the county clinic services. I've been there 19 plus years. I'm also an SEIU 5-2 member and steward. And I'm here today to support Dr. Carrillo on this injustice. Enough is enough. Our staff, our clinic services is really in a bad time right now. We need better leadership. We need leaders that will make our clinics strive. Right now, we're not seeing that. I am standing here today for all of my coworkers and colleagues that I work with throughout these clinics, and I've seen it. I've seen the retaliation, I've seen the bully, I've seen doctors leave, I've seen people get fired. Enough is enough. We cannot work like this. We can't work in an environment that's gonna affect our patient care in our community. We are also the community. So I think that you guys need to really take a look at the leadership and do your job to fix these problems within our clinic, because it's not gonna go away. Yes. I'm standing here and I don't know in a week and so that I may get retaliated on. So, you know what, now all the employees in these clinics are watching their backs. They're going to work with anxiety, and it's causing a lot of health problems. So I beg you guys to really look into this. And like I said, enough is enough, and Dr. Carrillo deserves better.
Hi, my name is Lisa Christen, and I was a senior clinic registered nurse with Clinic Services since 1997. For those of you who don't remember, Clinic Services was started by a public health nurse and Drs. Limbach and Dr. Bannon. So I'm sort of the collective memory. The clinics are born of a need to work to serve the community of those people who could not get care elsewhere. This was a time when no one wanted to see our patients before the Central California Alliance for Health. And our patients are very, very complex. They have physical, social, and psychosocial issues, and that require more patience, more time, and guidance. And Dr. Carrillo is one of those physicians who would offer that. Our providers, RNs and MAs, are special people who are committed to the community and the people who are in our care. But as we have grown, we have become top-heavy with management, and the focus has shifted from patient care to meeting quotas. Our management now consists of managers who have never had to make a life and death decision for the people in our care. Excuse me. They have never had to see a brand new patient in a 15-minute slot, because a slot is a slot, an appointment slot. The unknown person may not have seen a doctor in 20 years, and our management now consists of managers who feel that a provider needs to see that patient and still see their other 24 patients. So the providers in the clinics could be making a lot more money other places. They do this because, sorry.
Thank you for your time. Comments.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Araceli Merino, soy de la comunidad Chatina.
Good afternoon, my name is Araceli Merino, I'm from the Chatina community.
Hoy en este día me atrevo a hablar a nombre de toda mi comunidad chatina que vivimos acá en Salinas. La mayoría somos trabajadores
Today I'm risky
agrícolas.
to talk about the Chatina community on behalf of them. Most of us are agricultural field workers.
Asistimos a la clínica Alisal y ahorita no hay citas disponibles. Con la falta de doctores y más ahora que despidieron al doctor, se han escaseado las citas.
Alisal Clinic, and there's no appointments, and there's also no doctors available, which has led me to change appointment times.
Toda la comunidad está preocupada que qué va a pasar con sus citas porque piden citas y les dicen que llamen en 2 o en 4 meses y hay unos que sí están muy enfermos.
All the community is worried because they call for appointments and they tell them there's no appointments and there's a backlog of 2 to 4 months and there's a lot of people that are sick.
También, pues somos una comunidad vulnerable por la barrera del idioma. Hablamos chatino y lo más preferible es que por lo menos hable el doctor español y eso ayudaba mucho con el doctor Carrillo.
We're a community who's got a problem of communication due to our native tongue of Chatino, and this is the reason why Dr. Carrillo was able to help us.
Y realmente estamos muy preocupados de qué va a pasar con la salud de nuestros hijos, con la salud de las personas mayores y como sabemos, somos trabajadores agrícolas. Siempre tenemos el riesgo de tener cualquier accidente o siempre esperamos.
As to what's going to happen to the health of our children, as well as to the health of our seniors, and this causes great worry on us.
Siempre esperamos tener como unos horarios accesibles y ahorita no se puede, no hay citas y entonces ¿qué va a pasar? ¿Qué va a pasar con la salud? Cuando la salud es lo primero.
We would like to access a schedule for our services, but there's no appointments available, which worries us because health comes first.
La verdad, la falta de doctores es muy preocupante y más hablo por la clínica Alisal, que es donde pues toda la comunidad chatina asiste y hemos escuchado también que la comunidad mixteca.
I truly worried about the lack of doctors in the Alisal Clinic. This is affecting our community of Chatino speaking as well as Mixteco speaking.
Y ojalá y se pueda hacer algo para cambiar eso y que ya no haya falta de doctores porque en realidad afecta a los más vulnerables. Gracias.
We hope there's not a lack of doctors because this really affects the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra, and I'm the Programs Director for Centro Binacional here in Salinas and in Greenfield. As a community-based organization with a mission to build Indigenous power, we are here to express our support for these Monterey County doctors. These are doctors who could have worked at other private hospitals or clinics, but instead they have dedicated themselves to serving the county's underserved farm workers, and families. We are here because as community members, but also the community members who we serve through our local community organizing committees and in our offices, they've come to us, as Araceli has mentioned, asking us to translate texts from the county saying that their appointments have been canceled. We see the firing of a county doctor, a Spanish-speaking one who has trained and served here in Monterey County for many years at one of the largest county clinics it's a patient health access issue. Taking away our doctors, it hurts not only the community, but it's the patients who suffer, really. Now they face months-long wait times, many who lack transportation, and face further confusion as they make the journey and then are turned away. I have community members who come from Greenfield, who go to our local clinics here, and when there's long wait times or there's a canceled appointment, maybe they didn't understand that text that they received, and somehow they're turned away. Now, not only do they face those long wait times, but as Araceli mentioned, many don't speak English or Spanish. So when they receive a text, not only do they not understand, but calling to make a new appointment can be very, very difficult. Advocates, we are scared that this county is scaring away fellow public servants. Who will come to serve our patients if they are being fired, scared away, or discouraged from even working here at all? We ask that you make a commitment today to work with these public servants so that the county does not lose these amazing healers and patient advocates. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Celica Valdez. I am an organizer with Unite Here Local 19, the Hospitality Union, Monterey County. I am here to support Monterey County doctors. We ask you to work with them to agree to have a fair contract, to reinstate Dr. Chris Carrillo back to work as soon as possible, and let them be in the decision-making when deciding items that affect patients in Monterey County. We should not tolerate union busting anywhere. Neither in Monterey County. The leadership of Monterey County should be an example for employers, not busting unions like is happening. It's a shame that doctors in the county are at-will employees. That's embarrassing. In our community, we need everyone to have a primary doctor, and many of us in this community need bilingual doctors, as Dr. Chris Carrillo. Our doctors should be focusing on caring for our people in this community, not to be scared about their jobs. Please hear our concerns and reinstate Dr. Carrillo and put patients in Monterey County as a priority. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Liam McLaughlin. I'm the political organizer with SEIU 521. As a reminder of who that is, because it's relevant today, 521 members are the frontline, county workers here in Monterey County. And in Natividad, it's everyone from the folks at the reception to the folks cleaning the halls and the bathrooms, the folks serving food in the cafeteria, as well as our medical assistants. I know we had several here today who worked directly with Dr. Carrillo. Our social workers, it's everyone who helps make the hospital work. And we're here today, we're in strong solidarity with UAPD because this is a labor issue, right? Management at Natividad and clinical services is coming after a doctor who spoke up for himself, his coworkers, his patients, and he spoke up as part of the labor movement, protecting our community and our workers. And we see what's happening here with SEIU 521, right? We see a doctor speak up and get fired, and we're not going to stand for that. The receptionists, the folks who clean the halls, the cafeteria workers, we don't only stand up when it happens to us. We stand up when it happens to the doctors. We stand up when it happens to the nurses, and we know they're going to stand up for us too. So this message is not so much for the board as it is for management and Natividad. If you come for the doctors, the janitors are going to be there fighting for them, right? And if you come for the janitors, the doctors are going to be there fighting for them. We're part of this labor movement, and we all know, I think, in this room, how important that is right now at this time in this country. With everything that's happening, we understand solidarity here in Monterey County. It's not gonna happen here, right? We stick together. We're in support of Dr. Carrillo. We're in support of the physicians union. We're in support of the nurses who are here today. We're in support of Local 19 who's here today, the hotel workers. We understand that working people drive this country. We're here for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ana Abril Arias. I'm a family physician at Natividad. I've been here for 11 years. I also work with the residency department, so I help train the next generation of physicians who will take care of us when we're older. I really didn't write a speech. I actually was on call last night, so this means so much to me that I chose not to go home and go to sleep after working all night to be here with you today. I want to express Dr. Carrillo was my student, one of the best students that I've ever had. He is an amazing person and an even better doctor. And what was done to him was unjust and unfair. And we are here supporting and asking for your help to get him back to work. There are approximately 1,800 patients who have no physician. And medicine is really important. The underserved are really important. They're very vulnerable. Our patients, we have a very high rate of diabetes here, and we need to do better. So we ask for your support to get him back to work. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Vallejo Agredano. I'm a family physician at Alisal Center, and I'm privileged to work besides Dr. Carrillo. What a great day today for resolutions. Today we have celebrated many lifetime commitments of great people in this community. That was wonderful. Thank you for that. But I just need you to look throughout this room. This room is full of committed individuals. in which I have been honored and privileged to work with all of you. But ultimately, we need your help. We need your help to help us achieve a peaceful work environment that is safe for myself, my colleagues, our staff, and most of all, our patients. We need to retain our providers and staff. We need to retain Dr. Carrillo. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, supervisores y todo el público en general. Mi nombre es Graciela González. Estoy con Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. Soy de la
Good
comunidad
afternoon to each
mixteca.
one of you. My name is Graciela Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of the Mixteca community.
Bueno, quería expresar la gran necesidad que hay de doctores en esta área donde vivimos en Salinas y la gran preocupación que también nos comenta la comunidad y tanto experiencia personal. Muchas personas hablan a las
I would
clínicas
like to
para
express the
pedir,
need for doctors in the Salinas area, as well as my personal experience.
para pedir citas y les dan como 3, 4 meses de espera. Entonces ellos tratan de acudir con el temor de ser atendidos o no. Entonces es preocupante ya que no hay suficientes doctores. Por esa razón
People in the
dan
community
citas
ask
pronto.
for appointments, and they're 3 or 4 months away. And this is really worrying to the community to have to wait this long for appointments.
También quería comentar que una barrera que enfrenta nuestra comunidad es el idioma. Entonces, para ellos es preferible tener un doctor bilingüe, pero agradecemos de igual manera a todos los doctores que hacen el esfuerzo de atenderlos, aunque no les entiendan el idioma y
For
buscan
our community,
interpretación.
language is really a barrier, so we like to ask to have bilingual doctors so our community can communicate.
Entonces, por esa razón, una gran mayoría de la comunidad acude también a la clínica Alisal y ellos han expresado que se les han cancelado citas y también que han expresado que no han tenido como una explicación del por qué la cancelación de las citas y por esa razón
Most
quería.
of the patients at the Alisal Clinic are complaining about canceled appointments, and they really haven't been explained to us to why these appointments are canceled.
Entonces, por esa razón, vengo a expresar como esa necesidad de doctores y también la consideración del puesto del doctor, ya que ha sido de mucha ayuda y seguimiento que ha dado con la comunidad.
So I'd like to ask the people here that we need doctors. We need doctors such as Dr. Carrillos to visit and take care of our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anel Mojica, and I was an outpatient services manager who worked for Monterey County for 27 years. I am here today to urge you to investigate these current situations, as this is only the tip of the iceberg. During my tenure, I heard the injustices firsthand. I was continuously silenced when I spoke out or my concerns minimized. At the time, I simply couldn't do much as I needed my job. I did what I could by assisting employees in their transfer to clinics under my management until I was informed that I could no longer transfer employees. I urge you to please investigate. Employees should not be afraid and intimidated to contribute, advocate, and dialogue with administrators to benefit our county patients. These clinics serve the poorest of our community. Low income does not equal lower healthcare standards. Please reinstate Dr. Carrillo and look into these unfair practices all of these employees are facing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. I speak before you today as a concerned member of the community. I am speaking in support of the doctors of Monterey County. The doctors of Monterey County are everyday heroes. They're first responders. And let's also recall that they put their lives on the line to serve the county of Monterey during the pandemic. Presently, the doctors of Monterey County suffer from several injustices that I'm hoping that you can help cure. First, the doctors of Monterey County receive pay and benefits that is well below their counterparts in the private sector and in other counties and municipal governments. Second, the doctors do not have permanent civil service protection, unlike other civil servants and public servants here in Monterey County. And third, many doctors in Monterey County do not receive cost of living allowances, which other members or employees of the county receive. And we all know that because of the high inflation in the economy, many of us are struggling to make ends meet. So today I am urging respectfully that the Board of Supervisors pass meaningful legislation, resolutions, ordinances to support the doctors of Monterey County. Pass a resolution that supports the doctors of Monterey County, their efforts to unionize and to fight for better pay and wages. Also pass ordinances to require your Human Resources Department to conduct a salary study that'll show that the doctors here in this county are underpaid. Also pass an ordinance that will require the county to provide permanent civil service protection to the doctors of Monterey County. I thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kelly Strachey. I am not a physician. I was not smart enough to be a physician, but I was smart enough to marry a physician. My wife, Ariel Wagner, she spoke earlier, and I thought, what a wonderful thing all these people have said here today. I just want to say a quick story. A few months ago, I received a call from my wife when she was driving to work. Her father, who had just moved to Salinas, was found unresponsive, and at that time we thought he was gone. My wife, instead of going to be with her father, went to work because, as she told me later, if she didn't show up to her clinic, her patients would not have been seen that day. She, along with every physician here, every janitor here, every nurse here, every person here today, including you, hate the idea of patients not being able to get the care they need. So closing the clinics today to strike is a big deal. But the greatest harm is to the patients of Salinas who have lost a great doctor and one that would have stayed here and be with them and been his doctor for decades. I urge you guys to look into this matter. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Irene Femot, and I'm a retiree from Monterey County Social Services. On October 19, no, it was the 20th, I received some workers from this Alisal Health clinic. I used to do the outreach for that clinic, so I know very many physicians there and retired. I had people come over to me and explain. I go, what's wrong? Their faces were like very stressed out. Oh, we can't take this. We're working under so much stress. Dr. Carrillo was fired without notice, warning, and they violated his rights. They did not let him bring any union member. And they said, no, you don't need it because you're terminated without a warning. That is a no-no. We urge you because we are voters for you. We are voters. And this was brought to one of the supervisors here, and nothing happened. On October 20th, I made a call to Robert Rivas, but they referred me to Luis Alejo because I know Robert Rivas for way back. I spoke to Jasmine, and apparently I gave out the information of Dr. Carrillo and one of the workers in the clinic, and nothing has been happened. no phone calls returned. So we are urging for you to take this into first matter and help us out. Reinstate Dr. Carrillo. You heard everybody. No doctors. The patients are struggling right now. 4 months.
Thank you for your comments. Just 2 minutes.
Do your
Thank
job with Begonia.
Hello. I'm a medical assistant. I'm sorry, I did not prepare a speech. I was not thinking about speaking today. I've been a medical assistant for Monterey County for 20 years. Standing here in fear of retaliation, I'm a single mother of 4. I have worked in 3 different clinics. I have never seen all the staff, all my colleagues under so much stress and under so much fear. We love working for our patient population. We love our doctors because we can see how much they love our patients and love treating our community. I have never seen the clinics and so many coworkers on medications due to anxiety, due to depression, due to the pressure being micromanaged with what we do, what we don't do, seeing how much our patients are affected. We are our providers' right hand. We work with our providers, we work with our patients, we advocate for our patients when they're fearful of speaking up to providers, to staff, to anyone. Our patients need a lot of assistance, and the providers that work with these type of patients have to have a big heart. They have to be in it because they love doing what they do and not for the money. And all of the providers that I have worked with in 3 different clinics in these past 20 years have that. And it's that love and that care that these providers are serving our patients, our underserved patients, that is getting them into better health, into their appointment, into whatever it is that they may need for a better future for themselves. All this is being affected because I can see how the appointments are being affected with our loss of providers, with our loss of Dr. Carrillo's. We have a lot of patients that are very upset. We want him back.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Jean-Pierre. I am the Chief Nurse Rep for California Nursing Association, and I'm also the board director for our district. I'm an intensive care unit nurse at Natividad Hospital, and I stand before all you in solidarity with the doctors and also with Dr. Carrillo. I specifically know Dr. Carrillo. He was a resident in our ICU. I know he's a good doctor. As you can hear of everybody's testimony, there's denying that. And I just want to say, in the big labor movement, when you take on one of us, you take on all of us. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, ya me tengo que ir a trabajar. Trabajo en la clínica de la Alisal. Estoy aquí representando a la comunidad de Salinas.
I have to go to work, and I work in the Alisal Clinic, and I'm here representing the Salinas community.
Y estoy hablando español porque nuestras pacientes no tienen voz. El señor supervisor Alejo, su mamá trabajó en la clínica donde yo trabajo. Espero que usted se pare y ponga su apellido en alto, sirviendo a la comunidad que lo sentó ahí, que su mamá sirvió con todo su corazón y su amor para cuidar a esos pacientes. Tenemos una crisis de pacientes acabando en el hospital, mujeres embarazadas que pueden perder sus bebés a sus vidas. Y ustedes son la cara de la gente. So, hagan algo para salvar a esos niños que están probablemente mañana no nacidos. Porque no es la única cara que están viendo es a estos doctores. Y ustedes tienen la solución. Párense y denle a la comunidad. Así como nosotros los firmamos para que ustedes nos representen a nuestros doctores, a nuestra comunidad. Y señor Alejo, su madre, una gran enfermera, mis respetos para ella, mis respetos para usted, porque yo sé que ustedes se van a parar y van a hacer algo para la comunidad. Los admiro por ese trabajo que esperamos que hagan. El doctor Carrillo, excelente doctor. Lo queremos, lo amamos, todos estamos aquí por él. Y me tengo que ir porque me van a correr. Mañana quizás no voy a tener trabajo. Voy a estar pidiendo desempleo porque nos callan. Tenemos miedo. Estoy tomando medicamento para depresión, de tanta presión que tenemos en nuestros trabajos. Así es de que, por favor, cuídenos. Nosotros somos la cara de la comunidad. Ellos nos vienen y nos dicen dónde les duele, no tienen dinero para comer, no tienen dinero para la renta, por eso o comen o compran comida o pagan la renta. Por eso no tienen, están acabando en el hospital con infusiones de hierro porque no tienen dinero para comer. Ustedes son los representantes, por favor, hagan algo para la comunidad. Queremos al doctor Carrillo de vuelta.
We want Dr. Carrillo back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elsie Palma, and I have been with the county since I joined the residency program in Natividad in 2006. So I've been with the county as a doctor now for 15 years. And we are here because we care for our patients, we care for our community. You know, when I came to this town or this city, my love to serve the people that I came from, the same roots, underserved communities, underserved people, and this is what we stayed to serve the people that needs the most. We're working at the Alisal Clinic. I've been working with Dr. Carrillo for the last 3 years. We've been providing excellent care to all of our patients because we are bilingual too. So a lot of our patients come to our clinic because they feel comfortable speaking in their own language, and we are very grateful. I've been seeing patients since babies that were fetuses, and now they're 15 years old. You know, I've been seeing the mother, I've been seeing the whole family. We have been doing all of that as doctors at the Alisal Clinic. So we're here because we care about our patients. We, as doctors, we can go somewhere else, but we choose to stay with our community because we love our community. I love my patients. I love when they say, you know, thank you, doctor, I love you so much, and you take good care of me. That's so rewarding. It's really rewarding to all of us. And that's why we chose to stay with this community. And we want our colleague to be back and join us at Alisal Clinic because right now we have thousands of patients without providers, and we are feeling overworked. Our panels are we're over-paneled, and we cannot absorb all these patients who are floating around, thousands of patients, because we lost 3 providers, not just him, but 2 before him, because they're afraid to speak out, and they just choose to leave. But we today have decided not to stay silent anymore, and we're here because we love our community and we love our patients. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Moreno, and I'm one of the physicians here at Alisal Health Center too. I think I know some of you already from before. I have white hair because I've been in this county for 30 years. I've been serving, like all these other physicians, colleagues of mine, serving this community, farm workers in Salinas. And today, I come to talk on behalf of all of them. Many of them cannot come here because they're still picking up strawberries for us. Some of them are working in the packing sheds right now, and some of them are right now unemployed. I see many patients of Dr. Carrillo now that he left, and the first thing they ask me is, where is Dr. Carrillo? I don't know what to answer them. And I try to provide the best care I can for them. But I am not Dr. Carrillo. They like Dr. Carrillo because his commitment to these families that he has served for 3 years. And I'm not like Dr. Carrillo because Dr. Carrillo was born and raised in this community. I am not like Dr. Carrillo because I have white hair, like I said. I don't have the strength and the passion that he has to serve this community. But I can tell you for sure that it's a big loss for this community. I will retire hopefully in the next couple of years, or maybe earlier. But Dr. Carrillo, I was talking to him before, I want you to take the torch that I've taken for 30 years, and I carry on. I told him, I think you are a leader. I think you have what it takes to make this clinic great. I think you have what it takes to serve this community. Now I ask all of you, what do I tell my patients? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francis Rangel. I'm a family medicine doctor, and I serve in South County. I was not planning on speaking today at all because I hate public speaking, and I'm also not great at doing it under 2 minutes, as you can all ask my patients and my manager because they hate me for that. Anyway, I am actually not from Salinas. I am from Chico, California, in Butte County. And one of the reasons I decided to stay here is because I love Salinas. I love the community, and I'm here to serve. I'm hoping that Dr. Carrillo will get reinstated, but I want to also talk about the long-term consequences of if it doesn't happen. So us younger generations, there's a lot of power in social media, and it's not a threat, but medical students, current residents that are looking for family medicine residencies, reach out to all of us. I actually just spoke to 2 or 3, and they wanted to know why I picked Salinas, why I decided to stay here and not go back to Sacramento. And so if Dr. Carrillo doesn't get reinstated, what can I tell them? How can I inspire them to come to Natividad, the family medicine residency that I loved, and that's the reason why I stayed? How can I promote that when we're getting fired because we're speaking our minds and we want to make a difference in our patients? And so here I leave it with something food for thought. A bunch of us will not stand for that, and we're not going to hide what's been going on here, but we're also empowering and teaching the new generations of physicians. And so if we don't do something about it, Salinas, Monterey County, we're going to lose a bunch of potential doctors that are going to serve here and are going to serve our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Soraya Esteva. I'm an OBGYN at Natividad. I've been working since 2015. I'm really proud to be able to represent the OB department. As you may or may not know, Dr. Carrillo also took shifts and provided obstetrical care, not only in the clinic, but he came through as a resident under our training. One of the best residents I've ever had. He came with a PowerPoint presentation for a noon lecture series, and I've just been very impressed by his wonderful nature, how down to earth, and how caring he is. I've worked in Laurel Family Practice, Laurel Internal Medicine, and Seaside Clinic, and there is a vast difference in the management styles, as sometimes I had to go to Laurel Family Practice. When I raised concerns regarding disorganization, shuffling of patients, shuffling of medical assistants, and I compared it to Seaside Family Clinic, I was told that I didn't have to come back. My chief was told, don't send Dr. Esteva back. And I was appalled because I'm always here. I might say something, but it's because I want to make things better. I have a feeling this is the same scenario, and it's with the same managers that were overseeing the Alisal Clinic. I'm a lifer unless something like this happens to me, and I always tell younger people we are not immune. It's often the people who do more and who care the most who get retaliatory treatment, and I always think we need to be credentialed at other places because I will live and die, and I will throw my body down if anyone comes in front of my patients or my patient care, especially with the rhetoric right now. And I really support Dr. Carrillo, and we need to get him reinstated because he is a valued asset. Thank you.
Who do we have? Anybody online for general public comment? Okay, please.
Dr. Moreno?
You have, yeah, so, yeah.
Dr. Cecilia Moreno?
Another Dr. Moreno.
You are now unmuted.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, doctor. Okay, let's go to the next one. We'll come back to Dr. Moreno. Who's the next person?
Reiko?
Reiko, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Dr. Reiko Sakai. I'm a pediatrician at Natividad and a resident of Seaside, where I live with my husband, who's also a county physician, and our 2 small children. I'd like to add my comment in solidarity with the Monterey County Clinic Services physicians on strike in protest of the retaliatory termination of our colleague, Dr. Chris Carrillo. I urge the board to use the full extent of its power to ensure the reinstatement of Dr. Carrillo for the good of his patients and our community. I've known Dr. Carrillo for over 5 years, and he's one of the most brilliant and compassionate physicians I have ever met. I have the honor of caring for newborns in the nursery at Natividad, and many families tell me proudly that Dr. Carrillo is their family physician and has delivered their children into the world and continue to take the best care of their whole family. They no longer have access to the physician they trust and deserve. He's a dedicated servant to our community. In addition to Dr. Carrillo's reinstatement, we are asking Monterey County to change the at-will status of the physicians providing care at the county clinics and at Natividad. It pains me so much to be afraid to speak out to advocate for my patients when I'm concerned about their care and their safety, because I could be terminated without notice or cause in the same egregious way Dr. Carrillo was. My husband and I both want to just provide the best care for our patients and raise our children in this community. We shouldn't have to choose between those 2 goals. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comment y muchísimas gracias a los estimados pacientes y miembros de la comunidad que han compartido su experiencia y apoyo. Es un honor servirles y espero poder seguir atendiéndoles por muchos años más. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back. Dr. Moreno, is he still online?
Cecilia Moreno?
Or she? I didn't quite catch their name either way. Nope. Do we have anybody else online? Okay. We'll have to close public comment then. Yes. Go right ahead.
I know we're short on time, but because it's a rare moment to get this many community members and our county employees, our retirees, our public, I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that we appreciate all the comments made. And to Dr. Carrillo, both Supervisor Lopez and I represent East Salinas. So for you to have made a decision to continue to serve our residents, our families, that is very commendable. And I appreciate everybody who spoke in your defense to acknowledge your work and your leadership. I also want to thank you for the service that you provided, the decision you did to serve the people of my community. We know that in California and across our nation, especially in disadvantaged communities, we have a shortage of bilingual, bicultural doctors. And so I know we're limited on our county councils here. We're limited because this is not an agendized item. But I look forward, what I can say about myself, I look forward to hoping our county will find a just resolution for you through these issues. But most of all, I wanted to say thank you for all the service that you've done to our community, that is acknowledged by the community, it's acknowledged by all your colleagues who came and spoke eloquently about all the quality services you provide to the people of Monterey County. So thank you very much.
As Supervisor Alejo has mentioned, because it's not an agendized item, we cannot take any action on that. But we've heard what you have to say. I want to appreciate your thoughtfulness, your forthrightfulness, your respectfulness today. I don't know if any other supervisors have anything they want to state, but please go ahead.
There's some people who spoke today for whom I have high regard.
I did not know Dr. Carreo before hearing all the public testimony about him, but I can tell you that from at least one of the speakers, I have no question but to be supportive of what I've heard today. So thank you.
And I'll just share, I know I've met with many of you several times, right, getting to this point, and I just want to appreciate everybody using their voice today. We have a lot of work to do, and I think that's been my commitment, is to be a partner in that work. So as we move forward, just echo the comments of Supervisor Alejo, Dr. Carrillo, thank you for your commitment to our community. I think there's a lot of different issues we got to work through. I heard that on many of the calls together. So I think we're starting here today, but I appreciate everybody coming out and expressing their feelings, because I think that is the truth for what folks are experiencing on the ground. So as we move forward, we need to solve many of these issues, and I believe this board is committed to that. Again, we can't take action today, but I appreciate everybody being here today and expressing yourselves in this public way. Thank you.
We don't typically respond to public comment, but I think given the fact that we are responding to public comment, Monterey County serves some of our most vulnerable residents, and given the fact that so many of our county residents rely on our county clinics to receive critical care, we are the providers of primary care. I sit on the Alliance for Health Board, where half of our residents receive their health insurance, and many of those residents are assigned to a county clinic, and we take pride in providing the highest quality care. We take pride through our county clinic system and through Natividad Medical Center for setting the bar on the type of quality care that is now delivered in our county. And so hearing some of the comments that were made today was really challenging for me. So the notes that I've taken leaves me feeling heart is hurting, hearing some of the concerns that were raised. There were a variety of different issues that I've sort of categorized the feedback that I heard. And most definitely, I can assure you that the variety of issues will be things that I will be looking into directly with our CAO, with County Council, with clinic services, with Natividad, with the health department, with HR. There's a whole list of things there. And I also just want to be really clear. Retaliatory workplaces are not something that we tolerate here in Monterey County under any circumstances ever. But to that point, I don't ever want it to get to a point where things are festering to where we have a board chambers full of people that are coming up to talk to us. If there are concerns, whether it be in this department or any department, I want there to always be an open door where folks can call me, can call any one of us to let us know, hey, we've got a challenge. There's something going on. There's something that's not quite right. We've got union representatives throughout the county, and we do work really hard to maintain open communication and to stay in front of challenges and issues before they get too serious. And so I just want to reiterate the commitment that I know I have, and I believe my colleagues share, that our commitment is to have Monterey County be a phenomenal place for everyone to work, and to be a place where we want to hear concerns, and we want to be committed to addressing it. The other item that was on the agenda this morning is a training that we just had 50 employees, leadership employees go through, county leadership, county management employees go through, because we are committed to trying to continue growing, continue learning together, and continue striving for the excellence across the board, whether it's in quality of care and management practices, so that we as across all areas of Monterey County can be the best that we are, growing and continuing to strive for excellence. So I just want to say thank you, and I've got my task list to follow up on. So thank you for being here.
Again, thank you. Your voices have been heard. I'm sorry, public comment has been closed. We're going to move on to item number 21 now, which is to receive a presentation by the California State Association of Counties, California Counties Foundation, on the Excellence in County Government program. We, do we, they stepped out? They're coming back at 1:30? Okay. They thought it was at 1:30. Okay. Well, anyway, so we will move this to first thing up at 1:30, and for that, then we'll recess for lunch.
At like 1:45.
Will the board, okay, we will reconvene at 1:45. Thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Mic check,
Mic check.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh. Now I didn't get to check my mic.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Last mic check, 1, 2, 3.
I mean, they both work. See what I mean?
So you're right here, 23. And I can sit here, and then Robbie can sit. Or, yeah, you should sit probably that way. But it'll be in the same. It'll be in the middle. 24.
Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please? I think it's good.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And may we have the announcement of the Spanish interpreter services? Diego?
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español e inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Y por favor no interrumpir mientras le estoy interpretando. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And we're going to go back to the morning's session, which had scheduled item number 21, which we didn't get to. First up, and that's to receive a presentation by the California State Association of Counties and the California Counties Foundation on the Excellence in County Government Program.
Good afternoon. Everything I've written talks about the morning. And I'm delighted to be here this afternoon. Just a comment, I'm Graham Canals, I'm the CEO of the California State Association of Counties, which means I have the great honor and opportunity to represent all 5 members of this board and all 291 other elected county supervisors in California. And we have a remarkable team that stands behind me in that great work. We've been doing that work since 1895. We are the 2nd oldest county association in the country. Yes. And next week we will be celebrating our 130th annual conference. So we've been around for a very long time. Certainly the world has changed during that time, and in many respects, in a very good way over 100 plus years. But our core ultimately is about elevating your voice, elevating the voice of your community, ensuring that we are fighting for every county every day. That's our charge. And we do that charge through our direct advocacy in Sacramento and in DC. And that is true whether it's a behavioral health related issue, whether it's homelessness, where today, when you celebrated Veterans Day and a number of individuals, earlier this morning, the lowest ever veterans homelessness in the country was announced. And so there's some really remarkable work. Yes. And I know this county has done especially remarkable work around homelessness and veterans homelessness. So it's good to see that progress being made. But we're also involved in fire and flood related resilience, in broadband related issues, and a whole host of others. And my takeaway from this morning is that the heartbeat of the County of Monterey is very, very strong. The leadership of this board and of your CAO and the county, but the many thousands of county employees and the folks in this community are serving you incredibly well. And I have the opportunity to be in many board chambers across the state, and it's great to be in one that is run as well as this county. And so huge kudos to the many employees, some of whom we're going to honor in just a second, and that are doing their work every single day just to lift this county and this community up in very positive ways. Next week certainly is our annual conference. As I mentioned, I couldn't be happier to be part of an enterprise that is about being grounded in community. Every conversation I've had with folks in leadership in Monterey County has always began with, I am here because of X in my community, because of the impact that this county had when I was growing up here or in initial work, whatever it might be. And that is the great power of purpose and of public service. And you can see it in spades in this county, all up and down the leadership. So that all begins with the board. Of course, you set the cultural tone of your county. You do it beautifully. And it also goes to the leadership of your CAO, who is one of our graduates from our, what is the national model for county leadership and policy development through our foundation in our CSAC Institute. And so let me mention one more thing, and then I want to bring up Paul Danchek, who's the Chief Operating Officer for our foundation. And the one more thing is for your community to understand how much of an outsized impact your county has on your behalf. It shows up with Supervisor Alejo, who's in leadership with us on our executive committee. It shows up with Supervisor Lopez, who is head of the Rural Counties Association. It shows up with Supervisor Root Eskew, who sits on our foundation board and is helping to drive the leadership program that we're doing. So there are 3 members of this board that are actively involved at a statewide level in ways that are moving your policy priorities forward, that are lifting up your community, that are ensuring that your voice is heard, and that are ensuring that us as an organization that represents all 58 counties is moving forward in a way that reflects the values and the priorities of the County of Monterey. That's powerful. And that comes from this leadership here. And so just a huge thank you for your willingness to invest on behalf of your community. And with that, I want to hand it over to Paul Danchek, who runs our foundation. I think there's somewhere on a piece of paper that says I'm the CEO of the foundation. This is the real CEO of our foundation. He is the leader and the brain behind it, and that is also true for our CSAC Institute and the campuses and our great credentialing program. So, Paul, why don't you come on up?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Canales. Chair Church, supervisors, thanks for letting us be here today to be able to celebrate with you and continue the celebration that was started so gracefully this morning, being able to recognize people within our community. Today, we're also recognizing members of our community that work for the county. And I can assure you the folks behind me are just an impressive group. It's been a pleasure working with them over the last year. When we started on this venture about a year ago, we launched with a session around public service values and how that impacts our leadership. And being part of your session today, of being part of the board and hearing part of the public comment, your values are reflected at multiple levels. And I just want to give a big shout out and kudos. Look, this work wouldn't be possible for all the work that you do and the team behind me also does. Public service is not easy. We do the day job of being part of an organization that does great work, and we're also members of the community that we serve. And those types of dynamics place a different type of relationship and burden on folks that work and live in our communities, because day in and day out, people see us in executive roles and being able to provide services for our communities. This work wouldn't be possible without your vision. So thank you for your vision and your leadership, CAO, for being able to invest in your team this way. We know that professional development works. We know that it works on a variety of levels. We get immediate feedback from each of our sessions to say what type of impact did the course have, not just on the experience that you had in the classroom setting, but the application of what do you do with this stuff once you dive into it. And we know that the application takes place. We also know through long-term studies on how important professional development is to be able to help folks advance their careers as they assume greater responsibilities and additional roles within their organizations. And that's just as true within Monterey County as it is with our collective work across the state. With that, I'd like to recognize the graduates in a number of different ways. One, their commitment to public service is just incredible and outstanding. What we know in public service leadership, that great leaders place a high value on 2 things. They place a high value on outcomes, the work that you do, and they place a high value on relationships. And sometimes organizations just get off kilter on focusing more on the outcomes than the relationship side of the house. This program continues to invest on the relationship side of saying there's something different about showing up to work and doing the job and doing it in a way that we can build community as we go along. And that was reflective in your team and those who will honor today. CAO, if you'll join us for a recognition.
Let me just make a quick
please.
comment as well, and I want to thank both of you for spending the day with us, really in recognition of our team that participated in these courses and are now going to receive their certificate today. When I first came to this county, one of the first things I said is we need to bring CSAC in, and you all responded immediately and with force. I think within a couple months we had you set up and starting with this first cohort. And I think for the public to understand the importance of the work that is shared between all the folks that are here, one day a month they were spending as a cohort that included our supervisor ASCU, but also the importance of the network that was created among these folks who have worked together possibly for many years, but never had an opportunity to actually connect the way that they have as they went through these process. And what CSAC does is bring relevant and evolving issues into discussion for our teams to have those really folks that we can reach out to and then say, how are you doing it in your department? How are you doing it in your county? And how informative that's been to the way that we administer our work here, but then also when necessary, we're able to pivot and serve in a different way. So I just want to make sure I do thank you both for doing this, for coming to Monterey, and the fact that we're going to continue the relationship going forward is extraordinary. So thank you so much, and I will join you.
Ms. De La Rosa, I'd like to add to that because this program isn't just a bunch of one-off sessions. It's 50 hours of instruction over 10 months. And so as we dive into recognizing leadership happens at different levels, individual, team, organization, institution, and society levels, is what we continue to model within the program. So come up and join us and we'll be able to recognize the graduates. As you're coming up, I also want to give a shout out to for the graduates who gave back their time to be able to welcome the new cohort coming in through an alumni panel. It was a great way to be able to tie these families together as we expand the cohort. Graduates, as you're coming up and being recognized. Yep.
So I think it might be important for all the board members to be here if we're going to call up the folks and maybe have them shake their hand. Does that work?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, come join us.
Great.
No,
you're good.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're okay.
Since this is the first time that we're doing this, I really think it's important to recognize each of you. And I know most of the time you're behind the scenes. Some of you prefer to be behind the scenes. And if Chief Keating is here, he's made it a goal to stay behind the scenes whenever possible. So I do appreciate the opportunity then to be able to acknowledge all of you. So that's why I think it's important that we shake your hand.
Awesome, great. And as you're coming up, after I call your name, if you can join us by receiving your credential and shaking hands and then hanging out in this area, then we'll take a group photo. Okay, Ken Allen. Jamie Ayala. Susan Blitch.
It's Jaime Ayala.
LaWanda Janine Bouye. Cindy Burham. Marina Camacho. Giovanni Luna Carrera. Rose DeFranco. Jackson Dye. Veronica Fernandez. Marnie Flagg. Brandon Gates. Heather Healy. Ariana Hurtado. Eva Maria Geronimo. Diana Jimenez. Vicente Lara. Claudia Link. Timothy Latrobe. Amelia Mabel. Leanne Magoski. Daryl McGowan. Ryan McGurk. Miriam Mendoza Hernandez. Kim Moore. Jean-Jacques Murphy. Tom O'Keefe. Richard O. Ordenez.
Excellent.
Christina Parson. Nick Pasculi. Jose Ramirez. Nicole Reed. Melanie Rhodes. Emilio Saavedra. Marnie Sandoval. Congratulations. Good to see you too. Prasad Sindh. Kelly Silverstein. Don Sosa. Craig Spencer. Jake Stroud. Shabani Sunirswa. Roxanne Wilson. Lori Woodall.
Thank you.
Michelle Wooden. Hey, Jake.
Work on that.
Melissa Zamora. Alex Gang. And Supervisor Askew. Congratulations all.
I'm doing well. How are you?
Congratulations.
You remember me? You spoke at the Clerk Summit when I spoke at the coalition. But I didn't know you were here. Just a little bit. That's what I learned. You really like get into the CSAC thing? Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you.
And Ken.
Thank you very much. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. Nice. Thank you. It was very fun to get to know you in that class. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done.
All right, if you all join us in front of the dais, come on up, guys. We'll take a group photo. Come on down.
All right.
I don't know how you're going to do this.
All right, so we need some of the tall people back here.
I have 3 Nikes too, green and white ones, and I've been known to wear them.
Wait to single her out. Look at you. I am tall. Yeah, I'm taller than you. Stand in front of me. Dios, and I still don't even. Didn't do it. Didn't do it.
We can't be that wide. So tall people, Greg, maybe
More behind?
and then
You are
Marnie,
so behind.
right over here.
I think you need to sit up on the dais. Sit up here. Get up there. Get up there. Now they just look way too far back. They look too far back. You guys are too far back.
We're too far back here.
It's not
We're
gonna
talking
work.
about going further.
We should just.
This kind of feels like girls in the front, guys in the back. That's not.
So, when you guys come in there, I need some of you, we're going to do.
As we're all being organized related to the picture, I do want to highlight that in addition to all these incredible county employees and leaders that have done this, so too has Supervisor Root Askew, who's on my left. I'd like to present this to you as well.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I need 1 or 2 minutes.
How
about Jack? And why don't you guys, you three come in.
This is Nick Pascoli's worst dream.
No, we're not going to block anybody.
Come back here. Come back here.
Jack, why don't you over here? Now here's the trick. You have a window, find your window.
I have no window. This is my window, right in between.
Right there.
If you can't see me, I can't see you.
Just push me.
Right here.
Play nice.
Which window are we looking at?
Arturo is the official camera. But if you're in the back, you might have to get on your tippy toes.
I'm on my tippy toes and I can see.
I am on
Where's your friend? Right here. Where's your friend? In the back. Okay, and then you're tall, so why don't you scoot right back?
There's a lot of body heat.
Arturo, make sure that you can see everybody's face. Ready? 1. There you go. You got your window? You got your window? Your window. 1, 2, and. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1 more. 1, 2.
Alfredo is going ham. Okay.
Get back in there, y'all. We're not done yet. Find your window.
Anyone else?
Okay, so while you guys are going to find a spot, I just want to take a moment to say that it was an absolute honor to spend these days in this training with such an amazing group of county leaders. And I've been with the county for what's going on 16 years now, and working in the supervisor's office, and then 4 years on the board. And I just want to say that having the chance to hear the conversations from across all the different departments and know that we have such committed county leaders, the work that you guys are doing and the way in which your mission-driven commitment to taking care of our county, it just gives me so much confidence and so much faith that our county, across the board, across all 26 departments, like, we're in phenomenal hands. And sometimes it feels like the weight of responsibility sits heavy on my shoulders. But every day when I would leave those training workshops, like, I just breathed easier and more confidently, knowing that, like, the weight that I feel is shared evenly. And there's so many of us doing the work, committed not just to doing the work, but to doing it into the future and doing it with a growth mindset, doing it knowing that we're in this together, doing the work knowing that we're going to figure out how to do it collectively across across the silos, doing it knowing that like the care that I have for the community that I serve is shared as deeply by Roxanne as it is by Jack, as it is by Claudia, as it is by Roderick. I mean, it's just that the reason that we're all showing up to work every day is shared with the same depth, and that you're all going and sharing that with everyone that you're working with as well. And so, Sonia, for to be able to make this kind of investment in our workforce, that we get to be the first 55 that are sharing this time with one another, but there's more, and there's more coming. And that as a county, we're going to keep investing in our people, and we're going to keep investing in a growth mindset so that collectively we can continue to raise the bar on the excellence in our delivery of service, and the excellence and the quality of care and the quality of service that all of our residents are going to receive. And we get to be sort of the first ones on that path. So thank you for making that commitment, and thank you for helping us to drive that commitment forward. It's an honor. It's an absolute honor to work with you and for you and for this county. So thank you. And I'm so glad you all came back this afternoon so we could be together. We need to have more reunions. Appreciate you. Love you. And thank you to CSAC for making these programs available to us. And if you have ideas for other programs and other needs and other opportunities, please keep bringing them back to us so that we can keep making ongoing investments in the leadership development of all of our county employees, because that's what's going to make us better as we move forward. Thanks.
If you haven't yet, NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, also has a high-performance academy that you can go to, and it's really, it's in cohorts. That one goes weekly, so it is an investment of time, mostly managing yourself because it is online, and then you'll get to know cohorts, or your cohorts will actually be part of other people in other states and other counties, and that'll expand your network even further and give you more tidbits of what to do when it comes to leadership challenges you may be having. But the better piece is you get to also share your challenges with them, and they kind of take them apart with you, and it makes you an even better leader because you aren't alone, and so many of us are going through very similar things, not just across the state, but also across the nation. And it's a breath of fresh air to actually be able to speak to those other folks and learn that you are definitely not alone in all of this. So thank you all so much for the investment of time. And truly, when you can, get together, because you've formed a relationship that few are able to do. And the fact that we're going to be able to do this one more time is just extraordinary. So thank you all so much. It is an honor to work with each of you. As I see all your faces and everybody that you all work with, I mean, I'm invested in this county. We live county, and I truly, truly appreciate that each of you are spending the time to become even better at what you do, but just that you're darn good people, quite frankly. Thank you.
That's right. County is community. The best way to build your workforce is from and with the community that you're in. That's exactly what this program does. And it does it because you have leadership in this county on the dais and with Sonia and in every department that makes it a priority. That's not the case in every place in the state, but it's absolutely the case here in Monterey. So huge round of applause for all of you for the great work you've done. Thank you all very much.
And to Graham and Paul, thank you very much for coming from such a far away to be here and do a ceremony for our team. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. With that, we will move on to scheduled matters item 22, which is receive a report on financing options for priority capital projects. And Mr. Vega's already up here ready to go. I didn't see you up there.
Yeah, I was stealthy, right? All right, thank you for that. All right, so good afternoon. So today the topic of conversation is debt priorities for capital projects. As you recall, this conversation started months ago, and the last iteration of this happened on October 8th, when the Public Works Department actually presented the list of the total projects for the county in the form of the CIP, Capital Improvement Program project. So they presented that list to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors actually prioritized 7 projects for that purpose. And I think, yeah, if you could share the screen for this computer, that would be great. Yeah, all right, thank you. So that's what prompted this conversation today. So today, what we're gonna do is that I will be presenting just an overview of why we are here, how the debt issuance works for the county in terms of the policy for the county. Then KNN, David Leifer and Bobby Chong from that firm will be presenting to you the financial scenarios related to the 7 prioritized projects that the board gave us direction on October 8th. And then after that, you will receive a presentation from the Public Works Department that will give you details about the projects themselves, so that you have an understanding and refresh your memory about what those projects are and the scope of the projects, how large they are, and how that falls within the overall scope of what we're presenting today. So hopefully after all of that, you have enough information to be able to provide direction, specifically for one critical project that we will discuss during the presentation, where we have to make a decision as a county whether we move forward with that project or not. So with that, this is the order of presentation that I just described recently, so I will skip that slide. I will also skip this slide. In essence, it's just a memo from 2017 that delineates what the roles of the county are, but I think this slide does a much better job of doing that. So as we're exploring for the issuance of debt as a county, based on the county's financial policies, we have different roles that have to be fulfilled for that issuance of debt. Beginning with the CAO's office, where we coordinate the issuance of debt, also work with the municipal advisors to provide you the best recommendation possible. We also work in presenting the information to the debt advisory committee, who actually provides your recommendation as to whether it makes sense to issue debt or not on a long-term basis. And then the auditor controller also has a role after the debt has been issued. If the board decides to do that, then that actually will be administering the actual accounting activities and disclosures. And also the treasurer tax collector has a role in this, which I will not read for you. You could actually see it on the slide. So the municipal advisor that will make a presentation for you earlier, these are the roles that they perform, and they have a slide in their deck for that. So I'm going to skip that. I'll let them speak to that effect. And I also described earlier in the previous slide what the role of the CAO's office is, but I also want to emphasize that after we make this presentation to you, and as the debt advisory committee receives information about the potential issuance of debt, they could also provide you a recommendation as to whether or not something like this will make sense going forward for the county. So as of today, the county has various types of obligations. We have certificates of participation and other types of bonds, but today what we'll be focusing is the potential issuance of certificates of participation. The slide that you see in front of you actually shows the current outstanding debt that we have in the forms of certificates of participation. We have actually 3 issuances, 2015, 2017, and 2019. And you could see the value of principal that is outstanding still, and when those debt issuances that we had in the past mature. This is a different depiction of that debt that the county has incurred over the last few fiscal years, and the debt service payments on an annual basis. So you could see that the debt service payment currently for the current fiscal year is approximately $14.7 million, and that is projected to decrease by fiscal year 2029 when one of the actual COPs is going to mature and it's going to be fully paid off at that point. But this is just an indication so that you see that, and in the out years, we anticipate that that debt balance will be reduced until 2046, where we have a debt service payment of approximately $2.9 million. Other county obligations that we also have that are not obligations of the general fund are also presented for you here on this slide. I will not go over in detail on that because those in general are not a significant portion of debt for the county, and in some instances, it's not the obligation of the general fund. It's just the obligation of other funds. So one of the important considerations as you look at the presentations that you will receive today from KNN and everybody else is what is the capacity of the county to issue debt. And I think that the most important component of this is going to be the affordability aspect of it, whether or not the county has the budgetary capacity and resources, that means revenue, to be able to repay this debt. Because as you know, when you're issuing debt in your personal lives, like for example, you want to purchase a home, you are looking at how much do you make and also what other obligations you have, and do you have the collateral, right? So in the instance of your loan for a mortgage, your collateral will be your home. In the instance of the county for collateral, we will have to use county assets or facilities that could be used to be able to issue certificates of participation. But I think that when you look at all of this, the most important aspect of all of this is going to be, do we have the ability to pay that debt in the long term and the revenue to pay it? So the board, during the October 8 meeting, prioritized these projects that you see here in front of you. Those are highlighted in yellow and labeled projects A through D on this table are the ones that, as a staff working with KNN, believe that are the more suitable for issuance of debt if the county wanted to issue debt. The remaining 3 projects, projects E through G, are smaller in scope, and the need that will be necessary in the future is smaller in nature. So we don't recommend that we issue debt for that in the long run. We actually recommend that we use one-time funds that the county will accumulate on a year-by-year basis to be able to fund these projects. And in fact, when we bring the budget end-of-year report to this board in about 3 or 4 weeks from now, in early December, we will be making a recommendation to use some of that one-time funding to be able to fund these projects. There is one caveat to that. The caveat that you look at this project D, you see a big $200 million for that project, right? That project actually is going to be broken down into 4 different components when you see other slides from KNN, because we have what they call the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, the MHRC. They also have 4 other sub-projects within that $200 million that in the past, when this was presented to you in the October 8 meeting, I think that you were having a difficult time seeing what really was comprising the $200 million. So the health department had indicated that this is something that they could provide a breakdown of the specific project. So they provided that information to us. We went to KNN, and they broke that apart into 4 different projects. So when you look at that project for the Constitution Parcel project, you're going to see 4 different projects. But the one where it is important to make a decision by the board soon is that MHRC project. That is approximately $75 million out of these $200 million that you see here. And out of that $75 million, the county has received a $20 million grant for this project. And I think that that's one of the items that actually was trailed for this afternoon from the consent calendar, where you will be able to make a determination whether or not you will accept those funds, right? And if you accept those funds, we are going to be on a very short time frame on actually developing the concept for that project and actually building it and getting it up and going. Because by 2027, the $20 million grant that we received had to be spent, and we will have to be, actually we will have to occupy the building by that time as well in 2027. So with that, I think that's one of the big caveats. The other caveat here is that for Project G, as you see here on the one that says South County Ag Commissioners Facility Development, we received information from Public Works last week that they are going to be looking at re-looking at this project and actually designing a project that will meet the short-term needs of the Ag Commissioners Department. So this project is being redone, redesigned. So the need for capital that is shown here on the screen right now is not at this point necessary. They believe that they have the necessary resources to be able to move forward with the short-term needs of that for that project. And then they will bring back, as they do the facility master plan for the entire county, something more comprehensive to consider that as well. So those are the things that have changed since the last time that we met with the board on October 8th. So at this point, I will end my presentation, and if you want to ask any questions at this point, that's fine, but if not, I'll pass it on to KNN to start with theirs.
You have any questions? At this point, we do have a question here on the 7 items that we have listed here, and what's in the 24-25 budget, and I understand G is under some flux here. Do we have like a brief summary we can do on what is being paid for in the current budget for these?
So that is something that we could probably ask Public Works. I mean, the column that says fiscal year 24-25 budget, what is that is paying for, right?
And that would be fine during the presentation.
Yeah, so I will ask them to start looking at that so that they get ready. I'm not sure if they have that specific information, but while it's their turn, maybe they'll be able to get that and present it as they do the presentation in a few minutes.
Be fine. Thanks.
All right, so I think Randy and his team, I have a lot of confidence in them, so I think that they'll come up with something by then.
We all do.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. So at this point, I will end my presentation and I will pass it on to David Leifer from KNN and Bobby Chung from that same firm, and they'll be doing the next part of the presentation.
Terrific, Ezekiel. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. As Ezekiel said, my name is David Leifer. I'm joined by with my colleague, Bobby Chung. We are the county's municipal advisor. We've served in that role since 2017, and our expertise is public financing, bonding, and all sort of related matters. And our role is a little unique in the big scheme of all the different players that get involved in financing. We have a fiduciary duty. So our job is to sit on your side of the table, if you will, on the county side, and provide you with objective, independent analysis and advice to support prudent decision-making and to protect your interests throughout the process if you elect to move forward with a bond financing. We are if you go to the first slide, Bobby, a registered, we're registered with the SEC and the MSRB, and Bobby and I actually work with more than 30 counties, or our firm does. I work with about 28 of those. So we have a lot of expertise working with counties. My goal today, and our goal today really is, as Ezekiel said, is to provide a sense of the cost of using bond financing for, we've looked at 4 scenarios for the projects that Ezekiel has laid out. And as he, I think, aptly said, the issue is really going to be a question of budgetary capacity. The market will probably be willing to lend you more money than you want to borrow. That's not a surprise. You're an excellent credit. You're going to be very highly rated. You don't issue bonds a lot, which is a favorable factor. You don't have a huge debt load. So all of these things contribute to the market's willingness to lend you money, and hopefully to lend you money at an attractive interest rate. But the real question is, how much, from a budget point of view, do you feel you can afford? And that's what we're going to try and dimension for you today, so you can set some priorities and look at the big picture, because we never want to just issue one bond issue for one project without thinking about what's coming next. Better to look at it holistically, maybe a 5-year look at all of your needs, and then make a decision. Okay, next slide. So working with staff, we have come up with 4 scenarios, 4 financing scenarios. This doesn't mean that we couldn't do other ones, but it's a starting point. And I've summarized them here on this page, scenarios 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm going to go through each one individually. You can see the first one is a financing of just the Seaside project on Broadway. The second one is the new Bradley Library and Pajaro Mansion restoration projects combined into a single financing. The third one is those multiple projects that were mentioned that constitute the Constitution parcel project, basically, but there's multiple projects there. And then the fourth one is a potential energy resiliency and generation project financing that I know is being sort of considered separately, but we want to put it on the table so you see the big picture. If we can go to the next slide.
Yeah, also,
I just want to take a second.
David, if you don't mind, sorry for interrupting you. So what I wanted to add also,
not at all.
while you go into the next slides, is that as you will look on the scenarios for the MHRC and the Constitution project itself, the slide that I have presented to you had a $200 million target, right? And when you see this presentation from KNN, you're going to see a target of approximately 195 million or so. The difference in the actual figures is because of the timing on what the figures were obtained, and also because of the breakdown itself, right? So Public Works had done the best that they could at the time that they developed this plan based on the estimates that they had at the time for all of it, all the 4 projects combined. We obtained the figures for the 195 million from the health department at a different point in time. But I think that it will give you a very good idea of where we are with the financing scenario, even though the numbers will be different. So I don't want you to be confused by that part of it. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we made that point clear. Also, on the last scenario regarding to the solar projects, I wanted to make sure that you also knew that you actually had provided direction to the staff to go back at a different time, not during the October 8-9 meeting, but a different time, where the item had come to you for the Natividad Medical Center, the solar project for this facility and also for the ITD facility as well. And since we were going to be making this presentation about capital projects, we wanted to make sure that we also rolled that in for the solar project so that you could look at all of it comprehensively and not on a piecemeal approach. So you just wanted to just say that I should have said in the previous presentation. So thank you for that, David. Please go ahead and continue.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful to put it in perspective. And of course, all the numbers here are estimates based on the best information we have, both on project cost and of course on the market and interest rates. So if we move to this next slide on page 3, just real brief, high-level overview on what a certificate of participation is. That was mentioned several times. And it's a form of debt that the county has used effectively, as many cities and counties do. And it's unique in that it doesn't require voter approval. And that's why it's used so commonly by local governments that are permitted to use it. And in order to avoid voter approval, where voters would have to vote on an ad valorem property tax for a general obligation bond, here it's the general fund that is pledged to repay the debt, and there's a covenant to budget and appropriate the lease payments annually. And there's a piece of real property, as was mentioned previously, that serves as a leased asset. So it's a form of lease financing, basically. And the leased asset can be any existing county asset that isn't already pledged, or in some cases, it could be the project that you're going to finance with the borrowing, though there's some additional cost to using that we'd have to capitalize interest for a period of time. And these can be issued as tax-exempt obligations, which I'm going to explain in 1 minute. But why do we use financing, or local governments? They do it to spread the cost of a capital project over the life of the asset, basically, and ensure that those costs are paid over time by those who benefit, from the project. And often it's a tool that can achieve some savings when the cost of borrowing is lower than, say, the cost of construction inflation or even the rate of earnings on your cash. And of course, it allows you to preserve your cash or reserves for other purposes. So often, local government just doesn't have enough cash to pay for all these projects up front. And a bond financing allows you to spread those costs. But of course, you pay interest on the borrowed amount, and that's the downside. The purposes for which COPs are used typically are just capital improvement projects like the ones we're talking about, though often we use them to refinance prior borrowings as well at lower interest rates. On the next slide, just a brief discussion of what does it mean to issue a bond on a tax-exempt basis. Basically, what it means is that the bondholder that is lending you money does not pay federal income tax and maybe not state income tax on the interest that the county pays to them. So it's tax-free to the investor. And as a result, the bondholder that is lending you money should be willing to lend you money at a lower rate than they would to an entity that is not allowed to borrow on a tax-exempt basis. And the federal, Treasury tax code allows municipal issuers largely, not private sector issuers, to raise capital on a preferred basis, basically at a lower interest rate as compared to the cost of capital that a corporation would pay, for a similar bond. So it's a preference. It exists. It has existed for many years for local government. And of course, there are some requirements that must be met because the IRS is losing out on tax revenue as a result of tax-exempt bonds. And so they try and limit the circumstances under which you can issue those bonds. And a couple of the key factors are, first, it has to really be for governmental use, not to benefit a private user. And that's an analysis that sometimes gets complicated. In a hospital, there might be doctors that are private, or at an airport, there could be rental car agencies. So there's a lot of tax analysis that might go into this. So I think most of your projects are pretty comfortably in the governmental purpose arena. Secondly, there needs to be a reasonable expectation when you borrow that you're going to spend the money within 3 years. That's a rough, oversimplified version of the rule, but the idea is you can't borrow today at a tax-exempt rate and just sit on the money, earn a bunch of interest. We would call that arbitrage, and maybe spend the money 10 years from now. That's not, going to work. And so we need to line the borrowing up with your expected use of the proceeds. And so we can borrow for 3 years worth of expenses. And if you have a project that's really going to go on for 7 years, then there might be a second borrowing, say 3 or 4 years down the road. And that's, I think those are the key points I wanted to raise about tax law. If there's any questions, feel free to stop me, or we can cover them at the end. So on this next slide, we're going to start just looking at the actual financing scenarios. Number one was the Seaside Office Replacement Project. Here, we're assuming an issuance date in 2027. We're assuming that you do have an asset to pledge, which I think comfortably the county will. So there's no capitalized interest. We've assumed a 30-year term borrowing. That's about the longest one would go comfortably with a municipal bond. You could go shorter, 20 years or 25 years. And just like with a home mortgage, the longer the borrowing, the lower the annual payment. So from a budget point of view, it has a reduced impact annually. But over the life of the borrowing, of course, you're paying more in interest because you're delaying or waiting on paying off all of the principal. So the 30-year scenario is a good one to start with as a bookend. Maybe it's the most affordable from a budget point of view. And then later, once you decide on projects, we can look at 20 and 25 years, but the impact and decide whether you feel that that's a burden that the budget can bear. And so on the right are the results of a 30-year bond issue for this particular project. And I'll just draw your attention. We're basically generating $107 million from the bond for the project cost. We have to finance some cost of issuance and pay an underwriter. The cost of issuance include your lawyer and your municipal advisor, your rating agencies, and insurance for the asset, all sorts of costs. But at the end of the day, at the bottom, your average annual payments are about $6.7 million. And you can see that the interest alone is about $99 million. So on a 30-year borrowing, you're almost doubling in total cost what you're borrowing, when you add the interest on top of the principal that you would repay. Not quite doubling, but for a 30-year borrowing in today's market, where interest rates we've assumed at we've sort of taken today's rates and we added 50 basis points or 0.5% of cushion for market movements. So that's scenario one, 6.6 to 6.7 million annual for this single project. Next slide, scenario two. This is a much smaller financing. This is the Bradley Library and Pajaro Mansion restoration projects. Again, an issuance date here of 2027. Now, if you said we're definitely doing scenario two and we're definitely doing scenario one, would we look at combining them? Certainly, if the timing lines up. But we wanted to really break down the cost so you could see what each individual project results in. We've used all the same assumptions about the interest rate and the term and the pledge of assets. And as you can see on the right, we're borrowing, about $8.8 million, of total sources. And then, that gets used for the library and the second project, as well as costs of issuance. And the average annual payments are just over, $500,000, $544,000 combined between the two projects. So it's a much smaller project, much smaller debt burden, and the cost of issuance are lower. Again, at the appropriate time, we'll look at whether we could combine and spread some of the costs of issuance across multiple financings. Okay. Next, we have scenario three. This is the big project that Ezequiel mentioned originally. We assumed would be $200 million. Right now, we're estimating $194.5 million based on the latest project cost estimates. And we've broken down the debt service by each of the four projects. the MHRC, which is, I understand, the project that has the grant and may have some timing constraints on it, and that completion needs to be done by a certain time. The outpatient urgent care project, a parking structure project, and a CSB primary care facility project. Again, I believe Public Works is going to talk about all of this after my presentation. But here's the grand total cost if we were to finance, or if you were to finance it all at once, and that is generating about $194 million, and that's close to $12 million a year in average annual debt service. And again, just like with a home mortgage, we try and structure debt service to be level every year. That comes in the current market to about 12 million. And again, we have about 50 basis points of cushion here. Obviously, if rates drop between now and 2026, then these numbers would improve. If they go up, obviously, then they'd be more costly. And we can talk about market movements later, but this is important to give you a sense of the overall cost. Then finally, the last scenario is on page 8. This is the various energy projects that are being considered. And so here we've looked at this sort of under two different scenarios. One where we just borrow directly from a bank, which we sometimes do for energy, solar-related resiliency projects, and separately doing a public sale of COPs. And the reason we put the public sale of COPs as an option is because in this case, the market right now really favors a public sale over a direct bank loan. And so given the size of this, if this was just a $2 million project or a $5 million project, the direct bank loan might make sense because the costs of issuance are lower. But in this case, at $30 million, you really want to try and get the lowest interest rate possible. So a public sale is going to be more favorable. The only downside to the public sale is that we probably would need to pledge an asset of equivalent value, $30 million, rather than in a bank loan, we probably could just pledge the equipment that's going to be installed, the actual solar panels and the other aspects of the equipment. So those are pros and cons of the two methods of sale. But the average annual payments don't change a ton. And you can see they range from $2,285,000 to $2,380,000 for these projects. And here, note, we're actually assuming a much shorter term of only 20 years, just given the useful life of solar equipment. We thought that it made more sense to look at a shorter term, though we certainly could rerun these with a longer term if desired.
Yes,
so those are the, yeah.
David, I just wanted to use one more thing. On this project for the solar projects, you see a target price of approximately $30 million. Of that $30 million, you're looking at approximately $8.5 million for this facility and the information technology building. The rest of it is for projects at the Natividad Medical Center campus. So if the board was to decide to go forward with these projects, obviously the Natividad board and Natividad staff will have to be ready to move forward with the largest portion of issuing debt for the portion of their project. It will be the expectation that Natividad will pay for the debt that they incur if they choose to do that for the larger component of the $30 million. And then for the $8.5 million that is included here, I think that we will be proposing a solution for you during the budget end of year report for those two specific projects that amount to approximately $8.5 million. So that's some updated information that we just have for that. But it is most likely that out of the 30, about 8.5 will be probably funded with one-time dollars, where we will be able to get some rebates back. And then the rest of it will be funded through debt if the board actually approved that option. And the board does not have to make a decision I think, early on these projects. The only one where we do have to make a decision as a county, as an organization, is the one for the MHRC that was on the previous slide because of the grant requirements. But I think I just wanted to make sure that is also clear. When we provided this information to KNN, they did not have this portion of the information I'm just giving you right now. We just had a chance to discuss this internally, and I think that will be the recommendation coming forward to the board as part of the budget end of year report. So, yeah, go ahead, David. Sorry for interrupting you again.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. That gives good context on these solar projects. You're right about the availability of subsidies under the Inflation Reduction Act for these projects to the extent that the county owns the projects, which you would when you finance it this way. Okay, and that's, I know, a whole nother separate discussion around solar, but wanted to keep that on your radar as a board. So those are the 4 projects. If I, just to finish our discussion on the next slide, another overview of the debt. Ezekiel already sort of covered this, the transactions that the county has outstanding. I just wanted to highlight that in the 2015 certificates of participation, those have an optional call date of October of next year, of 2025. That means that the county can potentially refinance that debt at lower interest rates, basically 90 days prior to that call date. So July 1st, you could close a refinancing if rates are favorable. And what we've determined that as of right now, the estimated present value savings are about $1.6 million for doing a refinancing. And if we go to the next slide, I have a little bit more of the information on that. This is something we're going to monitor closely, provide staff with updates. To close a deal in July, we'd need to start that deal in sort of February, March, and of course come back to the board with financing documents. But right now, conservatively, we estimated again about $1.6 million in savings. Rates have moved a bit since we did this. Maybe they moved down. I'm not even sure. It's only generating about $100,000 of cash flow savings a year, 105, 108. But nonetheless, if you wait until after October, you're just going to be losing the potential to save money. So we're going to monitor this. Hopefully rates are going to drop. We try and be conservative in our interest rate assumptions. But this is a little bit of good news in that maybe there's some savings to be had. Obviously not enough to offset the debt service on any of these new projects, but it doesn't hurt. Okay. Finally, on page 11 and 12, I just want to talk about the assets. There isn't a lot to say here. We're going to work with staff to identify county-owned facilities that could be pledged depending on which of these scenarios you may elect to move forward with. And there is a long list. We're going to want to look at the age of the asset, the essentiality, the departments and number of employees that are occupying the asset. Those are all relevant considerations. Fortunately, the county did release several assets a couple of years ago that there was excess value in one of your outstanding COPs. So we're going to, take those into consideration. Those are probably excellent assets to be, used for a future financing. And then on the next slide, just a picture of tax-exempt interest rates. This is an index that we look at. It's called the Bond Buyer 20 Bond Index. And these are bonds with a 20-year final maturity. Obviously, a 30-year bond would have a slightly higher rate. But the current index is about 4.18%. That's sort of what a 20-year bond would have. It's been quite volatile, of course, with the election and with inflation concerns and with lots of other information that comes out every week. But the Federal Reserve Board has been reducing rates to sort of avoid a recession as a result of their effort to reduce inflation. So they were reducing inflation by raising rates, and now they're starting to aim for that, what they call a soft landing. And the Federal Reserve Board has reduced rates a couple of times now. There's very good possibility they might reduce rates again in December. Those are the short-term rates. But, a lot depends on the inflation numbers and perceptions about what a new administration's policies will do vis-a-vis inflation. So we have to wait and see. And then just next steps, we're going to continue to work with staff, obviously, to identify the assets that might serve as a collateral. We're going to, of course, turn it over to you to consider the prioritization of projects. And then we can do some further analysis that we've done previously on using some of the rating agency metrics to assess, affordability from the rating agency's perspective. But again, you're a very strong credit. I think the market's going to be happy to lend you more money than you probably need to borrow. So I think the capital markets lens is a little less important than the budget lens about what staff you and your staff feel you can reasonably afford. And I'm going to stop there and answer questions. I have an appendix which for each of the scenarios provides the annual debt service cost, and if there's interest in going into that level of detail. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think before you ask any questions of KNN, I just wanted to just reiterate again what he just said in the last point. The important aspect of all of this is, can we afford to make the debt service payments on an ongoing basis without impacting ongoing services? Because as you know, we're going to have challenging budgets ahead. We have challenging budgets right now, and it's going to get tougher, I think, as we go into fiscal year 25, 26. All of the projects that you saw today presented by KNN, none of those projects, with the exception of the MHRC, have the revenue behind it to be able to make the ongoing debt service payments as of today. So you prioritize these projects in any way, shape, or form, and you say, you know what, we want to prioritize project A, and we want to make sure that's the highest priority. Then we could start setting aside some funding to be able to maybe lower the amount of debt that we issue in the long term. We also could start looking at identifying revenue sources that could be freed up into the future, for example. And so we could start looking at that. So the important aspect of today's presentation is just making sure that we understand collectively that that's where we are today. And the MHRC, we have to make a decision about the $20 million grant. And if you establish those priorities, then we will start making sure that we develop a financing plan to start building that project. That's the way that I think the county has approached this. And if we could do a couple of projects based also on the capacity that the public works staff has to be able to build these projects, I think that'll be important as well. And I think that's something to what Public Works will speak in the next slides as well. But if you have any questions for KNN, please go ahead and ask at this point.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. There's a lot here, and there's a lot of questions because there's items that I think our board hasn't fully discussed yet. For example, scenario 4, I don't know what energy projects. We recently did one energy project at some of our facilities through ENGIE, through Mint Systems. I don't know how this, maybe it's
sure
projects, but we're dealing with that in a different way. But here we have a scenario to fund $45 million worth when you add the interest on that. So that's one. And I think like each of these, I think need better vetting, more discussion. There's a lot of components. I think the project as they're being proposed is perhaps whoever drafted them is everything they want on the wish list. But I just think considering our budget situation and what we just told our employees, I come from a fiscally conservative perspective. Is this the time we were telling our employees this is the time to be tightening our belt? This proposal seems like we're putting a lot of things on a credit card that really I think are not totally essential. For example, and I know we're going to get a presentation on the behavioral health project, and it grew in its size and proposal very fast. It came out of the blue. We were originally going to restore a wing at our county jail. We were given a grant, $20 million to do that. Now we have a project of $300 million plus dollars. Who is it going to serve? Are we going to be able to pay for it? And do we need everything that's on this list? A multi-structure garage? Everyone knows those are very expensive, and they cost money to maintain them as every year. As we know, the city of Salinas Monterey Garage, I think they spent over $500,000 just on O&M alone for that relatively small garage. So there's in each of these, there's a lot of questions. And I think they all worth having us a greater discussion and delving into them. What do we need? What do we don't need? And be able to vote on these in the future. On the Pajaro Library, I'm very supportive of the smaller sized projects that are smaller in scale in disadvantaged communities, the library in Bradley in South County and the Pajaro Library. there was some money allocated from the state grant for that. Why are we putting almost $5 million in here rather than maybe only including the portion that wasn't covered by the state grant? And
Talking about Bradley on that one, or?
No, I'm talking about Pajaro, the mansion. The Pajaro mansion restoration includes the library inside of it. Maybe this is a cost outside of refurbishing the library, but it's a significant one that has grown in size since all the numbers I've seen in the past.
Correct. And I think that Public Works, when they do their presentation, when the details about the projects.
Wait, Randy, till later then.
Will clarify a lot of the questions you have about the projects themselves.
Yes.
But I think there are a couple of things that we could clarify right away. We could also have the health department speak about the MHRC project. But what I do know is that for the MHRC project, we're talking about $75 million out of the $195 million that was presented. The other ones are more like long-term project planning, like the garage that you discussed right now, and the clinics and all that. That's not something that has to happen right away. I think that the inflection point for this project itself is the MHRC. That's estimated at approximately $75 million, of which $20 million will be paid by the grant, and approximately $55 million will be in the form of debt that the health department will be able to pay for that with their own revenue without asking the general fund for money, but we will have to use the general fund credit for that.
That's yet to be seen, because I don't know how you generate. Look at the millions of dollars just on one of these. I mean, it's significant. I've yet to hear how maybe when the health department comes and the behavioral health come explain it, but that seems like a very large amount to be paying. All of a sudden, we'll have all this millions of dollars to pay debt service. That's not for employees. That's not for the service to the community. This is just paying interest and on the bonds that we're taking out. Look at each of these numbers. They do the total amount and the interest. Each of these doubles the cost. I go buy a car for $20,000. I'm going to pay $40,000 for it. Very expensive, double the cost for whatever we're bringing here. And that's where I just think overall, when I look at all these numbers, because this is the first time we've seen what would some of these cost, I'm cognizant on how the public perceives this. Saying they're telling us that they have a tight budget, they have upcoming deficits, we have challenges asking for what our employees are asking our bargaining units, but yet we're putting all these projects that may or may not be really needed at this time when we know tough financial times are ahead. So that's the other thing. But maybe this isn't a question for the person who just presented on the bonds, but I brought it up before, and there was no mention of it today. What about other financing mechanisms for some of these, especially like for the smaller ones? Because I just looked at the California Infrastructure Bank. They fund local governments for projects. And I think they go from $1 million. Now they've raised, it used to only be up to $25 million. Now I think their website says $65 million. They're supposed to be lower in interest or lower in debt service because of the way it's set up. They are part of a state infrastructure revolving fund. Have we done that analysis? Because we mentioned these things in the past. We assume they're going to come to us as other options, other financing options, but I didn't hear any of that today.
Yeah, for the iBank and other private banks or any other type of financing structure, we haven't looked at that at this point. We had communicated to the board in previous meetings indicating that we will be looking at debt issuance. The debt issuance that is more common to our county and that we have used in the past has been COPs. But if the board directed us as a group to go ahead and do that, we will go back and look at iBank or other options as well. But I think that the important aspect of this presentation today was to give you an idea of the cost of capital, as you alluded. The cost of capital is very high right now under a scenario like this one, where we maybe end up paying double what the project will cost and if we go on this route. But I think that the important aspect will be to get prioritization from the board, because we cannot be looking at 100 projects in the past. Now you have gone to 7, right? Out of the 7, some of the small projects like the one for the Pajaro Library, that one has a zero financing need that shows on the table. They already have a budget, so we're not asking for funding on that. One of the other smaller projects on the list as well, what we're saying is that we do not recommend that we issue debt for that, but we actually use our fund balance for that to be able to finance it over the next couple of fiscal years. And in fact, we think that we have a plan that when we do the budget interview report in about 3 to 4 weeks from now, that you will be recommending some of those small projects to be funded if this is your priority of the board. That's the biggest if. If this is a high priority for the board, we will focus on that. You tell me, no, my highest priority as a board is that you go and look at the $100 million project or the $200 million project instead. Then we will have to develop a different type of a strategy on financing and start saving some money, identifying ways to pay that debt over time. But right now, as I mentioned during my presentation, we are not ready as a county to be able to issue debt for any of these projects, with the exception of the $75 million project for the MHRC. And this is something that we have worked on with the department on their financing plan. And we could ask them to come back and present that to you if that's something that the board would like to see, that financing plan specifically on how they're going to pay for the $75 million. I mean, the $50 million. We're not talking about $75 million in debt, but $55 million or so. But I think that the challenge is that this project is in a very tight timeline. I think that you have heard about this project a couple of times. And I'll let Public Works and the Health Department speak about the timeline and the specific dates for that. But I think that all the points that you make, Supervisor Alejo, are very valid. And I think that that's why the board has to have that conversation. And if you need additional information to be provided to you, we will do that. And any specific information that the board asks us of providing, we will provide that. But I think the next logical step will be hearing about the projects themselves, the timeline, and what can realistically be accomplished. But I'll be glad to answer any other questions. And if you have any questions specifically of KNN about their financing, please ask those questions now. If not, then we could go into the next part of the conversation.
All I want is, because we're looking at the board to make the best informed decision using taxpayer dollars. Yes, market rate bonds are out there, but I think it would have been helpful today to understand under the iBank, because in the past when we've looked at it, our staff have come back and said, yes, it would be cheaper than market rate bonds. But it's now, this is the only thing on the table. We have no way to, as we make decisions, to say, well, if we fund these other projects through another funding mechanism, it would save us this many $1 million, and maybe this is a better route to go and funding, a majority or a chunk of.
And Ezekiel, if I can address the question briefly, we're happy to incorporate the iBank analysis and follow up with that. There are programs that the iBank has. At the end of the day, they are also issuing it's a tax-exempt bond it's a tax-exempt debt instrument, and so it's still a loan. Obviously, it's a borrowing, and they have different programs. I don't expect it to be so significantly different that it may change your analysis of the overall sort of prioritization. But happy to provide the.
But does that include the iBank administers the infrastructure state revolving program loan? Is that different than the type of bonds, the interest-free bonds that you're describing?
I don't know. I don't want to speculate here, so I will follow up and confirm. They have multiple programs, right, some of which where they are basically a lender, just like Bank America, or a loan, and that's sort of the direct loan versus going out, getting a rating and doing a public sale. And then they have other programs. As you said, they have, state revolving loan funds for particular programs, usually like water, wastewater. Not sure that this project qualifies for that, but so they have different programs, got to see which bucket would make sense and report back.
Yeah. Thank you. And also, what I want to point out is that you use this as a reference point, and we get something that is better than this. I think that the expectation will be that we will be able to explore those financing options as we move forward. But I think from the staff's perspective, we're looking at just prioritization of the projects based on an example of a financing scenario that was presented to you. That's not the only way to get financing, as you said. So we will bring any scenario possible. We will work with KNN and make sure that we look at those options that you just raised today, Supervisor.
Other questions?
Ezekiel, one other point.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to make one other point. So Ezekiel talked about capacity, and just as a reminder, you had a slide, Ezekiel, in your presentation with the annual debt service for your existing bonds. It does drop down in 2028 by a couple of million, $2.5 million, and then again in 2029 it drops down to 9.9 million from 14.7. So inherently, you have a couple of steps down. It's not necessarily enough to cover the $200 million project, but any bond we've been looking at, right, was 2027, I think. Your first debt payment would be in 2028 when you're dropping down by 2.2 million. So that's going to help a little bit. We need to sort of, we could look at the added debt service on a cumulative basis, including all your existing debt, and that could be a second level analysis.
No other questions? Mr. Ishii, do you want to give your presentation?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, and with me today via Zoom are various members of the Facilities Division. We have our Chief of Facilities, Florence Clabossa Green, on the line, as well as Lindsay Larabel, Assistant Director, and various other project managers from the Facilities Division. Florence Clabossa Green will be providing a presentation today, and as she brings up the PowerPoint that has been prepared, as Assistant CAO Vega had introduced earlier in this item, the purpose of the presentation is a good reminder for the public who may not have a benefit of being at the 8 October 24 board meeting to see the different projects. And so this presentation will be a summary of the 7 priority projects as denoted by the board at that board meeting, as well as the status and particulars about the projects. And again, we have staff available on the line to answer any detailed or focused questions that your board or public may have. And so Florence will bring up her presentation shortly.
Good afternoon, Chair Church and Board of Supervisors. Are you guys seeing the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Great. So I just wanted to provide a status update on the priority projects that have been discussed today. What we thought would be useful is for you to understand where these projects fall in terms of the general process of developing a project. So we're showing all of these projects and giving you an understanding of where they fall in that process, starting with very early programming. And that's basically when you're, scoping the project, understanding the space needs, and then moving into schematic design, which is when you start kind of conceptually looking at how those spaces can fit on a particular site. And then moving on to a little bit more detailed construction documents, and also looking at environmental implications based on the schematic design. And after understanding the environmental implications and any mitigations that might be required through environmental, we can then complete the construction documents, go into permitting, go into bidding, public contract bidding process, get into construction, and close out. So I just wanted to provide kind of a high level, review of that. So as you can see here, here's all of the projects. We have certain projects that are in programming stage, such as the Constitutional Parcel project that we're going to discuss. The South County Ag Commissioner project, as far as the larger master planning of it, is more in the programming state. We will talk about a smaller TI that's taking place that is more in the bid process. And then we've also have the Seaside Community Benefits Office that has actually gone through the programming process, gone through schematic, and is now in design development. So they've actually gone through a lot of community vetting, a lot of vetting with all of the potential stakeholders and all of those interested in possibly, having space in that facility. So that programming has happened to the point where we have some idea of what the options are as far as meeting those programming needs. The Bradley Library is another one that has gone through some programming. PWFP project managers work closely with the library and the Bradley School District in terms of envisioning a library that's more than a library that's also can serve as resiliency center. Then we have the Pajaro Mansion Rehabilitation Project that we'll be talking about that's in the construction document phase. This is specifically addressing the damage that was caused by the storms and the flood. And I'll be reviewing that. I'm sorry, that's the Pajaro Mansion rehabilitation. That's in the construction document phase. But for addressing the Pajaro projects that is related to the storm, we're actually ready to begin construction, and I'll talk about that. So with that, I'm gonna go to the next slide. So here is the first one, IDA. We tried to match this up with the projects that are outlined in the presentation that was provided by the CAO. The first one is the Seaside Community Benefits Office, and as I mentioned, it's now in design development. Want to give you a very high-level overview of it. It's located in Seaside, California. The existing building is about 10,888 square feet. It's quite the building is a two-story, built in 1975. It's way beyond its useful life, as has been discussed in prior meetings. There's a lot of deferred maintenance, the parking area, a lot of furniture, fixtures, painting. Just the inside is it really needs a refresh. ADA needs to be addressed. It is definitely beyond its useful life, which is why the CIP project for looking at creating a new space was developed. And one thing I did want to mention that has been mentioned in earlier meetings is that this particular location, or this office, currently serves residents throughout Monterey County. So it's not just the city of Seaside. And in parallel to that, on the same campus, we have the Casa de Noche Buena shelter for women and children. Wanted to bring that to your attention as well, which is part of the project. That is currently a 4,500 square foot modular facility with that was renovated by the Community Human Services organization. It was renovated, I think it started in 2019. They invested $2 million towards the renovation to create a very home-like setting for up to 35 residents. And there's a long waiting list. It's a very well-used facility. Also wanted to note that there is a 10-year lease that was signed in 2019. And there's a deed restriction there that was recorded in 2020, basically saying that particular site needs to be used for the 10 years for that purpose, unless there's arrangements made for an alternate, unless there's alternate arrangements. The next project that was presented by the CAO as a priority, and this is the same project, I apologize. This is actually looking at what the new imagined Seaside Community Benefits Office would look like. Much larger, as you can see, it would be demolishing the existing one and actually creating a 4-story, 62,000 square foot building. It would house the Department of Social Services on 2 floors. The library would be on a floor. The district attorney's family justice center would be on a floor, and also providing for community meeting rooms and office spaces to be used by community, by nonprofits. In addition, the project includes the relocation, if that is the final decision, of the adjacent shelter, Casa de Noche Buena, into an alternate facility. So that would include the construction or the renovation of a facility off-site. The total budget right now is $112 million. To date, the Board of Supervisors has invested a little bit more than $5 million towards this project, towards the CIP project. And we have a remaining about $107 million unfunded. We're nearing the end of design development and starting the environmental process. So that is the state that we're in. In fact, parking studies are being done as part of this to really look at what other mitigations might be needed in order to develop this site. And that will feed into the construction documents. We're also in the middle of programming, working with the Casa de Noche Buena team, looking at their programming, which actually has been completed, and looking at alternate site analysis, alternate sites for that. That is kind of that is where we're at in terms of that particular project. The next project I want to talk about is the Pajaro Mansion campus post-storm restoration. And as we've mentioned, there are two projects. This project specifically is focused on post-storm. Just for everybody's information, the Pajaro Mansion is located at 29 Bishop. It's a 3-story, 8,300 square foot facility. It's built in the 1850s, Victorian style. And it is on the National Registry of Historic Places. It was placed on the National Registry in January of 1990. So the County of Monterey, in fact, is a steward of this historical facility. So we have obligations to maintain it per the National Registry of Historic Places requirements. It sustained major storm and flood damage in March of 2023. As you can see in the photos, this area was in the flood zone. This drone footage that was taken, this was probably taken after even some of the flood waters had already receded by the time drone footage got in there. So the main damage that I will talk about is that the entire HVAC system and the entire HVAC system, as well as the fire panel was damaged. The facility was red tagged by the Building Services Department, cannot be housed, and nobody can be located in there. And we had a lot of driving rain damage going right through the siding and through the roof and around the windows. As you are aware, since it's often called the Pajaro Library, the first floor was occupied by the Pajaro Library. They have vacated. And the second and third floor, which have quite a lot of square footage, were unoccupied at the time. And I will speak in a later slide about the AB 102 funded project that's actually looking to make use of that second and third floor for the community at large. So this is just providing you a little bit more detail about what I had spoken about as far as the level of damage that the Pajaro Library sustained. It's a lot of the damage happened in the crawl space. So you can see here where the mud, debris, the silt, the floodwaters entered the crawl space underneath the building. All of the HVAC ductwork, the HVAC equipment, the fire panel, as I mentioned, was underneath here. And we are just quickly trying to, the remediation is done and we are trying to move forward with the actual restoration, which will include HVAC system replacement, addressing the floors and walls and ceilings that were impacted, as well as repairing exterior porch that was impacted. The next project here is the new Bradley Library and Resiliency Center. That project is located at 65607 Dixie Street. The construction, it's going to be the construction of about a 2,500 square foot library. It's going to have flexible interior and exterior space where the library space can actually be converted and made available to use as a resiliency center in emergencies. The total budget for there is $5,639,000. To date, the Board of Supervisors has approved $2 million, and there's an unfunded amount of about $3.573. We are in design development, as I noted, and the next step will be to be creating construction documents and also working with real estate acquisition of this lot that is owned by the San Lucas, the Bradley School District. Finally, we're moving to the proposed Constitution parcel project. As you are aware, this project is on a county-owned parcel at Constitution. We have a photo here that you can see. It includes the scope, as discussed in the presentation by CAO. It includes the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, which is going to have 6 buildings and administrative offices and surface parking, as well as a 2-story behavioral health service building. That is the current scope of the MHRC portion. And there's a future scope looking at a clinic services building and a parking structure. The total unfunded amount, the total project, the total unfunded need is about $200,000 for the entire project. If we look at the first phase as well as the second phase, we're in programming. And I just do really want to reiterate that we're in programming. And with this December deadline of 2027, at this point, the Public Works and Facilities can't guarantee that the construction will be done by that deadline. And it's just because we're in programming and we still have to go through the environmental process. And the environmental process might surface some conditions that require mitigation and that will impact the schedule. This is to give you kind of a little bit of a conceptual look at what has been envisioned for that site. You can see here the 6 MHRC buildings right here. This is that 2-story clinic services building and a 2-story mental health administrative services building, and we're showing the parking here. So this is just to give you an idea again of what is envisioned. The Pajaro Branch Library Rehabilitation. This is where I wanted to, there's no funding need here, but wanted to provide you a glimpse of what is envisioned for this. The idea is to provide renovation to all 3 floors interior, and to provide access to the 2nd and 3rd floor by providing an interior lift as well as an exterior staircase that will make that 2nd and 3rd floor accessible. And it will allow for creation of much needed community program space and office space. We're also looking at creating an exterior gathering area that can be used by the community and for library programming. At this point, this is fully funded by the AB 102 grant, as well as funding that was provided previously by the Board of Supervisors for preliminary design, and $100,000 from the library fund. We're at about 50% construction documents. We're progressing very well. We've gone through getting this concept reviewed by the Historical Review Board, and we're having SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, look at these concepts. And once we have the go-ahead, we'll be able to move forward and have construction documents complete. The construction documents complete in January, and complete construction hopefully by the end of December 2025. This is the King City Courthouse parking lot repaving project. Wanted to just give you information on this project. It is, as you can see, it's a county-owned facility. It's occupied by the sheriffs, the courts, and the district attorney. It was built in 1970. It's about 12,500 square feet. And the parking lot is beyond its useful life. It needs a lot of ADA improvements, as well as parking lot resurfacing and drainage. This project is providing EV infrastructure, as well as improved parking lot lighting and landscaping. Based on a JOC bid that was received, the project is currently unfunded in the amount that you see here, about $1.4 million. Finally, this is the South County Ag Commissioner facility project that was spoken of. This project is located at 1011 Broadway in King City. It was purchased by the county in 2021 with the envision of master planning for use by the Ag Commissioner. The initial project of $6 million was exactly that, for the possible use by the entire Ag Commissioner. However, now, with direction from the Ag Commissioner, and based on the cost for just renovating this space right here, the Ag Commissioner and Public Works and Facilities are working to create office space that will be used by the District 3 supervisors. We're in the bidding phase for that, and it's a smaller scope that can be done with the funding that is available. And the plan is to do further master planning and look at how all of these other facilities are going to be used. That was a lot of information, and myself and the Public Works and Facilities staff are available to answer any questions that you may have.
So does the board have questions right now, or maybe we should just go out to the public, because I have a hunch we're going to have questions and comments that are going to kind of meld together. So is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this? Is there anybody online? Okay. Well, that was quick. We'll close public comment. Florence, I have one question here on the two projects here in Pajaro. It's the same building. Is there any problem? What would be the complications going ahead with one but not the other? Can you explain anything on that?
Well, I think the first project, which is the post-storm restoration, it's really addressing the building envelope. It's addressing the roof. It's addressing the water intrusion that's going around the windows, that's going through the siding. And it's addressing just making the space habitable as far as the HVAC and the fire system. So that is essential to get that done first, or at least concurrent with the other project.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. A handful of things. So I'll start with the presentation on the projects. And I'll just say thank you. It's a really good presentation. I know I had asked for some more detail about all these projects. Yuri, my chief of staff, and I spent, I think it was one of the last Tuesdays when we didn't have a board meeting, driving around just to put eyes and walk the perimeter of each one of these sites, just because I know I do better when I can physically, touch and feel and see what we're talking about. Given that previously what we really had to work with was the spreadsheet that we had in front of us and a paragraph write-up, the write-up didn't, once I got out to each of the sites, the write-up didn't really seem to match what I was seeing and feeling when we were on property. But this presentation, I think, was clear to help me identify even more so the priorities that we have in front of us. So thank you for the level of detail that was put out here. In terms of so I think we can further prioritize based on what we have. Additional information. Going back to the financing question, I definitely have hesitation to take on debt when we don't have revenue associated to pay off that debt. So the financing options that we have when we're looking at the priority projects that don't have revenue associated with them, which would be, I think, everything except for the MHRC project. I'm hesitant to give direction to staff to say, let's proceed with that. I think the option that Ezekiel presented or has talked about, which is that we could direct staff to look at additional other options for identifying multi-year plans to set aside one-time funding that allows us to begin to develop a financing, cash financing planning for some of our larger projects that does not rely on utilizing financing. I think that's something that I would like to ask us to pursue instead of financing. I do think, however, that we do need to hear from the health department, and this is a project that the MHRC is something that I think if there is a way that we can figure out how to hit this timeline, it's something that I know our community needs, I know that our state needs, and if the health department and our facilities team thinks that there's any way that we can make it happen, I would love to hear you tell us how you think you can hit those goals. So I'll come back to that one. But I would like to see us talk more about having some sort of multi-year plan to figure out how we can use one-time funding, one-time dollars to stock money away to hit some of these larger capital projects. The other thing that I'm almost hesitant to talk about because we haven't certified the results of the election, but some of these projects are within the unincorporated parts of our county, and it is looking like Measure AA will have passed when the results are certified. And so I am interested in trying to understand if Measure AA dollars could be a source of one-time dollars or funding that could be used for some of these projects in the unincorporated parts of the county, potentially the Pajaro mansion, potentially filling some of the Bradley library gaps. So that's another question. And then the other direction that I'd like to see us give today before we walk away is to really think about directing the CIC and our facilities team to look at our project rating and description system so that we're thinking about how to include additional data in our ranking system that thinks about things like how many of our current staff are working in a facility and what is their daily experience like. How many members of the public are interacting with the county in a particular facility? What type of core county functions are conducted out of a facility? How does that facility help us in creating stability in a community? And how does a facility either detract or support community well-being? And I guess what I'm getting at is that we do have some basic core county functions, and we do have some core county services, like this building here that is sort of the and the Schilling Place building that serve the entire county. They may sit in a certain county district, but they're serving many of our county employees as their home base, and there's many of our county residents who are receiving their services, core or fundamental, whether it's public assistance, that 60% of our residents are receiving from our social services. It could be county clinic services, where we have thousands of residents who are receiving their primary care services from a county clinic. These are county core functions, core mandated services that we're providing. And I want to make sure that as we're ranking and prioritizing capital needs that the county has, I do want to make sure that we're thinking about those needs and finding some way to rank them in a way that is comparative to county facilities and county programs that maybe aren't at those core functions, core service. And we have to have some way of measuring that, some way of balancing that. And I'll just say that when we were driving around, we drove into that South County the King City Ag Commissioner's office, or what was listed in a paragraph, and it said, "This is the King City's Ag Commissioner's, South County office building." And we pulled up, and it was a strip mall location that had a cell phone sales office. And we went back and got back in the car and reread the description that said, "This is the South County Ag Commissioner's office." I was like, well, this just doesn't match up. And so from a service perspective and from a who are we meeting and what needs are we fundamentally serving, I know that our Ag Commissioner provides critical services, but how does that compare to some of the other critical services that the county is providing? And how do we compare those things when we're really looking at a limited dollars that are available? So I'm just looking to make sure that we can find those ways to rank those. So those would be 3 requests that I'm making. One, to look at setting aside one-time dollars for the large capital needs. One would be to, if we are going to look at financing, I would like to be looking at the MHRC. And the third would be to look at the rating system for our CIC using some additional criteria. So those would be my thoughts moving forward. But thank you for the additional information, and thank you for bringing all of this forward.
Supervisor Adams?
Just one question out of curiosity regarding the MHRC. Are we anticipating that we would be getting any Proposition 1 funding to help us with that construction?
Yes.
So good afternoon, Elsa Jimenez. The team is working on submitting a proposal, a B-chip proposal, which is funded with some of those reallocated dollars from local MHSA to now BHSA Capital. The team is working on submitting a proposal later in December to help cover additional expenses for the MHRC as well as for the second building, which is our behavioral health outpatient center that we would like to have constructed to be able to relocate off of the Natividad campus, and adding a crisis urgent care that would really help to provide a better place for individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis as opposed to an emergency department in our local hospital. So I think we're submitting for like $20 million and about $10 million, so about $30 million grant to the state in December.
And that would go toward, it could go toward this project?
Correct. It could go towards this project. But again, there's no guarantee that we'll know sometime early next year.
And when did you say you would be finding out about that?
Well, we're submitting our proposal next month, and I think we would learn not until next summer, summer of 2025.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then I'll jump in. Mr. Chair was distracted. There's Vice Chair. No, yeah, looking at it, I agree with the concerns. I know I stated them last time, but looking at financing options, I'm not looking to bond personally, so I appreciate the presentation and looking at those options. But given the uncertainty of the picture we're headed into, even with last week's election, I think at this point it's not something that I'm interested in. I think we have to let things shake out a little bit and see where things land. We're also seeing a big reduction in taxes from the oil fields. Nobody's seen it. There was a letter that went out last week asking the local fire district to give back money about to the tune of $2.5 million. And that reduction is also going to hit schools. It's going to hit our budget. It's going to be across the board. And so those numbers matter. And I'm not feeling like we're ready to go. I appreciate the South County Ag Commissioners. I'll share just on that facility. That's been the dream, right, is to create a facility there that's public facing. That's why we purchased that property less than 5 years ago, right across from the cemetery, to have a presence in King City. Because before, when we were down at the end of 2nd Street, we weren't that presence. We were at the end of in a residential community, really behind a church. And that's not the best location for us. That's why we bought it. Back then, the plan was $2 million would cover the renovation. Inflation happened very quickly, and now we're staring at a $6 million bill. I wish we were going after the whole thing. I appreciate staff saying we're just going to go after the low-hanging fruit right now. But I want that larger presence. That has been the goal, to restore services that we took away during the recession back into South County. We're not serving the community with a presence in South County. Folks are commuting from Salinas to service right now. But that was the vision for purchasing that property. And so at this point, we don't have a presence on that facility, even though we own it. We're collecting rent on it with a bakery, which has incredible burritos. If you've not been to Castro's, please come visit. Awesome bread, great burritos, handmade tortillas. And right next to it is a cell phone store. And you saw phase 1. The hope has always been that the District 3 office would be there for a long-term county-owned presence. We're moving a little on that. Hopefully that actually gets completed and we're in there soon, right, to be in a county building and give City Hall back to the city of Greenfield, who has growth needs as well. So that's long-term the vision for that particular facility. I appreciate the perspective on perhaps should AA pass. I'm still keeping fingers crossed. It looks great that we do end up having perhaps some money we can put in on the Bradley Library. I know in the last week I've received good word that about another $20,000 has been committed from local philanthropists to keep that project moving. So we have community support behind that project. And on the courthouse, I know today, while we had our meeting at 2 o'clock, they had a big ceremony down there, reopening court services. And I received 2 texts, folks asking, when are we going to invest in the facility, right? And so it's sort of the appearance, what was outlined here. I know we talked just briefly about the EV and the other infrastructure needs that are going to go into this. It's time. It's time for us to invest in these facilities that have long been forgotten. I don't know if the DA is with us, but I know she's also got some vision for the exterior of the building to do perhaps, I don't want to tell her story. I'll say she's got some art installation, perhaps ideas on the exterior of the facility, which really will make it feel like a welcoming facility. And so I'm supportive, and if we're being asked to prioritize, I agree with Supervisor Alejo, go for the lower cost options. I want to see that Pajaro Library take off. I appreciate that half has been funded. Let's finish it off. Let's get that done for the community. They deserve it. It's been long enough. They've been disinvested in for so long, and we've turned the tide, I think, in partnership with our state partners. Let's not let off that gas pedal now. Let's move some of these small projects over the finish line, show the community what we have the potential to do. And then after we can get through some of the bigger questions about MHRC and some of these facilities, start looking at, will they pay for themselves? Can we do it in the 3-year time span that we're talking about? What are these, potential solutions for us? But I want to knock out some of the small ones. I think we have to show the community we're able to do the small projects, because some of these, including that Ag Commissioner's office has been on the list for 5 years, right? When we purchased the building and made an announcement, and then, as you said, it's still a bakery, right? It's still a cell phone store. We need to start showing the community we can push these across. And so that's where I'm sitting today after receiving the presentation, looking at the numbers, and hopefully we can push a few of these through and start looking at longer term, bigger picture pieces. As we've shared, I want to continue to support that Seaside project. I just really want to understand big picture how we're going to pay for it, right? And I haven't heard that piece yet, and I just don't. I want to see some partnership from state and fed. I know we talked about that in the past too, and so happy to advocate and support on that end.
So, Mr. Chair, are we being charged with making a decision today?
Well, I'm waiting to speak next, because wait till everybody spoke.
I believe this, we're supposed to give some direction, or we can just do nothing if we want. It's
2025.
It's what the majority of the board decides. Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, several things. I think one, it's a mistake to start already looking at the measure that hasn't been fully counted. I think that's a mistake to message to the voters. The sales tax increase was something I brought to this board after Santa Cruz County had successfully done the same. And when we looked at the numbers with Mr. Vega and our CEO, we realized we were just way behind on that. But I think it's a mistake to now start looking for that to fund other things that were already on a capital improvements list. But just look at the sheer numbers. On the Seaside office replacement, on interest alone, every year, the county would take on a commitment to pay $6.7 million. On the MHRC, another $12 million in interest alone. That's significant. I don't know where people are thinking money's going to come from, but money is tight, and it's going to get tighter, as Mr. Vega has been telling us for years. But on some of these, I think they deserve merit, but do we have the funding to do it? Is what the same question that Chris is getting to is what I'm struggling with. Staff come and say the Seaside current office is beyond its useful life. Why? Why is it beyond our life? Where's the study that shows it cannot be repaired or renovated? Have we done a study to renovate it? We're looking at, if we did a project that renovated at a cost of the existing building of $50 million versus paying $200 million, I think that information hasn't come to the board. Yes, everybody wants a new building. Let's move out of an old building. Let's go to a new building. Yes, the services are critical. I get that. We've been out there in the parking lot. The MLK marches start there. But it's easy to say, just give us a brand new building versus really saying, would it be much cheaper and a better use of taxpayer dollars to spend a quarter of that money renovating it? Our CSAC director was here earlier. Our CSAC office in Sacramento is an old building. They're going to renovate, take out the insides, keep the outside, but they're using the same property, same exterior, but they're renovating the inside, almost a brand new building. I haven't heard that we've even done that analysis. And how much cheaper would that option be versus a $200 million option? So that's what I'm struggling with. The other part that wasn't explained by Ms. Cabuasa, is that, as she said, there's a commitment, there's a lease for Casa Noche Buena. That's our women's and children's shelter that we took so long to get up and running. It's running great now. It's serving its purpose. But we have a commitment that we'd have to find them an alternative place. No mention was done about how much would that cost to find a new property, a new building to renovate that. I assume that's going to be at least another $2, $3, $4 million. So I want to put that on the record. Now, going to these other projects, the MHRC on the Natividad property, there's old, I passed through there the other day, there's old barns, old animal coops, whatever they were used for when it was a ranch back in its day are there. I know there's a cost for demolition. That wasn't included there of all the existing structures that are there. And then the last time I had a conversation with Director Jimenez, she had mentioned that because there may be concerns of the proximity of the facilities to the neighbors there, that perhaps they could be moved more towards the center. But the plans that were just shown by Ms. Caboaso showed the facilities would be right almost next to the homes themselves. So it was a total change from what Ms. Jimenez told me that she might try to address some of the community concerns. And just, we started that conversation with a $20 million grant, but now we're looking at a $364 million project that was never in our capital improvements. So that still just troubles me how we went from looking at a grant of only $20 million and now committing to pay almost $400 million in the long run. Those are the two big issues I'm struggling with because the cost is so high, it's so expensive. The interest is a big commitment each year to the county when we have other pressuring needs that our county employees are asking for, that our community is asking for. And yes, it's nice to get these brand new buildings, but they're very expensive, especially today with construction costs and inflation, that it's going to come at the price of our local taxpayers and pulling away from other sources that we could be utilizing elsewhere. On the smaller projects, Chris, I hope that Library Bradley looks better than that sketch they did, because for that price, $3.5 million, it should look nicer for the community.
Really nice.
Okay, good. I'm glad. And then just on the parking lot, obviously, it does not look like a courthouse. The way that exterior, that landscaping of that building, it looks, I think, it's not what South County deserves. So I agree on those efforts. And obviously, the Pajaro Library, I'm a big supporter of getting that once and for all for our residents. That's it.
Let me just, before I go to you, Supervisor, Lori Medina's online, has some comments she wants to make, so I want to pass out to Lori right now.
Well, thank you so much, Chair. And I just wanted to respond to some of the comments. And I understand that the Broadway Family Connection Center is a big price tag. It's not $200 million, but it's still a big price tag. It's $107 million that's unfunded at this date today. The longer we defer the maintenance for that building, the bigger the price tag will get. But I do understand that these are big decisions that the board has to make. And the vision that we're talking about for the Broadway Family Connection Center is a big vision. It's not just a rebuild for social services. It's a multi-service building. But whether we do that bigger vision or a smaller vision, this building has outlived its use. I think that Public Works, Facilities, and Parks can speak to more of that better than I can. But eventually, we're going to have to do something with this building, whether it's a new building for social services or this broader vision. We're going to have to do something, because this building is something that every time we do more maintenance, other issues come up. So I just want to say very strongly that whether we do this vision or something else, this building needs to have, we have to do something for this building in Seaside, or have to find someplace else for us to go, or do a smaller vision, but something has to happen in Seaside. This building is not habitable. It's not there are so many problems with this building right now. And I just want to say that it's not just, we just want a new building. That's not it. It's that the building has outlived its life. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me about that. But it's not just, we want a new building.
But Ms. Medina, on that, because it's a response to maybe the comment I made, if you were to put a new roof, if you were to tear out the walls and build new walls inside, wouldn't that be much cheaper than the 200, a project much narrow in scale, not being so
but it's not a
expensive?
$200 million building.
It is.
It's not a $200 million project. It's 107.
No, Ms. Medina, you missed the whole point about the interest, right? Because the interest doubles what the county's going to pay at the end. And that's why I'm looking at this chart where it gives you the interest and the total project costs, and that's over $200,000. So that's what I'm talking about, because that's ultimately what we're going to pay at the end of all the debt service. So and that's what I'm saying.
You're right.
And that's what I'm saying. Has any study been done to say what would it cost for us to gut the place and just use the exterior of the walls, re-roof it, fix the plumbing problems, and renovate the inside? Have we done any study to show what that would cost versus building this very nice building that that with all these extra amenities that is really a very expensive one?
Well, I will defer to Florence and maybe Randy Ishii on that, because I think they have done some preliminary studies around that. So I'll defer to, I think Florence is.
Good afternoon. I'm going to let Dave Pratt, the project manager, speak to that. Those studies were done as part of the programming and design phase, and I'll let him provide more information about that.
Chair, Church, and Supervisors, this is Dave Pratt, Public Works Facilities and Parks at 1281 Broadway in, I think it was 2015 or 2016. We did a very comprehensive review of this site at 1281 Broadway. We evaluated all the systems within the building, the envelope, and there was an extensive amount of repairs required. We loaded that. Those repairs weren't all going to happen at the same time, and we've done just the first few of those for the 1281 Broadway facility. We have. I don't have that report at my fingertips. I can provide it to the supervisors after the fact.
Yes, please. I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Supervisor Alejo. We've also done some rough order magnitude estimates as far as what it would take to do a full renovation of the 1,100 square foot facility. We're balancing that against the idea that this facility could potentially have a higher and better use than what is currently serving. Multiple departments under one roof. As Director Medina mentioned, not only is the building tired, but it's in many ways it's well beyond its useful life, and it also does not function operationally for the existing program. And again, we want to make this facility into something that can house multiple departments, and not just one department at its current footprint.
I also just want to mention that when we started the analysis about just a operational program for social services, when we looked at what it would take to do the repairs as opposed to just doing a rebuild for social services, it was something that, and Florence and Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was kind of cost prohibitive in terms of trying to just gut it and renovate. That I think the determination was that we really needed to do a tear down and build. Whether it was just social services or this other Envision program with all of these other co-located services, that it was something that was felt that it really needed to do a total rebuild of the building. And if I'm overspeaking, Dave and Florence, you can correct me, but I think that that was the determination.
Thank you. I'm going to just jump in here. So to be really clear, we're not, I think what I hear from the majority of us is no one's asking to finance this building. So we're not saying move forward to finance this building, given the information that we have in front of us. So that's not the conversation that's happening right now. Although I hear you talking about this being a financed building. There is no money to finance this building. So the question on the table and what I heard support for was we need to figure out what kind of options are there for multi-year one-time funding that allows us over time to chip away at the projects that we have in front of us and to have a plan over time to be able to put money aside to move forward on these projects that we've identified as priorities. So that's what I hear us talking about right now. I do also hear that there's some questions about all of these projects, to be fair, and a desire for more information about how we move forward with each of them. In terms of the Broadway project, I think there are opportunities for us to engage in some, I don't know how to use the value engineering, but some getting our arms around this in a tighter way. I think there are some opportunities to do that. And I think that that's a conversation we've been having with county staff, whether it's looking at how many parking spaces we're talking about, exactly which departments need to be, how much space is included, to get the arms around exactly what that costing of that project looks like. And I think that there's opportunity to do that and bring some of those dialed in design and tightened costings back to the board. But until we know sort of what the longer term plan is to for financing, and whether that is putting money aside year over year over year when we have one-time money available, like that's how we're going to, those two things have to go hand in hand. And so that's the direction that I'm asking us to give to Ezekiel, so that you can then come back and say, hey, this is how we might be able to do that. And we can then say, yeah, that makes sense, or no, that doesn't make sense. What I know right here in front of me today is that financing a building that doesn't have revenue associated, that doesn't make sense. So that's not something I can support today. And I don't think I hear that support from others today. The question that I do need to think we need to get to move forward today, though, is for the health department and whether or not we can support directing staff to move forward with financing for the MHRC. And that is something I do have a couple additional questions about, and I think we do need to get clear about whether or not we're prepared to support financing for the MHRC. That's a question that, for me, I want to make sure we're clear about before we walk out of this room today. So can we make that project happen is the question that I have.
I have another question too.
Good afternoon, Elsa Jimenez. Thank you. I want to address the concerns potentially raised from Creek Bridge residents. I had shared before that I heard the first time we brought this project forward that may be an issue. Our office has not received any concerns directed to us from our Creek Bridge residents or others. We did hold a community meeting last Thursday, and there was a mix of agency reps, I think some consumers, some members of the public. We didn't do a sign-in sheet. And overwhelmingly, there was support that the MHRC is a service that we need to have in our community for individuals to be able to receive the rehabilitation services that they need so that they can be self-sufficient, go back into the community, as opposed to where we are now, where we send individuals into the Bay Area, into the Central Valley, into Southern California to be able to receive those services that you can only receive in an MHRC. The way that we are designing this project is to cap it at 16 beds, which then allows us the ability to be able to bill Medi-Cal for the services rendered and the MHRC. And I will hand it over to my colleague, Fabricio Chombo, who is our working out of class assistant director of behavioral health, who did the financial analysis and can affirm that the health department would be able to pay back the $100 million, right, with the interest over a 30-year period, with the ability to be able to bill Medi-Cal for beds that we utilize, as well as for beds that would be contracted out to other counties that would generate Medi-Cal revenue. And just one more thing, now that we're going to be going into, Senate Bill 43 being implemented in 2026, that's going to require that we can serve individuals with substance use only. Those individuals are going to need a place to be able to be housed, to be rehabilitated. We're going to be implementing Care Court later this year. Again, if we had a local MHRC, more of our residents probably would be able to receive the rehabilitation services that they need and may not have to go through the Care Court process in terms of one additional intervention to be able to get our individuals who are not coping well because of a mental illness and or substance use disorder to be able to receive the services that they need here locally in their community in close proximity to their family and support network.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Fabricio Chombo, Assistant Bureau Chief, working out of class. So as Elsa mentioned, I did prepare a financial analysis of the MHRC. And so basically what we did, as you noted, so we have 51 clients, 51 of our residents in IMD institutions throughout the state. And that is a cost to us of approximately $5.3 million. And because those institutions are not MHRC, we're not able to leverage Medi-Cal or federal financial participation. So being able to bring those clients back, the 51 clients, we would be able to generate approximately $3.4 million in Medi-Cal revenue. Additionally, we're looking at contracting the remaining beds. So it's a 96-bed facility. 51 of those would be occupied by county residents, Monterey County residents. The remaining would be contracted out to neighboring counties. We already have letters of support from Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo, and San Benito counties who would be interested in bringing some of their own clients into this facility. So being able to leverage that revenue would bring an additional about $1 million extra. So that itself would cover the debt service that it's estimated. So the annual debt service, it's $3.4 million at the 4.67%. The medical revenue generated through the 51 Monterey County clients, it's $3,440,331, plus the additional $910,000 that would be generated with other county residents. We can't claim Medi-Cal for them because they're not county residents, but we'll still be able to contract those services out. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, because this is right on point. But the numbers you just mentioned don't seem to add up to the cost. So I'm just going back to the scenario 3. Scenario 3, which is what Mr. Vega and the team went over earlier for the MHRC, but it also has these other projects. It says the total in interest alone is $12 million, but that's adding, I guess, these other projects, right?
Yes.
So how much in interest would be just for the MHRC out of the $12 million? Because you said it would pay for itself, but that's assuming you have the savings of $3.4 million from those that you're sending out of county, and then $1 million extra for the extra beds that may come in from the other counties. And you mentioned Santa Cruz, because when I met with Director Jimenez, Santa Cruz just built an MHRC, so I don't see how they're going to be sending. They just built a facility 3 years ago, similar to ours. Beautiful facility, because I didn't know what they look like. Also showed me some photos of what they do, but they just built one. So how would they be sending their clients here? And so we're making assumptions that the other counties would be sending their folks here.
So Katie Eckert, Behavioral Health Bureau Chief.
And on that front, we have gone and we have surveyed the other MHRCs that are around. We know that statewide there's a shortage of beds of this level. The MHRC in Santa Cruz County, we went specifically to that. It has about 100 beds. They are always at between 99 and 101% capacity, because they have someone coming in, sometimes overlapping with someone going out. So I have spoken with each of the behavioral health directors in our surrounding counties, also inclusive of Santa Barbara. Santa Cruz is highly interested in partnering with us. San Luis Obispo, highly interested in partnering with us. San Benito, highly interested in partnering with us. And Santa Barbara has also indicated that interest, but they have not yet given us a letter of support. The other 3 counties have given us that letter of support. They are also looking at how can they expand capacity, because they are sending their clients, their residents, very far away in the state, and that really impairs the ability to be able to recover and have your natural supports wrapped around you and then get reunited back into your community.
So out of the 96 beds, how many would be served locals and how many out of state?
It wouldn't be out of state, out of county.
I mean, out of county.
I mean, right now, our estimate is that we'd have about 51 for our local individuals. However, that's not taking into account the additional demands because of SB 43 and having people maybe need to be conserved and put in this type of treatment center for substance use only. And it also doesn't take into account individuals that might be coming through care court also getting conserved and needing this higher level of service. So there's going to be additional demand for beds. There is insufficient beds statewide. We currently are scrambling constantly trying to find appropriate places to get people. One of the benefits to the way that we're looking at constructing this with the 6 different units that meet the Medi-Cal billing standards is to really be able to dial in the specific types of treatment that are needed. So we might be able to specialize on substance use treatment in one of them. We might be able to specialize on working with older adults that might have physical health care issues. We might be able to specialize on different care populations depending on what those specific needs are, and hopefully then being able to increase the recovery.
Okay, but we haven't done this before, so that's why we have to think through, because if let's say we build this a few years from now and you guys don't have the funding, we're having to look to the general fund or other sources. We need to think through this now, and then I don't want staff to come back later and said we thought they were going to come in, but other counties also built their facilities. They also took out grants, and the numbers that we projected didn't really materialize. And now we're in a tougher financial situation. That's why we have to go, not to be sticklers on this, but we have to think through every potential scenario now, so that it's informed and you're asking all these right questions. So the question I had for you, sir, was you said it's enough to pay the interest. How much is the interest? Because here they got it all combined together, but it also the interest is interest alone. It doesn't combine the other non-funded construction costs.
So thank you for that question. If you look at the appendix on the presentation from KNN on page 17, it gives you a breakdown of the annual debt service payments. The debt service payment for the MHRC for the first year, assuming like a half a year payment, it will be $1.3 million. After that, it will be about $3.4 million in debt service payment. That will include interest and principal for the construction of this facility. So the $3.5 million approximately that Mr. Chombo had alluded to in additional revenue will be sufficient.
In principal and interest would be sufficient.
Right.
What saying. Yeah, got it.
Any other, is the moment here? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Staff wishes to make a clarification about some timelines that were talked about earlier in our presentation today. There's a variety of factors that's at consideration for your board's discretion review at this juncture. The two themes that we want to highlight as staff is that there's the financing component, and then there's the construction component, or the design, development, the programming, the environmental review process, and the construction. And what we wanted to articulate a little more clearly for the board and for the public is that a big driver for the timelines, as we understand it, is the $20 million plus minus grant, of which the health department was very fortunate to win, which is the one of the funding components for this MHRC project. Staff worked very hard to look at the different iterations since there was evolutions of the scope and for the design and for the project description that occurred over time. And so it's began as the MHRC, and then evolved into a sundry set of medical offices and other support buildings, many of which are broken down in your board report that you have before you today. Staff looked at the different scenarios. We prepared Gantt charts and project schedules, looking at the different components involved to get from the beginning of a project to filing that notice of completion and having the golden shovel ceremony for opening the facility. We looked at ones that were what we consider high risk, in that we planned on doing the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA process, in conjunction with finalizing the design plans and being ready to go out to construction and having a very short permitting period. Those factors in mind, at this juncture, while we cannot say that we can absolutely guarantee that even with the shortest schedule, with the streamlined project, that we'd be able to complete the construction guaranteed and have customers being served by December 27. As stated by our Chief of Facilities, we're basing it off the information we know at this time. We will do what we can to streamline processes, explore how other construction components could be streamlined, find a sundry set of creative purchasing equipment in advance, things of which we can control. But there are things we have to acknowledge that we cannot control, and that is processes dictated by state law that we have to follow, such as CEQA and environmental review, and any permitting processes which have not been fully fleshed out at this time. And thus, that is why staff has reported on the timelines as we have. One, to provide that clarification for your board so that you have full information for your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one thing for Ms. Jimenez, because she mentioned this meeting that happened last Thursday, but I'm reading the flyer because I posted on my social media. Just listen to what it says. Was it mailed or gone door to door to distribute to the Creek Bridge residents that live nearby? And so maybe that's why I want, but just so the people could hear, because I got it, and I got it really late, and I had a conflict on Thursday because there was a lot of events going on that day. It says, community listenership, so we want to hear from you. Please join the Monterey County Health Department Behavioral Health Bureau for a community listening session event, and let your voice be heard on a proposal for development of a mental health rehabilitation center and a behavioral health urgent care to be built on the current vacant lot located on Constitution adjacent to Natividad Hospital. That's it. It doesn't say it's going to serve folks with severe mental health issues, homeless individuals. It's going to be a locked facility. Once you start going into those details, there's no map on here that says that's showing the public where exactly. It was held over there on Sanborn rather than a site closest to Creek Bridge, even though there's a school there. That's why I'm saying you might not have got response from the Creek Bridge residents, but once they know what kind of facility it is, you are going to get a different response. So the main question was, did we go door to door and flyer or mail out to the adjacent neighbors?
Yes, Supervisor Alejo. So that was, we did that on social media, so it was not door to door, but we did have a detailed presentation at the listening session, talking about all those details that you just covered.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that if you want to track people there, when they really know what kind of facility it's going to be right in their backyard, literally. If you go into a lot, it's people's backyards. They're a little bit higher elevated, so they will be looking down on the facility. That's what I'm saying. Once you notify what kind of facility, who it's going to be serving, you are going to get a different reaction, whether it's today or down the road. But unless they're properly notified and they know exactly what is this place, who it's going to serve, and what it's going to be, you're not going to get them coming out to a meeting or expressing a concern, because it sounds just like, well, behavioral health, a rehabilitation center on next to Natividad. It doesn't have the same impact when it's going to be right on the other side of your backyard, and it's a different population that you might disagree with being served in the proximity of your home. We've done, Elsa knows, we've done this when we built the Share Center. You do get those kind of reactions once people know exactly what kind of facility and the population you're serving. So that's all I wanted to say in response to Elsa saying, we had nobody opposed. Well, it doesn't really tell you much from the flyer that was handed out and put on social media.
So I haven't said anything here in this whole time, and
your turn.
I'm going to kind of weigh in on the whole picture. I got a lot of notes here strewn about in my brain as well. I try to keep everything in somewhat in order, but since we're talking about the MHRC, I might as well start with that one. I do have some concern with that 2027 deadline. it's a concern there, and I think we need to take a really hard look at it. I know this is for the health department, that it's fully funded for handling that $3.4 million. I'm trying to get a better grasp of where that money's coming from and how much there is of that. And if it wasn't used on this, what else it could be for? Because I'm sure it's not just 3.4, and it actually comes down to the dollar and the cent on what we're covering. There must be a larger amount, but could you explain a little more about where that is coming from and all?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we really know is that our costs of inpatient treatment in subacute settings, because this is not like the mental health unit where someone's in an actual crisis, it's when someone starts their recovery. And so we know that those are very, very expensive placements. They can cost us anywhere from $100,000 to $350,000 a year per placement. At this point in time, none of that comes back to us as federal Medi-Cal revenue, because the placements are in places that are not allowed for federal billing under they call it an IMD exclusion. And so when we bring people home and we bring them into a mental health rehabilitation center that is built to be 16 beds, which is the threshold that allows federal billing, what it means is with the exact same cost of providing service, say it still costs us $100,000 or $350,000, all of a sudden we're getting probably a little over half of that back from federal reimbursement that we currently do not qualify for. And so unless there is a 16-bed facility that is Medi-Cal certified, we are not able to access that federal funding at all. By building this intentionally to be 16-bed facilities, we are able to get it Medi-Cal certified and bring in a revenue stream that doesn't exist otherwise.
So what you're saying is it'll be self-funded, basically.
It will be self-funded from federal billing revenue that we don't currently get.
So I'd be interested to seeing what that P&L looks like on showing it, because I'm sure it doesn't come out exactly to 3.4, 11 and everything. So I'd like to know what kind of cushion we have into there.
Fabricio can share that again with you. He does have that. And again, our 51 clients that we'd expect to be there, I think cover that 3.4 million. And then the other counties who would be reimbursing us for services that their clients are getting in the facility, I think that gives us some extra cushion. But let me give Fabricio back.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what those numbers are.
Yeah, sure. So when I did the analysis, I looked at what it would cost us to have this facility, right? So when I took into consideration the building depreciation, the annual debt service, and then the costs to provide the services in the facility, it was about $10 million cost a year. However, because we're able to generate that revenue through the Medi-Cal, and then the numbers from the other clients. So as I mentioned, the Medi-Cal revenue is $3.4 million. The revenue from the other counties is $910,000. And then because the plan is for us to contract out this facility to a provider, that was rent revenue that was included in there of $1.2 million. So
what was that number? How much?
$1.2 million. So when I do the comparison of the $10 million and then the $5.3 million that we currently pay, and then add the revenue, it was about $200,000 where the county would be in the black when I did the comparison.
That's kind of tight. $200,000
Right.
that we have to spare on there.
And then the one thing to consider too, it's so the rates that we get paid by the Medi-Cal, so they get increased every year. So those numbers are looking a little better as time goes by.
So do operating expenses.
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know anybody that makes a whole lot of money off of Medi-Cal as of things. It's okay. That's helpful and answers it. It's I understand how it's being paying for itself now, but 200,000, that's about a 5%, from 5% on the amount that we're paying here, that we're profiting. I suppose using that word is to understand in terms of revenue over expenses. Okay, that is tight, but yes, Katie, go ahead.
One other thing is that there's a cost containment piece here, because one of the pieces that we also know is our costs of out-of-county placements are growing faster than our our revenue streams. And so by doing this, we will have a predictable amount of cost that we currently do not have. Just even when we think about state hospital placements, the cost of state hospitalization is increasing dramatically, and there's not enough beds available. So then we have people who need treatment that we're mandated to get placed in an appropriate treatment facility. The costs are exorbitant, and there's no beds available. And so we would have both an ability to have beds to be able to serve our mandates, and we would have a predictable cost stream that we don't otherwise have.
If something goes haywire and we, don't match, get into the black on that, the funds will be coming from the general fund. Is that correct?
It would be coming from 91 realignment.
All right. Good.
It would be the behavioral health 1991 realignment. Other costs might come from behavioral health 2011 realignment.
All right. Thank you. Let me see. I have plenty of other questions and comments, but going back to major AA, and I'm not somebody I want to count chickens before they're hatched, but they're pecking at the shell. And, there's 2/3 of the votes are in, and it's leading 53-47. So for it to fail, that would have to completely switch and be 56-44 against. And the trend isn't that way. So I feel that relatively comfortable, I think, as most on the board do. But at the same time, we can't, we don't have this certified. We can't count on that. I do think it is a source for a lot of these projects we're looking at here that are out in the unincorporated area. That was the promise made on this, and that takes care of a lot of those, including these, what is it? The two libraries, basically. Let's see, where else? I do share Supervisor Alejo's concerns about those energy projects that were down on here. I mean, I don't know really much about that. It kind of comes in. It's not part of the 7 we looked at, so it comes in here as number 8, and I don't know what it is. I'm not even sure I know everything on the 200 million, because I don't know the details on that parking garage and other things out of there. So, I'm at a little bit disadvantage from my colleagues in that I'm sure have seen presentations on a lot of these things. I've picked up and things here and there, but there's still some information on many of these things that I would really like to know. let's see. Going over, looking at, one thing that would be helpful when we look at some of the debt service is, I know everything is placed right now at the current, about 4.6 or 4.1. We're using numbers that are pretty much current onto here. But when I look at the historical charts, I do see it drops down at sometimes to 3 or 3.5%. And it might be helpful to see how much interest we'd be paying if it was at a lower interest rate that we're having to do. I bring that up just because when I look at your chart that you've shown, there's some variation, and we're not looking at doing something today. So there's always a possibility on some of these that we could wait for a more favorable time.
I think that the likelihood of that occurring is probably not going to be very high, that the interest rate will be lower. Because if you look at the average over a 20-year period, this has been about 4.1%. But it could happen. I think that the lowest point that you see there is when the COVID pandemic hit. So you see that it actually dropped significantly. So that's where you see some of those periods that were at 2%, 3%, so on and so forth. But other than that, the rate, I think, has been pretty stable in terms of the cost of capital for financing. So I will say we will look at that. And obviously, I think that what is important today, obviously, there's a lot of information that you received today, but the most important aspect is that what we would like to hear from the board is what is your highest level of prioritization for this project, so that you say priority A is going to be this project that we know, so that we could develop a financing plan for you. It may not be borrowing dollars. It could be setting aside dollars over time to be able to do that. Or it could be borrowing into the future. But I think that's what we need to do, because if we are just looking at a list of 100 projects, it's unfeasible for us to do all of that. But if you have a list of 2 or 3 priorities, we have 7 right now, right? Which is a lot better than we had. But if we could have, this is my top priority as a board, then that's what we will be able to do. The other aspect of this is that you have to make a decision about the $20 million grant that we got, because we have to either say, yes, we're going to move forward with this project or not. And if we're not, we need to send the money back so that we don't create a problem for the county into the future. But if you say, yes, we're going to move forward, then you're going to have challenges in terms of the feasibility of being able to get this project done because of the capacity that Public Works staff has expressed. Can we actually get it done by December of 2027, where we spend the $20 million and we have clients in by that time? So I think those are the major topics of conversation.
Great. I have some other questions on other things too.
Yeah.
But as you point out, Ezekiel, the 4.18 is the average. We're slightly above that now. So when you have an average, you have the equal amount under as you do above. And that is the point I'm trying to raise. Is in 2012, it was down to just a little over 3%. And from 2014 till 2018, it was 3 to 4 in that range. So it does vary, and that is the point I'm trying to make.
You're correct. Yeah.
And Ezekiel, we could run some sensitivity analysis easily for rates to go down.
So that's David from KNA. So we will do any analysis that you get these directors to do, but we would prefer that you focus on a smaller subset of priorities as you could, so that we can
I
still have
understand,
something
but you're presenting this information and the big picture. So I'm raising questions on the big picture at this point.
Thank you. Yeah.
So let's see. As I look at the certificate of participation, and as it's been brought up, I can't remember who brought it up. Maybe it was you, Ezekiel, or somebody. That around 28, 29, it goes down. From 4 or 5 years from now, it drops down to, I think that by 29, we're paying $5 million less than we are now. And
correct.
If we are looking for a long term, how we're going to handle it with this, and we do happen to go that way, that is an option, because we're going to have, before the end of this decade, a little more space in the debt that we currently can handle. I want to, two things when we get back, we're talking about the $100 million building in Seaside, or any of these other projects that are large, like the $200 million. Two points I want to make, and they're kind of conflicting, is one, if you're going into a $30 million debt, a 30-year debt on something that's whether we're paying the the interest as we're proposing on these at 4.67 or whatever they are, that isn't all being paid in today's dollars. If you have 2% inflation over 30 years on $100 million, that comes to $180 million, which is about what we end up paying on to this. So that's why we vote for bonds, and that's why there's 2 bonds that passed in this last election. Is you are getting ahead of inflation a little bit by onto this. So there is a little advantage there. It isn't like just it's automatically doubled in today's dollars, and I think that needs to be put out there. The other thing that comes up is we talk about this building being old in 1975. It was built. I have vague memories of that being built, as that goes back to when there's another supervisor church on up here, and that was a long time ago. I'll agree with that. But that building is old. It needs a lot of work. But part of what we're discussing here today is also the restoration of a mansion built in 1850. And so there are things that, old buildings can be rehabilitated. I think it would be an important thing to look at. I understand it doesn't take the whole picture of the space that is being proposed. It isn't apples and apples. It's apples and cucumbers or something along that line. So there is a variation on there, but we go through and look at all this. We need to look at all these different options that we have, and I think that would be one of them. We have, can I get this clarification that we have to make a decision on this, on the MHRC today? It can't wait, is that correct?
Elsa Jimenez again. Yes, the department, and I don't want to speak for Director Ishii, but he did present and his team did present some concerns with our ability to be able to meet that June 2027 to expend the full 20 million, but more importantly, the December 2027 deadline for us to be able to deliver services at the MHRC. Before you this morning as well was the request to accept the $20 million grant. If you approve the request of the $20 million grant and you approve this project to proceed forward and for us to work with the budget office and the consultants to issue COPs, then the Health Department and Public Works could spend more active time moving this project forward. You might recall that we brought this back in the spring. And we've been doing some due diligence in proceeding the work with having environmental consultants come on site, et cetera, but we haven't actually really put it in motion or really active phase because we're waiting for the board to be able to approve. So every minute counts, I would say, in terms of the county's department's ability to be able to meet that December 2027 deadline. If we don't approve it today, we definitely won't meet that December 2027 deadline, and in essence, where we, telling the state thank you, but we're not able to accept the $20 million, and then we're back at square one with trying to figure out how we bring this much-needed service to our county for our residents and surrounding county residents. So a yes on MHRC would give us the ability to be able to work on that very tight timeline and hopefully be able to meet that deadline of December 2027.
Just one little follow-up on there. If we approve this and, we really, because I know we have a tight deadline of 2027, but I don't think I've seen exactly how that's planning out and what's being planned and through that period. Maybe it's in here somewhere. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
Very easily could have missed it. I think that's what a big concern is on a lot of the supervisors up here. But if we go for this and sign on to this, but then we decide we can't do it, we facing any penalty in that regard?
Well, I think if we don't meet that December 2027 deadline and your staff are not able to work with the state to extend that deadline, then we may have to pay back a portion of that $20 million or all of it back. I can't speak to what the repercussions would be. But then the department would be able to figure out how we could pay back through maybe additional debt issuance. It would at least give us the opportunity to be able to proceed, and then we can figure out a plan B if we need to return the $20 million.
Yeah, that's not quite. That's going a little further down than than I'm looking at here, because I want to feel a little more comfortable that we're on to the 2020, we can make that 2027 deadline. I don't know if we have that here today.
I'll defer to Director Ishii on that.
But I guess what I'm looking at, and my question here is a little more narrowly focused. If we go to say, yes, we're going to go through the paperwork on this, we look into this a little deeper, and we decide in February, well, we got a real problem, and we back out then, is there any repercussions at that point? That's what my question was. Sorry, I wasn't more specific.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. So
one of the things that I've heard is that we're either going to look bad now by telling the state that we can't do the $20 million, or we may look bad in February by saying we can't use the $20 million, we're not going to be finished on time. Either way, it's the same negative outcome. However, we are saying, quite frankly, I think a little bit hastily, that we're not going to be able to make the 2027 deadline. I feel like, there have been a lot of things that have gone on here where I don't want to put any pressure on you or anything, Randy, but I've watched some pretty amazing situations go from horrible to wonderful. And then there was the juvenile hall, but we won't talk about that. But I feel that we've got a lot of opportunity here. And I think that we should go for it. I know that there are a lot of reasons to question, but my primary thing is to Ezekiel and to my colleagues here. We can go ahead and say, yes, let's go ahead and pursue it, and then figure out the funding for it after. We do not have to close today with the funding plan. We have an opportunity to have Ezekiel, the health departments, and of course, Public Works, to look at the funding scenario after today. But today, I think that it would serve us well to go ahead and say, let's just go ahead and push for this and trust that we're going to be able to do it. I believe so totally that we are going to have a facility that is going to be fantastic and is going to be in great need. Everything that I'm reading about what's going on in our country today and, where the funding is for our state leads me to conclude that this is a good idea for us. So my thought for today would be to say, yes, let's do that. And let's do the King City Courthouse parking lot, the Bradley Library, and the Pajaro Library. I think let's just make some decisions and get on with it.
I guess what I sat here and listened to everybody else on the board, so I want to just kind of make sure I get the questions that I want answered onto here. And I do have a little concern with this. I don't think I or anybody else said we can't make that deadline. That isn't what's been discussed. But I was just wanting to, I'm okay with going ahead is what I'm putting forth here. I just want to make sure that there's not any other penalty financially or otherwise if by some chance we look at this and we don't see how we can go ahead with it. And I don't know if there's anything you have to add on that, Randy or Elsa, on terms of that 3-year deadline, but
yeah, so I don't know, like you were alluding to a scenario come 2025. The department currently is spending money on getting consultants to come and do site reviews, et cetera. We have an architect that's helping us design the plans. So independent of the $20 million having been accepted, the department has expended currently, and you might recall as well last year when we were planning to renovate a piece of the jail, the department expended to the tune of $500,000 with those plans that then had to be shelved. So in terms of a penalty, I don't know if I'd frame it that way, but the department is utilizing other revenue sources that we have available to us to get us to the point where we are. And so then that would just, that would cease. And then that's just money that we've expended and then just shelve the plan as well. But on the other penalties, I don't know. I'll defer to Randy on that.
I've heard from, Randy, if you want to add, go ahead. I heard you were going to put all resources into this, and I feel your team is very capable, but please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Church. And yes, you are correct in everything that you had stated. Staff would just reiterate that the staff here are ones who've learned from the lessons of the new juvenile hall and jail housing addition, and they put a very keen eye towards the project schedules I have the Chief of Facilities, Florence Cabasa Green, on the line, who could probably bring up one of the many project schedules that they looked at very deep and thoroughly to ensure that it's deliverable. And we believe that the challenges that we're seeing are the same, that if it were decided to take it off of the department's hands and put it into a project management firm to handle solely and entirely, they would see many of the same challenges in terms of CEQA, environmental review, neighborly issues, and so on, or complaints that may come up. And so, not speaking to penalties there, but speaking to the challenge and how we came up with the schedules. We have what we have. The information that we're seeing is showing that it's very difficult to make a December 27 opening date and seeing customers. We're several months out from that on one of our fastest schedules. Again, we would do what we could to streamline processes, to put as many resources to it, to make the deadline, and also to see what could be pre-purchased in advance. But again, with all that we've looked at, we are, I'm afraid, not able to achieve that December 27th deadline. And if this grant is anything similar to other grants that our department, Public Works, Schools, and Parks, receives from the state or the federal government, generally the penalty is you must pay back what was expended for that grant.
Pass off if anybody has any other comments or motions or.
Yeah, I'll make a motion if that's what we're ready for. Thumbs up? Okay. So I'll just make a motion that we move forward, giving staff direction to move forward with the financing scenario for the MHRC, keeping the rest A through E of the rest of the items on the priority list, asking our our budget staff to look at the other funding options that have been discussed today. You know, sales tax potential money at some point, one-time funds over time, philanthropic dollars that may be available. You'd mentioned what was the other money, Supervisor Alejo. There was something that you were talking about earlier that I'm sure you wrote down. iBank dollars, that you come back with more information about all of those different options for how we may be able to provide funding for the other priority projects, and that we give direction to move forward at this point.
That was A through what?
Sorry, A through F. A through F at this point. And I'm just leaving off item G because the department asked us to, indicated that they would bring that back through the facilities master plan.
Well, we're going forward on bonding for the MHRC when we don't even know if the iBank is a cheaper alternative.
Well, so that's my motion. My motion is that we give staff direction to proceed with, because we are on a timeline and we have a project that looks like it can fund itself. So there may not be support for that, but I'm going to put that out as a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Can I ask a question of staff? And Ezekiel, today you were asking for a prioritization. Are you looking for ranking and order? Because with this, we're just pushing them all forward. What I understood from your comments was you wanted to know what was a priority on these.
I would prefer that the board gives us that prioritization so that we are not guessing and then prioritizing one project over the other. On the 7, if there is no preference by the board, then we will use the staff discretion as to that. But I just want to ask you that when I come back with a plan that you support it. If not, then I'll prefer that you actually prioritize in a specific ranking so that we could start setting aside funding or develop financing plans for those projects.
And I'll just add, I think that depending on what funding is available will most definitely determine how we prioritize those. And given some of those projects may very well have funding available that we can't commit to at this point because we don't know for sure yet. But I think that will become clear when we know what financing is available for those projects. But that would be my request, is that we take a look at that when we know more about where those dollars might be. But that would be my motion. That's the motion I've got on the table at this point.
And a number for financial scenario, I don't even know what's on that list. I don't even know how it got on there, but I'm not supportive of putting that on a priority list. Financial scenario number 4.
Oh, you're talking about the
energy projects.
Energy project.
Yeah.
I'm identifying, and this is on page slide 13, priority projects. It says for debt issuance. I'm not speaking of debt issuance other than for the MHRC. I'm talking about debt issuance only for the MHRC with asking our finance, our budget team to identify one-time money or ongoing other financial options to provide dollars for the IDs A through F, so that we can then identify how we might want to prioritize those moving forward. I'm not talking about the other ones.
So I'm struggling with the motion only because to the question that staff had put out there in terms of priority, I would personally rather drive that ship and say what I think those priorities should be and allow them to move things around. And so I can't support the motion for that reason. Specifically for me, the way I'd like to see them ranked is the parking lot in King City, because it's the lowest of the cost, the Pajaro Library, Bradley, and then after that, I feel like the list is a little easier, and then it's going to come down to financing, but I think we should set those 3, as I shared during my comments, as the top 3 priorities to be knocked out and targeted based on the needs of community that we've identified.
So with that in mind, could we perhaps get an amendment, a friendly amendment to the motion, so that we would keep the base motion that Supervisor Root Askew put forward, but instead of funding A through F, we would fund in order F, which is the courthouse parking lot, the Pajaro, E, which is the Pajaro Library, and then C, which is the New Bradley Library.
I can accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion, and then, but I am going to insist that we keep A on there. And if I can add then an additional friendly amendment to that, I would just like to ask that we have our CAO team work with us to tighten up the Broadway Family Connections project so that it is a tighter budgeted project that is within the realm of what realistically we might be able to get done.
Okay, I'm going to make a substitute motion then, and that would be to keep, and it breaks it up into 3 parts, because we're looking at funding sources here we don't have on Measure AA, which we don't know yet, and I think that's important to take in consideration. So I want to just set B, C, E, F, and G. We're going to have to go to the side until we know what we're standing out on Measure AA. I mean, we've got to come back. That's got to be certified. We've got to decide how we're going to prioritize those funds, and I think that has to be a part of that. I would go to move ahead with the MHRC project, and for A, I would like to see a little more. I want to get a little more information. I want to see the alternative. What happens if you did rebuild out of that? What does that look like? What is the cost? But I also want to see what lower interest rates are on. What it would come down. We pick up the prime time for this. I'm not. As I look at the COP thing, I don't think we're ready to. We can do something in 2 or 3 years necessarily, but I think we can do something and we can put a hard date on it if we get some information and we look at where our debt service is dropping down. I do think there's a possibility of doing that. It's almost that $5 million. What is it? 6 Supervisor asked you for the annual funding of that building. Is it 6 something? What is it? 6.4? 6.7. Just interest? Interest alone. The interest and principal, right? Interest alone. What's the
Yeah, that's not just interest. That should be interest and principal, the annual debt service.
So I think there needs to be a discussion a little bit deeper on that. I want a little more information there on some options. So that's my motion.
I can second that.
Good.
Any other comments?
I won't be able to support it because I'm still not convinced on the MHRC at this point. Staff and the state should be able to give commitments about extensions, especially when they know construction projects take so much time. And I don't know if the project even includes the parking, any parking, because the parking structure was separate. So I just know that we're going to come back and say, oh, we didn't plan in this parking, another $1 million or $1.5 million, it's still half baked for me. I'm not convinced the money's there. So I'm gonna not support it. The other projects I do support, but because you included them all in one motion, I'm just gonna not vote no for today.
Okay. Any other comments? We go to vote? Okay. I don't see anybody nodding their head, but I'm going to call for it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I mean, no. It's late, end of day.
That was a quick change of pace.
Elsa thought she had me on there.
Motion carries 4-1.
I will note that there's consent item 43.
All right, we should deal with consent item 43. Can we?
Yes, and I would just ask Director Jimenez, since she's here, that if she could please do the appropriate outreach to those residents, because they're not getting anything. They don't expect they're going to hear on social media, because I know we're going to hear them later if we do not do that door-to-door outreach or the mailing in Spanish and English with the map so they can know exactly what's taking place there. That's what I would ask for the record, in case the public comes back later, they didn't get notice. I am making that request so that they do get that type of direct notice. Thank you.
I'll make that a motion for 43 with the addition on your request there, Supervisor.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
4-1. It passes. We're going to take a little break here, perhaps about what is the time right now? 4:56. What do we want? 5:10, 5:15?
It's 4:50.
That's 5:15. Okay. We'll now reconvene the evening session of the Board of Supervisors. Item 23 is next on the agenda, and this is to approve Amendment 16, United Franchise Agreement on proposed rates and services. Mr. Encarnacion.
Good afternoon, Chair Church and board members. Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health. And with me today are Robin Kimball, Management Analyst, and Marnie Flagg, Assistant Director of Environmental Health. We're here today to conduct a public hearing to present the proposed rate adjustment request from Waste Management for the Unified Franchise Agreement for 2025. In 2010, an agreement was awarded to Waste Management Incorporated, DBA, Carmel Marina Corporation, as a franchisee for solid waste services in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. The county and Waste Management have been negotiating a new unified franchise agreement with an expected effective date of January 1, 2025. However, should negotiations for the new agreement extend beyond January 1, 2025, the rate adjustment requests based on the Refuse Rate Index, or RRI, are presented for your approval today. The approved solid waste indices for Refuse Rate Index calculation include labor, diesel, CNG fuel, vehicle replacement, bad debt, and pass-through fees and landfill tipping fees. The proposed rates are broken down by the two locales. A 6.47% rate increase is proposed for the Monterey Regional Waste Management District region in the peninsula, and a 6.32 rate increase is proposed for the Salinas Valley Recycles region in South County. The proposed rate adjustment examples are here for your reference. Here is an update to our negotiation with Waste Management. Negotiations for the new agreement have been ongoing since July, and we are hopeful that we will bring a new agreement to you for approval in December with an effective date of January 1, 2025. Features of the new agreement include capturing bad debt, creation of a call center, adjustment of the refuse rate index, and right-sizing commercial services. Bad debt will be handled through an assessment process, which includes 4 notices from Waste Management and also the county issuing notices of violation, which leads up to an assessment process. A call center located in Castroville can be operational by mid-2025, consisting of up to 5 call representatives and 1 supervisor. Commercial services will be right-sized and costs will be realigned to reflect services provided, resulting in a revenue-neutral change. Here are more updates. Overage charges were replaced with the 3-warning system before subsequent right-sizing of containers. 20-gallon cart inserts will be removed and right-sized and priced to the 35-gallon standard cart. In summary, benefits of the new agreement include financial strategies to manage bad debt and costs, enhanced customer engagement and education, a local customer service experience, and it addresses equitable commercial recycling solutions. In closing, we ask you approve and authorize the execution of Amendment Number 16 of the Unified Franchise Agreement to incorporate the proposed refuse rate index rates for 2025, authorize the Director of Health to execute Amendment Number 16, and accept this update regarding negotiations for the Unified Franchise Agreement. Thank you for your time. This concludes our presentation. We are available to answer any questions. Also in the audience are Liz Hall and Eric Lynch representing Waste Management.
Any questions? If not, I'll take, oh, yes, sure. Supervisor Askew.
There we go. The rates, just in regards to the bad debt rate changes, so can you speak more to the bad debt amounts, and if we weren't making that change to the bad debt, what the difference in the rate would have been?
Thank you, Supervisor. For the bad debt, in the proposed rates that you see before you, that includes the bad debt. So if we were to take out the bad debt, that rate would obviously be adjusted.
If we were to take out the bad debt, the rate would be adjusted down.
It would go down.
By how much?
We have Waste Management here to answer that question.
Supervisor Askew and fellow supervisors. I have the combined east and west increase, which would be a combined 6.39%. Bad debt and labor are the biggest portions of the overall rate increase in front of you under the current agreement. Bad debt accounts for 1.39% of that combined east and west 6.39%. Labor is 3.44%, which of course last year we had a significant increase for hourly wages for our union workers. So those are the biggest portions of the increase, and that's under current agreement. So thank you.
So just clinging to that bad debt issue remains one that is significant.
Yes, definitely. So under the proposed new agreement, we're proposing a special assessment process, and the reason for the timeline in front of you of starting a new agreement January 1 would mean starting a new agreement, clean slate, assigning bad debt to the property owners, which are often the customers themselves, and taking that out of the rates at the starting point and not, defer that any longer.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a little clarification on the on the bad debt there. So the bad debt that we're approving for this coming year, that's included in this rate, that's for the bad debt that's for this last year?
Yes, that's correct, for 2023.
So when we get the contract done, and that's is part of it, then that would be reflected in the 26 rates because, correct?
No, so on December 3rd, staff will be coming back to request approval of the new agreement to be effective January 1. And currently, there are two rate proposals for under new agreement. So this is kind of a plan B, the amendment 16 under current. The ideal situation is December 3rd, new agreement gets voted. If the special assessment process were to begin under the new agreement January 1, the rate increase would only be 2.96% at that time. The rate adjustment January 1, if the special assessment process weren't to start until 2026, would be a 6.89% increase.
So what happens if something, the contract doesn't quite get finalized, but it gets finalized in January? Are we going ahead with this rate increase for the entire year then, even when we have a new contract? How are we handling that?
Yeah, so the current contract ends June 30th, 2025, and so the PI would be effective January 2025, and at that point, if if we did have to start a new agreement July 1 of next year, we would reassess the rates at that point under the new agreement and could potentially see another adjustment. Could be a decrease, could be an increase in July. We don't know because we haven't planned for that. We've planned for a January 1, implementation of the new agreement.
Thank you for
that. Of course.
And, I just want to express the concerns I've raised onto here in previous meetings, the call center, the debt, many of these others here. It's good to see them being negotiated and being worked out. And so I want to express my satisfaction and pleased with the way things have happened. And yes, I can be pleased. Be sure to let my wife know that,
I'm queuing up the message right now, actually, in my brain.
So I just want to, thank both the Health Department and Waste Management for working on that.
Of course.
Any other comments, questions, Supervisor?
I do have a comment, and it's not dissimilar to your own. I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you and just share my great appreciation for Waste Management for their continued service and of hard-to-reach customers, including the residents in Big Sur that have been cut off from typical service for more than a year and a half with Highway 1 slip-outs and the road closures. But I know since March of 23, Waste Management's been traveling up Highway 1 through San Luis Obispo County to service 13 customers every other Saturday. south of the Highway 1 closure that's near Lucia. So it is a 12-hour round trip for the driver, and 12 hours is a lot. So I just want to say thank you to Waste Management for doing that. So, and I'm also supportive of the way that you're looking at the proposal to update the rate model so it separates trash from recycling. I think that that's an important element as well. And just having I think people, it lowers the trash rates and then assigns the defined rate, if I'm understanding this correctly, to recycling services. So the customers pay for the service that they receive. And I think it clears up the rate and makes it easier for everybody to understand based on the need and the use. So thank you for the marching forward in many good ways, and appreciate very much the support and service that we get from Waste Management.
Thank you.
No other comments? We'll go out to the public. Nobody online, nobody here. Come back to a vote for approve.
Aye.
No, we need a motion.
Do we need a motion? I'll make a motion.
For staff recommendation.
Yes, I'm moving staff recommendation. Thank you.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5. Move on to schedule item number 24.
Long time for a short.
Receive a written and verbal update on California Proposition 1. Sorry, my voice is kind of fading.
Board. I am here as your Behavioral Health Bureau Chief, and with me is Fabricio Chambo, who is our interim Assistant Bureau Chief, and assisting me with what we know from Proposition 1 and what we're going to expect, and a little bit about the process that we're suggesting that we move forward with. So first piece about Prop 1 is the first part of it was the Behavioral Health Infrastructure Bond Act. That's got $6.38 billion of state general obligation bonds to construct new clinic beds, build permanent supported housing for individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness who have behavioral health conditions, and to build unlocked community behavioral health treatments and residential settings. This amount of funding is broken into a couple of different buckets. We have a little over $1 billion for veteran-supported housing, $922 million for supported housing for individuals with behavioral health needs, 1.5 for residential settings for counties, cities, and tribes, and almost $9 billion for behavioral health treatment and residential settings authorized by the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. Next slide. The other component of the Behavioral Health Services Act is modernizing the Mental Health Services Act and renaming it to be the Behavioral Health Services Act. MHSA is a 1% income tax on millionaires in California. It funds mental health services. It was approved by voters 20 years ago. And now, under Prop 1, it has been changed to add coverage for substance use disorder treatment. It also changes the funding withheld by the state from 5% to 10%. The state portion will be directed for 4% for population-based prevention services, 3% for workforce investments, and 3% for statewide oversight. And it redirects the funding that we receive as the county to new buckets, which are 30% for housing the chronically homeless, 35% going to full-service partnership programs. We already do have full-service partnership programs, and leaving 35% for behavioral health services and supports that also already exist. And do we have a... I think, oh, thank you. I can go ahead and keep talking, and then the slides are definitely in your packet, or they can be forwarded to you at another time. So moving on, besides the different components, oh, here we go. Thank you for the technical assistance. Let's move on to the next slide. Oops. Okay. Here is our implementation timeline for the new initiative. On March 5th of this year, voters approved Proposition 1. June through December was our time frame to initiate our local preparation efforts, start internal stakeholder processes, start sharing information, including the continuity of our current year funding. Our current year funding was not affected. January 1 of 2025 through June 30 of 2026 is a start of an 18-month fiscal transition period. We will, at this point, be working on transitioning to the new buckets of funding, working with the state on new metrics that will be required to track. We will receive the specifics and guidance from the state. We will then also need to be able to implement the new community planning process and develop an integrated plan for all behavioral health funding sources. Right now, you might be familiar with our community planning process that we do annually, just specifically for MHSA. We will be directed to do it differently from what we do right now, tie it in with other strategic plans that exist throughout the community, and then also to demonstrate and reflect every funding source that behavioral health has and how every single dollar is being directed within behavioral health. And then if we were to submit late, then there would be corrective action plans or sanctions placed on us as a county. By July 1, 2026, we will have full implementation. We will have transitioned to those new funding categories. Our new 3-year integrated plan, we will be tracking those new metrics that, again, we don't know what are yet. And then we will have to also report every expenditure and outcome for behavioral health on a new county behavioral health outcomes accountability and transparency report that will be due in 2028 and onwards. Implementing the Behavioral Health Services Act, we do not have an immediate effect on our adopted budget for current year. We have already started our extensive planning process to understand and identify program mandates, data, and priorities so that our future changes might be informed by those facts and data. We have initiated community outreach to collect input beginning fall of 2024. Some of that is going along with our regular MHSA community stakeholder information gathering process, and then some of it is by presenting information such as this to our Board of Supervisors and other interested organizations. January of 2025, the key transitional planning will be initiated. The new performance metrics will be established, data identified to be collected and reported on. We'll start our new community planning process for that comprehensive integrated financial plan for all behavioral health funding sources. And then July 1 of 2026, we'll be looking at full implementation, including the changes from the MHSA level and array of services to our new Behavioral Health Services Act array and level of services. This does mean some of our programs will experience funding reductions. We will have comprehensive annual financial reports that will require us as a county to report on all behavioral health funding sources, and again, that comprehensive performance data as per those new metrics to be established. So this is a comparison of what Mental Health Services Act looks like compared to Behavioral Health Services Act. The far left, you will see a yellow circle that shows the state getting 5% of the MHSA revenues, and the county gets 95%. And then the county's portion of the 95%, 76% goes to community services and supports, 5% goes to innovation, and 19% goes to prevention and early intervention. Under the new Behavioral Health Services Act allocation, the county will get 90% of the total pot of funding, the state withholding 10% instead of 5%, and the county's 9% is now going to be directed 30% towards housing, 35% to full-service partnership programs, and 35% to behavioral health services and supports. This demonstrates what our revenue history has looked like. MHSA as a tax on millionaires is very volatile. And you can look at the last two columns. Well, you can see that there's times where we've received, some really incredible amounts, and then there's times that it's kind of gone down really significantly, and so we really try to figure out how can we best serve our community with the uncertain revenue streams. And the last two columns here, you can see what would be funded under MHSA in fiscal year 27, and really looking at about $36 million of funding coming in. Under MHSA, we would have had that green bar would have been our community services and supports. Prevention and early intervention would be that orange part, and innovation would be that turquoise part. And as you can see, there's going to be a pretty significant difference. Same amount of funding, well, roughly the same amount of funding coming into us. But that top striped portion will be the part that has been redirected towards housing. And then the blue column and red column are the funds for current programs. And so you can see that there's a pretty substantial chunk that is going to come out of what we are currently doing. Next slide, please. This is our fiscal year 27 revenue projections for all sources. We're looking at $10.3 million of 1991 realignment. That's based on statewide sales taxes. $27 million based on 2011 realignment, also statewide sales taxes. Looking at $25.6 million of MHSA. We are looking at a loss of MHSA due to the passage of Prop 1 of $11 million. We're looking at federal dollars, federal financial participation of about $44 million. Looking at an additional loss of $5.3 million of federal financial participation due to Prop 1. And we've already looked at about $5 million of a loss due to the CalAIM payment reform. And so this is where we're sitting right now forecast-wise. Next slide, please. Here's our programs that we're currently funding and the levels that we're currently funding. So the full service partnerships, that is a piece that is going to continue to get some funding under the Behavioral Health Services Act. We're currently spending $17.7 million on full service partnerships. Our estimated amount of funding that we're going to be able to fund program-wise moving forward is $12.2 million. So we're looking at a cut of $5.5 million out of full service partnerships. The list of the programs and the cost of each of those is listed here, as well as the number of clients that we generally serve each fiscal year. Our general system development programs, again, we will continue getting some funding here, but we will be dropping from $15 million to $12 million of revenue. So almost a $3 million impact. Prevention, we're no longer going to be funded for prevention services. And so that is removing $4.6 million of our existing programming. The early intervention, again, we're not getting the direct funding there, so that's removing $2.1 million of our direct service funding. And so all total here, we're going from a current level of expenditures on these MHSA-funded programs of almost $40 million and dropping that down to about $24 million. Some of this, I should note, is that we are We are using some fund balances, so that is part of what is allowing us to have basically $40 million of services. But these are going to be real impacts felt by our community when we have to look at roughly a $20 million loss of program funds from the direct MHSA funds, the $15 million of direct MHSA funds, and the 5.3 associated loss of federal revenues. That is going to impact our community. Next slide. So some of the key implications, we do have competitive bond funding available to expand infrastructure, as per our discussion earlier, where our health director mentioned that we are going to be applying for some infrastructure funds to support some of the behavioral health needs, and they are competitive. We are looking at how can we maximize our ability to get those, and we are actively working on that. Another key issue is per our legislative analyst office, bond funding is going to house less than 3% of California's current individuals experiencing homelessness. I think our communities are going to be highly concerned about this because when this was passed as Prop 1, it was really presented as a solution for homelessness. And I think that our growing homeless population exceeds that 3% that we are able to really be able to house with this. The redirection of the MHSA funds is going to result in a reduction of dollars available locally to fund prevention programs. That is likely going to have adverse impacts on our historically underserved communities. It is going to impact our innovation programs, our workforce education and training, our capital facilities, our mental health services to both adults and children served by behavioral health, and there is that loss of federal Medi-Cal revenues associated with the reduction of services. And again, just knowing a millionaire's tax, it is highly volatile, and we need to be able to plan for sustainable programming that the community can rely on. Additional implications. There isn't any new funding with Prop 1, only that redirection of existing funding that has been fully utilized in supporting our community programs and services. Our community members will be impacted by service changes due to the redirected funding. There's no additional funding available for the expanded coverage for substance use disorder treatment. Our community-based organizations are going to be impacted by reductions and/or elimination of funding for highly valued programs. This could threaten their financial viability or affect their workforce. Our local prevention programs will be highly impacted by reductions and/or the elimination of funding and adversely affect our historically underserved people. And the bond measure and the homeless funding will not provide sufficient affordable housing to solve homelessness in our communities. This will be a cause of community concern. So our next steps as the Behavioral Health Bureau for preparing for the Behavioral Health Services Act implementation, we're forecasting our expected Behavioral Health Services Act revenue, including Behavioral Health Services Act and realignment. We're identifying our mandated programs that we operate and identifying funding available to cover the mandates, including federal Medi-Cal dollars. We're identifying other sources of local revenues inclusive of partnerships with schools, probation, child welfare, or other governmental providers serving the same population as behavioral health. We're identifying non-mandated programs, data demonstrating their effectiveness, our partners involved with each, local costs to continue operations, and federal funding leverage. And then we're gathering provider and community input on priorities for the non-mandated programs while sharing the amount of revenue available to cover the programs. Some of our other next steps would be to hold community listening sessions, presenting the financial and program information to all stakeholder groups, including various communities, cities, partners, contractors, and public. We want to gather input from all. We'll use that data and community input sessions to develop recommendations for your board to consider the programs to be funded and provide lists of programs that did not have funding secured. We'll work with community providers and partners on transition plans and seek ways of mitigating adverse impacts, including looking at Medi-Cal funding opportunities under CalAIM. And we'll continue to work with the State and County Behavioral Health Directors Association on the development of policy guidance around implementation that makes sense for our communities and our programs. A successful implementation will look like we have ensured transparency by sharing the data and information widely, really looking at how we can measure the number and types of stakeholders that we engage, holding the listening sessions and gathering that input from stakeholders, measuring the number of stakeholders engaged there, providing written response to community concerns raised during input sessions, developing a clear and transparent recommendation for your board to consider based on facts, data, and that input, developing the transition plans that include seeking the ways to mitigate impacts with every contractor or program that will be adversely affected, and measure the percentage of programs and contractors with transition plans. And we'll measure the amount of additional funding that's developed through partnerships, CalAIM, Medi-Cal billing, or other sources that adds to our program's continuity. Final thoughts. We know that adversity can drive innovation. We know that we will adapt, and we know that we will provide excellent services to our community moving forward together. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions?
How do you manage to stay so upbeat?
I believe in us being innovative. I believe that there are ways that we can partner together to really serve our community in ways that our community needs. And so is it daunting? Yes, it's daunting. But I truly believe we can do this, and we can be successful, and we can meet our community's needs.
And then I didn't see this, but is there any new federal money that is going to be redirected here?
No. And we're, in fact, experiencing a loss of federal monies because we will not be able to provide the same level of direct services.
Yes, final question. What are they thinking?
It's hope, and again, I think that everyone has been looking for a solution for homelessness. I think that there is an interpretation that, clearly anyone who is homeless must have a behavioral health condition. My challenge for any of us is, imagine if you found yourself homeless, tell me what your mental health condition would be, and tell me whether you might be tempted to self-medicate with whatever substance. So there's the question, what comes first, your behavioral health condition or homelessness? Clearly, we need housing to be one of the pieces to solve homelessness. Clearly, there is need for behavioral health services and supports to go along with that. But I think that the reality is that there was a lot of hope that there was not going to be pain felt by moving dollars. And the reality is it's a zero-sum game. Yeah. And when you unfund something to fund something else, there's going to be pain experienced with that.
Thank you for all of your good efforts. I really appreciate it a lot, both of you.
You're welcome.
So we'll go to the public. Is there anybody online? Nope. All right. Close public comment. Any other final words?
Just we warned them, right? I think that's all I can say. We tried. We were out there. And I want to appreciate you, Katie and Fabricio, for always being there with the numbers to be clear with the public about what the impacts were going to be. Now we know a little more concrete what they are. And it's, as you said repeatedly throughout the presentation, right, the community will see impacts. And so, unfortunately, here we are. And as we move forward and the community continues to ask us to solve problems, we have to hope. And so, join you in hoping and being creative in how we move forward. But thank you for not saying I'm out of these trenches and, sticking in with us and continuing to fight for what we know our communities deserve. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the detailed presentation, the thoroughness of it, and laying things out of where the direction we're going, and with some hard facts and some hopefulness, as is the word of the day, I think. So
We have a lot of creative people that are committed to our community. We'll figure out a way.
Exactly. Thank you. Any other final comments? Right ahead.
Obviously, as part of the Behavioral Health Commission, this was presented there, so thank you very much. I think it's important for us to vet this. I know our public is gone today, but it's on record that we try to know that, tell our residents that this is coming. There's major changes to the Mental Health Services Act. So we hope that it works out the way it was intended, but we know that sometimes there's the unintended consequences of this, and they did take a lot of other resources that we used to have available, that now there might have to scale back on particular services that we were providing for the community. But this is a first presentation, but we look forward to hopefully getting updates as we carry out the implementation and as we compete for some of the funds under this new ballot initiative. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the presentation. And
thank you all. Have a good night.
we'll move on to new referrals.
Yes, and there is a new referral from Supervisor Adams, and it's related to campaign finance reform and term limits. This referral has been assigned to our county counsel, Susan Blitch, and seeks specifically campaign finance reform related to the, and the creation of a policy that reforms campaign finance. It creates term limits for County of Monterey Board of Supervisors. This was received or is dated October 18th, 2024, and was assigned today.
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, Madam CAO, before staff spend too much time on this, I guess maybe it's for the next time this comes up, but whether this board wants to go down this road, I appreciate Supervisor Adam doing it, but she's doing it on her way out in less than a couple months. So so I just want maybe this is something that we want to entertain or not, but we already have campaign limits under the default state limits that were instituted, I think, 2 years ago. And I always say the term limits that we've had, usually it's our voters. So if we're doing a good job, the voters will keep us. If they don't, as we saw in some of the recent local elections, they'll decide to make a change. So I don't know if it's today's where we decide whether we want to move forward on this referral or not, or maybe at the next one.
Next one.
But okay. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
When will this be reported back on?
It's asked for that it be come back in a month, but this is only just announcing that it's been received.
All right, thank you. That will go to County Administrative Officer comments. Clerk Sonia De La Rosa.
No, I appreciate it. Quite frankly, I'm just keeping it short, just thanking all the staff, and I know we don't meet again. Thanksgiving will be coming up, so just hoping everybody is able to spend time with their families over the season and drive safely out there. Thank you.
And board comments. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just quickly, two things. I just wanted to say that there was such a lovely event that was held out at the Veterans Cemetery, and Supervisor Rudascu and I were there. It was just really very touching. The rain came and went and came back again, and it really added to the solemnness of the ceremony. So that was wonderful. However, the day before that, I did something that was not solemn at all, and that is I was fortunate to be the starter of the Big Sur Half Marathon. So I was up in the booth, and I was ready to use. They wouldn't give me a real gun, though Tina Nieto had told me I could borrow hers. But at any rate, so they have these little, like an air horn. So, we're kind of getting ready to go. The race is going to start in about 2 minutes. Neither of the air horns worked.
Oh, wow.
So there were, I think, 10 or 12 waves that I had to go, on your mark, get set, go. The next day, my voice was really sore, but it was a blast. And there were more than 8,000 runners that came to participate. An additional, I think, 1,500 volunteers that were there. It was a wonderful, wonderful event, and a lot of fun. I had done the event a number of times, 10 times, and every time I would do it, I would look up and think, I want to do that someday, and I'll be darned if I didn't get to.
All right, I'll jump in and share that I got to attend the Veteran of the Year dinner, which was great. Some of my colleagues were there. That was a fun evening. I want to thank everybody who made that possible. And then culminated, we culminated today, I think, with that ceremony recognizing our veteran Lawton. That was really incredible. But yesterday I got to participate in the parade here in Salinas as well. I drove the Jeep up with the top off from King City through the pouring rain. It was a lot of fun. Got up here and it was a very graceful moment as the sun broke through right as the parade started. So it was a great day. I want to thank everybody who made that possible. Also share that we were able to open a brand new futsal court in the community of Greenfield with the contributions from Chevron. If you don't know what futsal is, it's a small field soccer basically done on the court the size of a basketball court. It was a very significant investment, and to watch the kids play on that the day it was opened was really cool. So I want to thank the San Jose Earthquakes and Chevron for making that happen for the community of Greenfield. A big investment. We had some professional soccer players on site that day to put on some clinics for the kids and actually referee their first games. So I know a lot has happened, including the reopening of the courthouse in King City today. So I want to thank Judge Vasquez, who I saw was there, and I'm blanking on Jeremy's last name. What's that? No. Jefferson. Yeah. Anyway, I'd want to thank the judges who went down to King City today to make that happen. It's a much needed resource for the community, so having that happen for the community in a time when I think a lot of folks are afraid of what might happen in the court system is a bit of a relief. So I want to thank everyone who made that happen today for the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew.
Happy Veterans Day to all. We had a great ceremony today. That was great. The Central Coast Veterans Cemetery really is an incredible place to gather, and the event that gets put on every year is one of my favorite. It's an honor to be able to speak, and thank you for joining me there this last weekend, Supervisor Adams. Also wanted to just give a shout out. Monterey Bay Economic Partnership had their State of the Region event last week as well. It was a sold out affair at CSU Monterey Bay, and I was honored to be able to welcome an incredible panel speaking about housing. Was also able to speak at the Landwatch luncheon with our incoming colleague, Kate Daniels, talking about some of our housing element work and land use planning work that the county's doing. So lots more going on, but we've had a long day, so we'll check out.
All right, thank you very much. Next week for residents, we won't have a meeting because I think most of us are at the California State Association of Counties Conference in Pasadena. They say they have a record number of registrants, so it should be a lot of fun. And I think Valerie's even joining us, as was announced earlier, and Ida-sama. All right, thank you. Looking forward to hanging out over there. But we won't be back until December, so happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And my team, we always go volunteer at Dorothy's place before the holidays. And this year, we're doing something nice with Supervisor Church's office. Supervisor Church is bringing a beautiful tree here to which I used to do, but he is the expert on Christmas trees, so he's going to do it bigger and better. But we're going to co-decorate the tree with his staff, I think the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Last thing I wanted to say was, I know we filed a referral late. It was on Thursday because it was only 2 days after the election. But in light of those circumstances, it will be announced at the next meeting. But I just wanted to bring it up, the need to form an ad hoc committee on immigration due to the threatened mass detentions, apprehensions, deportation of immigrants. And since Monterey County is the county with the highest percentage of foreign-born immigrants out of any county in California, and because our agriculture and hospitality, our construction industries all heavily depend on immigrant labor. This could have serious ramifications for our county. Last time this board stood side by side in defense of our immigrants, we held press conferences. We had the state attorney general come to East Salinas. We held Know Your Rights town halls. We joined litigation. We encouraged our police chiefs and sheriffs to encourage the community that they're not going to participate in planned federal actions against our immigrant families and communities. All that is worth regrouping for, to enhance communication, enhance collaboration, and to provide advice from our community partners to our county to better defend the immigrants during a tough time that is ahead of us. The new administration comes in on January 20th, and he is hiring and he is planning to initiate those actions as soon as he assumes office. So we're taking this with all due seriousness. I know Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors had a press conference last Thursday as well in the morning. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that because it is on our minds. It's on the mind of our families. We heard from some of our school district representatives that there's fear in our schools. And so I just wanted to make sure that the community knows that we are planning to do something to protect our immigrant communities in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll try to keep mine kind of brief here too. So last Friday, I and our CAO Sonia De La Rosa attended on a State Senator Ana Caballero's farewell celebration down at the Steinbeck Center, and also attended, which I think you forgot to mention, Supervisor Alejo, you attended the Vietnam Veterans event yesterday, as I did, in the rain, and at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park. It was wet, as I think as we all like to say, but as a gentleman who I think was a veteran I was standing next to said, they had to go through a lot more than just getting wet, and that is true. There is a upcoming TAMSI meeting on November 20th between 6 and 8 at the Pajaro Middle School on some input and information on the multimodal train station planned for out there. I'm also holding my Prunedale Town Hall on December 4th, 5:30 to 7 at the Prunedale Grange. And one last thought as we go into the seasons, remember to get a Christmas tree. A real Christmas tree. Yes, yes. Very much. And with that, we'll I get a readout from closed session by County Council, and then we will enter in closed session later as well.
Right. There is no reportable action from the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. For the Board of Supervisors, the board reached tentative agreements with 4 bargaining units, E.G., DNR, which are prosecutors, county counsel, public defender, and resident physicians. We will be recessing back into closed session, but there will be no reportable action from that, and we will be adjourning from closed session.
But we will also, while we're adjourning from closed session, we do have an adjourned memory from Maria del Carmen Ramirez. Supervisor Alejo.
Everyone, today it's with a heavy heart that we adjourn this evening in memory of Maria del Carmen Ramirez Lomelí, who was a close family friend, but she was a respected and beloved elder in our community, my communities of Salinas and Watsonville, and certainly a close family friend. She was affectionately known as Doña Carmen or Carmelita. She passed away on October 20th, 2024 in Salinas at the age of 87. She was born on November 6, 1936 in Jalisco, Mexico. She immigrated to the United States as a young single mother, settling in Watsonville, where she worked in local agricultural fields and in the canneries until her retirement. She fostered a community that extended beyond more acquaintances to include what many would consider an extended family who loved her dearly. Carmen was known for her beautiful and welcoming personality, touching the lives of many with her kindness and warmth. And her favorite activities included dancing, visiting her dear friends, as well as thrift shopping and exploring flea markets, always finding joy in the simple pleasures of life. She was a devoted member of Assumption Church in Pájaro, where she found a great comfort and community. She is survived by her loving children, Jose Roberto Lomelí, Maria Concha Alejo, Cuca Rodriguez, Blanca Estela Lomelí, and Rafael George Lomelí, all along with many grandchildren and great-grandchildren who will dearly miss her presence and guidance. Today we adjourn in memory of a great woman who was loved by all who knew her. She always brought a smile and always was the life of every family gathering and celebration. She has left a lasting legacy in her amazing family and will be missed by all who knew her. May Doña Carmen Ramirez Lomelí rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and we'll go to closed session.